Hello, let me know where you're from in the world and what time it is after liking this video. Things have deteriorated here to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening out here would affect every single part of my life, and maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously, but honestly I just thought I was writing about things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know. And I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this. As much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind, I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. Because of the amount of attention the stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many I can't even remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones that I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds here was about a young woman who disappeared upstate. Initially, everyone assumed she was a runaway. She didn't come from a great home life, and so it really wasn't any kind of surprise that she'd choose to cut and run. But people started coming forward saying that they'd seen her around the park shortly before she vanished, so some of the rangers in the area were sent out to make sure she hadn't hung herself or something on any of the back trails. It took them a while, but they did find her. Well, not all of her. Just half of her tongue and a quarter of the lower jaw. Very clean cuts from what I heard. They've never found the rest of her. So many stories about children, so many of them going missing and turning up in caves, wedged in between impossibly tight spaces. So many of them found on mountain peaks or at the bottoms of sheer gullies. Missing shoes, missing socks, or found with both in perfect condition despite them being miles and miles away from where they vanished. So many stories of black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out in the night, mimicking the sound of running water or a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station he thinks will listen to him and tells the same story. He was deer hunting, had camped out in a very remote area, and woke up because something was scraping against his tent. He thought it was a raccoon or a fox until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out a human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leapt back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. This man was not wearing any clothing, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As this hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of amalgamation of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into the vague shape of a man. The face was lumpy and only a rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice before mimicking the sound of the tent zipper and fleeing into the night. A young couple, out for a hike in the rocky areas of my park, reported to me yesterday that they had seen something strange out on a peak I'm very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker climbing up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the incident was over that this person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the young man. He said whoever, or whatever this person was looking right at them. The climber waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist, sideways, and leaping off the peak. The young man didn't see where the climber landed. I sent them on their way with assurances that I'd check it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't question it anymore. There are so many things I won't ever be able to understand about my job, and it would take me years to relate all of the things I've heard in the last few months. When I feel like my job isn't in jeopardy, I will come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you all for sticking by my side and enjoying the things I've talked about. If you go out into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, survival equipment. Let people know where you're going and when you'll be back. Don't go on uncharted paths unless you know exactly what you're doing. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't go up them. Maria on the moon. Did you know that early astronomers thought there were oceans on the moon? I asked, looking up from my book. My mom shifted in her bed, a tangle of IV tubes shifting with her. Of course. The moon seems like the perfect place to find an ocean. What a shame we never found water then, I said, because those false seas, astronomers called them Maria. Mom smiled. How sweet of them to name the moon oceans after me. Well, they didn't find any oceans, I reminded her. Maybe they just didn't look hard enough, she replied, a little laugh slipping from her lips. For all of the pain she was in, all of the fear she must feel, my mother always had the kind of laugh that could light a candle. We were in her hospital room, the same one we'd been in and out of for the last year and a half. Sometimes we had a roommate, sometimes we were alone. Always she held steady enough for both of us, the rock I tied my hope to, the wall against the grief I knew was coming. Cancer is such a mundane word for something so hungry and cruel. I've noticed medicine does that a lot, covers horror with tedious language like a bedsheet over a body. Malignant, inoperable, metastasized, terminal. But when she laughed, we weren't in the hospital anymore, we were home. When she laughed, she wasn't sick, she was young again, and I was a kid, and the world was a bright place begging to be explored. What a miracle my mother was. Cancer had taken so much from her, aged and hurt her, but it could never steal her laugh. That was hers to keep. How are we feeling today? The doctor asked. He came in less and less often. We could all sense this was the final stay in this room. Just brilliant, Doc, my mom said, struggling to sit a little higher. We can still go dancing later if you'd like, though we'll have to ask for my son's blessing. Ever since his dad died, Brian's been very protective of me. I put on a stern face. I'll need to know your intentions are pure, Doctor. Bradshaw. As the driven snow, he played along. But I might need a rain check on the dance, Ms. Willen. I'm not as young as I used to be. He emphasized his age, running his fingers through gray-white hair. My mom tapped her bare scalp. Right there with you, Tiger, she said. Dr. Bradshaw smiled, but I could tell he was burdened. I saw him glance at the small idol I'd placed on my mother's nightstand. The talisman was a miniature oak tree carved from gray soapstone. There were 4 faces etched into the tree, a sentry against ill health and bitter spirits. I could tell the stone tree made the doctor uncomfortable. In all honesty, I had a tough time looking at the idol for more than a few seconds. The faces were each whittled in vivid expression. The face closest to my mother's bed was smiling kindly, and the face pointed towards the door was snarling, meant to ward away harm. The final 2 faces were both weeping. All 4 shapes were too human, too raw. There was a weirdness to the stone tree that put people on edge, but I'd grown used to every shade of weird you can imagine. My mother's side of the family was full of stories of unexplained luck and mysterious tragedy, whispered secrets and unexplained deaths. By all accounts, my maternal grandmother was either an honest-to-goodness witch or full-bore, high-caliber crazy, or both. Probably both. The stone tree was from a box of my grandmother's things I'd found in the attic earlier that month. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but my mom did seem to get a bit better when I'd brought in the talisman, at least for a little while. I was daydreaming about family history in the odd box while Dr. Bradshaw checked his charts and Mom's vitals. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" he asked, ripping me back to reality. Dr. Bradshaw tried to keep a light tone, but I could tell he didn't have good news. The hospital hallway smelled like ammonia and birthday cake. Someone must have had a party, maybe a patient, maybe a nurse. Strange how you remember the insignificant details while your world is crashing down around you. "I'm so sorry," Dr. Bradshaw told me. The results came in this morning. It's spreading aggressively. We held it back as long as we could, Brian. Your mom is a fighter, but right now we just need to try to keep her as comfortable as we can. Brian? The wall was cracking, grief waiting on the other side, heavy and cold as an empty house. I'd known for months that this was the most likely outcome, but it still hurt to hear. Hurt worse than I could stomach. There's nothing left to try? I asked, fighting down the urge to throw up. Anything? Experimental? Untested? Anything? Dr. Bradshaw shook his head. I'm sorry. Sometimes we just run out of options. She fought a good fight. How long does she have left? I asked, looking back into her room. She'd fallen asleep. Not long. Maybe days. Have you considered hospice? The smell of ammonia and birthday cake. The steady beep of Mom's heart monitor. I tried to focus on the world around me. My hope wasn't dead yet. If medicine couldn't help my mom, maybe something older could. I thought of the box of my grandmother's things waiting in the attic. There was a lot in there I hadn't gone through yet. Books and candles and secrets and lost things. Maybe there was a cure, or at least a way to keep the fight going. No, I said. If all that's left is to make her comfortable, I want to take her home. The doctor smiled. I understand. We can give you some medication, ways to help her with the pain. He put his hand on my shoulder. Your mom's been in a lot of pain, but she'll have peace soon. You've done all you can. I know, I lied. Thank you. Mom lived in a small ranch house 10 miles outside of town. There wasn't much in the way of neighbors besides some woods and a creek slithering through her yard. It was a windy, warm March afternoon when I took my dying mother home. That night I began my work. I was going to turn the house into a bunker, a maze death could never solve. I would keep my mother safe. I would find a way to keep her alive. The little red book was full of ideas. Running water was an obvious place to start. The creek behind the house was barely a trickle, but it should provide some coverage to the south side of the property. Salt was next, lining the doorways and window frames, then in an unbroken circle around the entire house. This step was to be repeated daily, the red book stressed, or even multiple times per day. Even a moderate breeze played holy havoc with any salt poured outside, so it was always best to trace and retrace every few hours. Water and salt were common defenses against man's oldest enemy and well-known. The book offered other, less conventional advice. It took me nearly a week to finish carving the symbols and signs into the walls, the floors, even the trees on the property. Sometime around noon on the third day, on my back in the crawl space etching strange marks onto the underside of the floor, it struck me how ridiculous I was acting. There was no proof that any of the information in the little red book was anything other than the delusional ramblings of a bizarre woman I'd only met once or twice as a child. For all I knew, the runes meant to ward off death were actually a grocery list written in Cantonese. But I was desperate, and every time I saw my mother, she looked frailer, more fragile. So I continued carving and praying and building layers upon layers of protections to keep death far away. Making my marks took me all over the property. It was a big yard, nearly 3 acres that blended gradually into the surrounding forest. I wasn't able to pinpoint the exact boundary where cultivated met nature. The edges simply bled together. But I did my best to create a clean border with lines between the symbols. I'd always loved the wildness here, the way you could wander a few hundred yards away from home and feel like you'd traveled hundreds of years into the past to somewhere primal. This was the perfect playground for a kid, whether I was out exploring trails or trapping minnows, or spending the summer building yet another treehouse, convinced this would be the final one. It never was. I was never satisfied. The house itself, though small, was more than enough room for my mother and me. Dad died when I was 7. I don't remember much about him, just how big he seemed, with a bonfire grin and arms that I thought could hold the whole world. My mom often said I took after my father. I could see it in the old pictures of him. We had the same eyes, green as moss in the summer, and the same fiery shock of red hair, enemy to every comb on the planet. The sicker Mom got, the more often she called me by my father's name. I worried when she drifted away like that, but a part of me was proud she'd mistake me for him. After all of the symbols were carved, there were a few steps left in the book to deter death from visiting. There were dozens of charms and talismans in the bottom of the old box in the attic. I sat up there, combing through everything my grandmother left behind, referencing the red book, pushing the tiny charms into tidy piles. None of the idols were larger than my thumb. Some were iron and others were wood. Some were heavy, others light. All of them were uncomfortable to look at or touch. The attic was drafty, but not nearly enough to explain the cold that burrowed into me as I sorted the charms. I'm not particularly tall, but the attic felt like it was designed for dolls, beams so low I couldn't even walk bent over. I moved around on my knees, rough floorboards threatening splinters even through my jeans. I could have taken the box downstairs where I'd have more room, but the idea filled me with a deep unease. It seemed better to leave the box up in the attic, only taking down objects as I needed them. Up here, at least, my grandmother's items, her legacy was quarantined. The red book was very specific about the distribution of the totems around the house and property. I walked carefully through my mom's backyard, boots plopping in and out of mud, compass in hand. It had rained nearly every day since I'd taken my mom home from the hospital. I knew it was almost certainly a coincidence, but couldn't help wonder if the soft curtains of rain falling to the ground were for her. I placed charms in a compass rose with the house in the middle. The most disturbing objects were given places of honor at each cardinal direction. Water, salt, wards, charms, all placed carefully, intentionally. My grandmother's book promised that these would offer some degree of protection against the inevitability of death. The symbols would confuse it, the talismans distract it, and the water and salt make barriers to slow it down. But death might still find a crack to slip through, so the red book recommended one final trick. There was a small candle in the bottom of the box, dirty white as stained paper. When I took the candle from its case, the smell made me gag. Have you ever walked past a portable toilet in the dog days of summer? When it's so hot the blue plastic has started to warp and bubble? Imagine that smell distilled into a finger's worth of wax. I brought the candle downstairs, placed it on the dining room table, and set it alight. The wick caught immediately, the flame burning an unusual red-brown. No heat came off of the candle, and it actually seemed cooler the closer I moved my hand to the fire. Once the wax began to melt, the smell was 10 times worse than it was back in the attic. I choked down a greasy sickness crawling up my throat and quickly left the room, shutting the French doors as I went. That helped trap the odor, but I couldn't shake the sense of nausea. I went to check on my mother. "Do you remember the day you ran away?" my mom asked, sitting in her bed, lunch untouched on the nightstand beside her. I didn't think she had any weight left to lose before she was nothing but bone and memory. Her skin was rice paper over a frame that seemed smaller every day. Her eyes, though, no matter how fragile the rest of her became, remained two little lanterns against the dark, blue and bright and alive. "I didn't make it very far," I answered, "and I wasn't really running away, only stretching my legs." Mom smiled. "You told me you were leaving for the circus. You wanted to be either a lion tamer or a strong man or maybe a fire eater." I think I wanted to be all of that combined. Young me was big on multitasking. My mother turned, so she was looking out the window into the yard. "I was so scared when I found your note, the one saying you were leaving. My hands were shaking like you wouldn't believe when I called the sheriff and then Mr. Jonas down the way. It felt like we were searching for you for half the night, even though it couldn't have been more than an hour before we found you there, lost in the woods, wandering around and shivering. You hadn't even brought a jacket." I sat next to my mom on the bed. "Yeah, I didn't exactly plan ahead for my circus escape. I remember getting over the idea real quick, but I couldn't find my way back. I'm glad you found me." "I'm glad too," my mother said, and I noticed her wipe away a tear. "I'm so glad. That hour you were gone, Brian, that was the most afraid I've ever been. Afraid we wouldn't find you. Afraid you might be hurt or worse. I couldn't hardly breathe through the fear. Then suddenly, you were there and the relief nearly knocked me over. I think we stayed up together the rest of the night watching the stars." I wanted to make sure you could find the North Star in case you ever got lost again. She turned back to me, reached out her thin hand and placed it over mine. There were still tears in her eyes, but she smiled her lighthouse smile, and for a moment, I saw her just as she used to be, just as she was the night I ran away and my mom found me. I squeezed her hand. I was scared too. I was afraid I'd be stuck out there. What made you think of it? Well, I've been thinking a lot about dying lately, and... Don't, I interrupted. Don't talk like that. You're not going anywhere, not for a long time. It's okay, she said, squeezing my hand back. It's okay. I've known real fear, and what I'm feeling now. It's not like that. I'm scared, I guess, but I'm at peace with it. I had such a beautiful life. I'm so glad I got to meet you, to be your mom. I'm glad too, I whispered, voice breaking on the last word. But I won't let you go without a fight, I added silently in my mind. Something was trying to get to my mom. The strangeness began the day after I lit the candle. At first it was small blips, tiny wrongs that I chalked up to my imagination. Doors I knew I'd closed at night were open in the morning. Food began to rot and spoil within days of me bringing it into the house. Eventually, food would go bad almost immediately. Every few hours, the television in the living room would either turn off if it was running or on if it was off. Clocks would stop overnight, always at 3:03 a.m. Shadows began sticking to the corners of rooms independent of any light sources. The shadows were stubborn, and they would linger for as long as I would stare, then disappear when I blinked. I began hearing bumps and knocks at all hours, and sometimes, when I'd enter an empty room, I had a sharp, fleeting certainty that it was only just occupied. I avoided the dining room except to check in twice a day to see if the candle was still burning. The smell was vicious and would claw its way into your throat and nostrils the moment it was given a chance. I kept the door to the room shut and kept air fresheners running in the surrounding rooms 24/7. The funny thing was, the candle never went out, never even seemed to shrink. I could see the wax melting, but day in and day out, the candle refused to change. Days marched into weeks, and the wrongness only grew deeper. My mom and I both lost sleep to vivid nightmares that we couldn't remember when we woke up. Only the echoes remained, but those were enough to leave my pulse sprinting until morning. I started sleeping in a chair in my mother's room. I did this to comfort her if she woke up confused during the night, but also because, if I'm being honest, I was too scared to sleep alone. I felt like a child running into his parents' room, convinced there was a monster under the bed. Thing is, maybe there was. By the third week, I couldn't keep doors closed. They would slam open the moment I left the room. A terrible scratching began inside of the walls. I told my mom it might be squirrels or mice, but the sound was so insistent, not like rodents milling about, more like a dog wanting in. I stopped leaving the house for supplies. Instead, I had what little food we ate delivered. I kept the curtains drawn. There was tapping on the glass every night. About a month after leaving the hospital, we were living like zombies. The dining room couldn't contain the smell of the candle anymore. The entire house was clogged with the scent. Tiny noises had graduated into full-on laughs and screams and whispers in the rooms around us. Something kicked the bathroom door so hard while I was taking a shower that the hinges warped. I covered every mirror in the house. I'd started to see things in the corners looking back at me, half-hidden faces, shapes that skittered away as soon as I turned around. Mom was drifting further and further away. She had long moments of confusion where she'd forget my name, forget where we were. Sometimes she'd think I was my dad. Other times, she'd just stare at the wall for hours, growing fainter and fainter each day like a Polaroid left in the sun. But she was alive. It was clear that we were under siege by something. My world shrank to only one room, and every trip to the bathroom, or to answer the door for food, felt like going over the trenches. The noises kept getting worse and worse, the shadows closer, the sense of movement around the house sharper. Every now and then I would feel hot breath on the back of my neck or walk through a cold patch hanging in the air. I stopped bothering redrawing the lines of salt around the house. I knew, deep in my bones, that as long as the sickly candle burned, death could not take my mom away. On the 33rd day after leaving the hospital, I woke with a start from a nightmare, only to find my mom's bed empty. She hadn't been able to walk the past week at all, so my first feeling was hope that she might be improving, at least a little. Then I noticed the odor we'd been living with for weeks was gone. "Mom!" I shouted, running in bare feet out of the room. I found her in the dining room, the door wide open. She was standing at the table, frail as a neglected scarecrow, bobbing back and forth. Her hands were hovering over the candle. The flame was out. "Why did you do that?" I whispered. "Mom? Mom? Are you okay?" I padded into the room, the wooden floor freezing cold. My mother didn't react to my presence. She just continued rocking side to side. I realized she was still asleep. "Mom?" I gently shook her shoulder. "Wake up." Her head snapped back and she nearly fell. I caught her on the way down. It felt like she weighed nothing at all. "What's going on?" she asked, looking around the dark room. "Where?" "You're okay," I told her. "You were sleepwalking." "I was having the most unusual dream," Mom mumbled. "There were so many stars and—" She began to shiver uncontrollably. The cold hit me a moment later. I let out a gasp. The house was chilly before, but the dining room was near Arctic. My breath bloomed into a thin cloud in front of my face. I became acutely aware of the complete silence filling the house. Then I heard scratching. It was coming all throughout the house, deep tearing sounds at the walls around the dining room. Footsteps came immediately after, heavy and fast. Somewhere in the house, a window shattered. "Brian," my mother said, holding on to me. "Don't worry," I said. "Everything will be—" My voice deserted me as a massive shadow unfolded in the corner of the room. It was shaped like a man, but tall. So very tall. And it was fast. Before I could yell, the shadow was on us, pouring over my mother. In the space of a heartbeat, she was simply gone. "No," I whispered, clawing at the dissolving shadow where my mom used to be. "No, no, 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 no." The shadow was disappearing like a puddle, sinking into the floor. There was a texture to it, oily and too slick to hold. I thought of my mother the night she found me lost in the woods, the night I'd run away. Her face filled my memory, her lighthouse smile. I remembered the relief I felt when she found me, the overwhelming love. I held on to that feeling, clutching it close. "You can't have her," I whispered. I closed my fist around the last threads of the shadow. There was a terrible sensation of pulling. It was like I'd caught a horse by the tail and it was trying to shake me. But I held on. A sense of ripping and being dragged. It was a riptide with a mind of its own. But I held on. It could not shake me. The temperature was dropping every second and I felt my vision growing dark. The last thought that ran through my head before I blacked out was a promise to myself that even if I died, my grip would hold. I wouldn't let my mother's life slip away. All sounds and light faded, narrowing to a pinprick and then going black. I woke up under a field of stars. I was lying in soft grass, still wearing my pajama bottoms and an old t-shirt. It was cool, wherever I was, but comfortably so. I stood up. There were trees all around me, tall and close, stitched together with shadows. Immediately to my right, there was a road that ran straight as far as I could see, blurring into the horizon. But the stars, they were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Bright ribbons of northern lights rippled above me in green and blue and purple. Stars lit the sky like millions of lanterns floating on a still ocean. The moon shone sharpest of all, a spotlight hanging above the tree line, so close I thought I could stretch up and brush its face. "You are persistent," said a voice from the forest behind me. I whipped around but couldn't see anyone. Then a dark spot began to clarify against the gloom. The silhouette separated itself and moved towards me. I recognized it instantly as the shadow from the dining room. As it moved closer, the thing grew and grew until it touched the sky and filled my vision. A deep dread sank into me, but I stood my ground. "Give me back my mom," I shouted. The silhouette pulled away from the sky, and then it was standing in front of me, the shape and size of a tall man. But instead of a shadow, the thing had wrapped itself in stars. Miniature constellations drifted across its body, floating slowly like a time-lapse of a clear night sky. Burning brightest was the North Star, blue and warm. The space between the stars was absolute black, not a shadow, but a complete absence of light. It was the most beautiful, terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "What are you?" I whispered. "You know," it replied. "Give her back," I begged. "Please, give her back." "I can't. It's her time. Past her time. You delayed me. Delayed her." I clenched my fists. "She didn't get enough time. I didn't get enough time. It's not right. It's not fair." "Of course it's not fair," the starry thing said. "But it is right. You each have your time. And at the end of it, there's me. And there is a road. And we walk it together." "Where to?" I asked. "Where are you taking her?" "I don't know. It's not for me to know, only to know how to get there." "Then I won't let you take her." I planted myself in the road. The world was still and solemn around us. The constellations drifted like clouds, and a soft breeze stirred the branches. The starry thing didn't respond for a moment. "Your mother was kind and caring. Wherever she goes, she'll have peace," it promised. "But," the creature raised its hand, "did you ever stop to think that death isn't an enemy? Death simply is. It is the natural partner to life. It knows no prejudice or malice, has no designs or ambitions. Your mother spent so long suffering, felt so much pain. Instead of letting her rest, you took it upon yourself to draw her life beyond its given course. You kept her alive, but at the cost of stretching her thin, prolonging her sickness, diluting her. Did you keep her alive for her benefit or for yours?" I couldn't answer. "Stretching a life is unnatural, dangerous," it told me. "In the weeks you kept me away, you drew the attention of old things, hungry things, forces that would like nothing better than to swallow even the memory of your mother, to tear and bite until there was nothing left but pain and fear and a perfect emptiness." I shuddered, remembering the clawing sounds, the shattered window, and the laughter from empty rooms. "I'm sorry," I whispered. Can they hurt her here? Is she safe?" The stars in the shadow burned brighter for a moment. "Your mother won't walk her road alone. None of you do. I walk with you, always to the end." "Can I see her?" I asked. "Please, let me say goodbye." It considered for several seconds. "You are persistent." And then the starry thing was gone. I was standing alone on an empty road. "Brian." I turned to find my mother behind me on the road. She looked younger, healthier than I'd seen her in years. The frailty was gone, and my mother seemed exactly as I remembered her when she found me in the woods all those years ago. "Isn't this the most beautiful dream?" she asked, staring up at the night sky. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "A beautiful dream. I love you, Mom. I love you so much, so very much." She smiled and touched my cheek. "I love you too. Don't cry, it's okay. I'll wake up any time now. I'll see you then." I nodded, wiping at tears. "Sure, yeah, I'll see you then." "What do you think is at the end of the road?" she asked. "Do you think I'll have time to find out before I wake up?" I looked out at the road, scanning the trees for any hungry shadows. "I don't know. I don't know where it goes, but promise me you'll be careful." My mom smiled wider. "Of course I'll be careful." "And she won't walk alone," said a familiar voice behind us both. I turned, expecting the starry thing. But the man standing on the road was entirely normal. The light from the moon was enough that I could see he had moss-green eyes and a bright shock of red hair. "Such a beautiful dream," my mother said. The man came towards us and took my mother's hand. He and I looked so alike, I could see why my mother confused us when she was sick. "Take care of her," I told the man. Just please take care of her. Make sure she gets where she's going. There are things out there that want her, to hurt her. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The man squeezed my shoulder. "She'll be safe, watched over. If the devil himself is waiting on the road ahead, he'll move, or he'll be moved." I believed him. Thoughts raced through my head. There were so many things I wanted to say, questions, a million ways to say goodbye. I wanted to stretch out the moment for as long as I could, but I realized I'd already delayed my mother enough. "I love you," I told them both. "Goodbye." I woke up back in my dining room sitting at the table, the unlit candle in front of me. The house was quiet and still. There was no more scratching, no sound or sense of life at all. I walked through every room. The house was empty. I was alone. I've spent the past couple months working on the house, erasing the marks I'd made, fixing up the property. Some nights I take long walks out into the forest. I'm far enough out in the country that on clear nights it's like looking up at a sea of stars. I think about my parents the most during those walks. I grieve and remember in my own way. And I wonder where their road went, if they're still traveling or if they reached their destination. I hope that their road takes them strange and beautiful places. When I walk at night, I look up for the North Star to keep from getting lost. Maybe they do the same. When it's full, I also look up towards the moon. I wonder if my parents had a chance to visit, to search for hidden oceans. I like to think they did, that the moon has at least one Maria, the one I love most. We called her Space Girl. Her real name was Megan Daniels, but nobody actually called her that. She'd been Space Girl since grade 2. She was the kind of kid who stuck out in the crowd with her long red hair, ghostly pale skin, and Coke bottle glasses. For as long as I'd known her, Space Girl had been quiet. She didn't like to be around us. She didn't play with us when we were kids. She didn't even talk much. Most of the time she'd find somewhere to sit, far away from everyone else. Then she'd open up her little notebook and scribble inside of it. Sometimes she wrote poems, sometimes she drew, but she was always off on her own little world. Nowadays, I understand why we targeted her. She was different, and she was alone. That doesn't justify any of it, but kids can be cruel. I remember that it was Sasha Brown who told me that Space Girl was retarded because her mother was on drugs. She probably just made that up. But we all believed it. She had always been the worst towards Space Girl, and she kept that up until the end. It all started in grade 5 when Sasha took her notebook. It had been raining that day, so we'd had an indoor recess. Space Girl sat in the corner at her desk, eyes focused on her notebook, as she methodically worked on a drawing. Sasha and I had been sitting nearby at our desks, and we simply just watched her do her thing. "I can't believe they let that retard sit in with us," Sasha murmured. "Look at her. Why do they even let them in schools? They aren't going to learn anything." "Better than leaving her at home with her crackhead mom," said Tanya Everett. She and I weren't exactly friends, but she sat close to Sasha and I. "My dad says he sees a different car in front of her house every day. He says that she lets boys come and they pay her so they can have sex. None of us could actually say the dreaded S word at the time. Sex was still a terrible unknown thing, and we all had been raised to believe that nobody decent would ever do it." Space Girl paused, and her eyes darted away from her book to look at us. I can only imagine she'd heard us. Sasha just stared right back at her. "What? Do you have a problem, Space Girl?" she asked. The teacher was out of earshot, and that gave her carte blanche to say whatever she wanted. Space Girl didn't respond. She just looked back down at her notebook, but Sasha had been challenged, or at least she thought she'd been. She looked over to the teacher's desk to make sure she was busy. Then she got up and moved closer to Space Girl. "What are you even doing in there, retard?" She'd reached out to snatch the book before Space Girl could stop her. "What even is this? A unicorn? What are you, 5? She handed the book to me, and I took it on instinct. There was a brightly colored drawing of a unicorn inside. The artwork was actually pretty nice, but I would never have said so. The book was passed on to Tanya next, and Space Girl could only look at us helplessly. "Wow, you can't even draw. Look at this." She tore the page out of the notebook, and Space Girl let out a startled whimper, as if she'd been struck. The picture was crumpled up, and the book was thrown on the floor by Space Girl's desk. "Draw something that isn't trash next time," Tanya said. and Sasha just giggled as if it was anything other than being mean-spirited just for the sake of it. Space Girl slowly picked her book up off the floor, avoiding eye contact as Tanya and Sasha turned away from her. I continued to stare. I remember that the way she moved was so defeated, as if she were shrinking in on herself. She looked up at me, but only for a moment, and I felt bad for her. I really did. But I didn't do anything about it. I just left her to rejoin the others. After that, Space Girl became an easy target for Sasha and Tanya. Every chance they got, they'd harass her, and I regret to admit that I was usually right there with them. During the days where we could go outside for recess, Space Girl would always sit beneath the same tree, always working in her notebook. When she did, we would always lean on the trunk and look down over Space Girl's shoulder. "Wow, that's really good, Space Girl," was how most of her comments would start. "Did you mean to draw it like it got hit by a truck, or is that just your style?" There was never a compliment. She would always find something to needle. "Can you draw me?" Sasha asked once. "I heard that retards were always like art geniuses or something. Maybe it'll even look like a person." Space Girl didn't look up at her. She seemed to be trying not to acknowledge the insults. I won't pretend like I was blameless either. I never stopped them. And there were plenty of times where I was right there, making fun of her because that was what we did. And we weren't the only ones. More or less everyone hurt her in some way or another. But she never complained. I think she was too scared to. It was late December in 7th grade where things got even worse. I don't know all the details, and I don't know just for how long things had been boiling over, but I'd heard a rumor that James Hardy had it out for Space Girl. James had only been in my class a few times, and he wasn't in my class that year. He was a small, mousy-looking kid who was convinced he was the world's toughest gangster. The rumors said that someone had seen his dad going into Space Girl's house. Naturally, there had been speculation that they'd been having sex. Someone told me that James's parents had been divorcing because of it. Somehow, all of these rumors had mutated into claims that James and Space Girl were dating, and I think that was what had rubbed him the wrong way. We were coming in from recess when some boys decided to pull a little prank on James. The whole prank had been set up by Brian Jordan and his brother Mike. They had some mistletoe for the holiday season, and had set it up in the hall leading back to our classroom. Mike had grabbed Space Girl during recess, and were holding her behind the door where the mistletoe was. When James walked through, they pushed her at him and snapped a picture. I'd been just behind James when it happened. I watched as Space Girl came flying out of seemingly nowhere, eyes wide and afraid, then slammed into James. They both hit the ground, and I could hear the other boys laughing. "Look! She wanted to give you a kiss," one of the boys said. Space Girl was trying to crawl away from James and pick up her notebook, but somebody had kicked it out of sight. I remember that she looked back towards James, and there were tears in her eyes. She must have been terrified with everything that was going on. She clearly hadn't wanted any part in this, but there she was at the center of it. "You fucking faggot assholes!" James yelled as he picked himself up. "Hey, she just wanted to give you a smooch," awed Brian. "Come on, give her a kiss." Someone pushed Space Girl towards James, and he glared at her as if all of this was her fault. She tried to stand and run, but he was angry and he wasn't thinking straight. I watched as he grabbed her and hit her, a square punch to the jaw. Then he tossed her to the ground and went after Brian next. A teacher had to get in to pull James off of him. He, Space Girl, and the Jordan brothers ended up getting suspended right before the Christmas holidays. We didn't see Space Girl until January. We didn't see James or his friends ever again. On Christmas Eve, there was a car accident on the highway outside of my town. Supposedly, it had swerved off the road to avoid an animal of some kind and gone into a ditch. Mike, Brian, and their parents didn't survive. On December 27th, James was killed while outside shoveling his driveway. My parents told me that he'd been attacked by an animal, probably a deer or something. But that seemed so unusual. I'd never heard anything about deer attacking people before, especially not in my area. I went over to Sasha's house on the day before New Year's. We'd both gotten some gift cards for Christmas, and we were planning to walk to the mall together to use them. Her parents weren't home. They both had to work. So it was just us when I got there. "Hey, kept me waiting," she said when I knocked on the door. "Sorry." It's fine. I'll be ready in a bit. Come on upstairs, I want to show you something. I didn't question what it was. I figured it was just something else she'd gotten for Christmas, so I went upstairs with her. You're gonna love it, she promised me. It's gonna be so funny. She led me to her bedroom, and as soon as she opened the door, I spotted a familiar notebook on her desk. Where did you get this? I asked, walking closer to it. Space Girl dropped it when Brian and his brother pulled that prank the other day. She dropped it. I may have grabbed it, just for safekeeping. She cracked a wry grin before opening the notebook. Look at this. She's been drawing the same damn unicorns forever. She didn't even finish this one. She paused at one small picture that was labeled The Unicorn Prince. It depicted an empty field with a blank space where the titular prince should have been. Sasha flipped through the pages a little more until she got to the newer ones. I figured since they kicked Space Girl out for a little while and her mom is too poor to get her anything for the holidays, I'd step up. What do you think? Sasha wasn't anywhere near as good of an artist as Space Girl was, but the simple detail in what she had drawn turned my stomach. In her first picture, Space Girl was hanging from a rope. Her tongue was hanging out and her eyes were closed. In the second one, Space Girl had a gun in her mouth. In the third one, she was standing on the edge of a building. Sasha giggled as I flipped through her crude depictions of suicide. There were pages of them. What do you think? She asked with a grin. I'll bet she'll lose her shit. I closed the notebook and looked over at Sasha. Are you out of your mind? I asked. Sasha's grin faded. What do you mean? You stole her notebook just so you could draw these? Sasha, that's really messed up. It's Space Girl. Who the hell cares about Space Girl, Jane? You just drew her killing herself over and over again. I took the book off her desk. Do you not understand what's wrong with that? Sasha just stared at me like I was crazy. Fine, sue me for trying to be funny. Sasha said, just give it here. She outstretched a hand to take the notebook, but I pulled back from her. Number, you're just going to put something else in there. Anger flared in Sasha's eyes. Jane, just give me the book. No. I opened the book, and I started to tear out those pages of Space Girl's suicide. Sasha lunged for me, trying to grab at the book and stop me, but pushed her back. I didn't mean to push so hard, but I did, and she fell, landing hard on the ground. For a moment, Sasha looked up at me, wide-eyed and shocked. I don't think anyone had laid a hand on her like that before. Then I saw something in her eyes. Not just anger, something worse. It was the same thing that had prompted her to draw those horrible pictures of Space Girl. I turned and I ran, bolting down her stairs and out her front door, back into the snow. I clutched Space Girl's notebook to my chest the entire time, and I didn't let it go until I got home. I spent the rest of the Christmas break terrified that my parents would get a call from Sasha's. I'd pushed her, and that seemed like such a big deal at the time. In hindsight, I doubt Sasha would have told her parents what had happened. They would have asked why I'd pushed her, and I would have told them about the notebook. On some level, she must have known that what she'd done was wrong. She was a cruel person, but there was a limit. Part of me hoped that she'd realize that I was right and we could patch things up when school started again, but honestly, I wasn't so sure. I remember looking through Space Girl's drawings, the ones that she'd done. I remembered the ones I'd made fun of the most. There was one with a mermaid on a rock combing her hair. Her eyes were closed in a relaxed bliss. I remembered saying how stupid her facial expression had looked, but honestly, I kinda liked it. I flipped through the pages some more through unicorns, fairies, and castles, but I paused at the page depicting the Unicorn Prince. Back at Sasha's place, it had been blank, but at my house, it was finished. The Unicorn Prince stood proudly in his field, looking skywards with his horn proudly displayed. Maybe I had been thinking of a different picture? I brushed it off and flipped to the back where Sasha's pictures were. One by one, I started tearing them out of the notebook and tossing them in the trash. It was a waste of paper, but I refused to give it back to Space Girl with those images still in it. On the first day back to school, I was up early. I made sure the notebook was packed into my bag and was out as early as I could be. The snow on the ground was almost pristine as I walked to school, but I remember seeing some tracks on my lawn, headed down the side of my house. Deep U-shaped indents that looked like they'd been made by hooves. A deer, perhaps? I didn't dwell on them and made my way down the freshly shoveled sidewalk and back to school. I wasn't entirely sure if Space Girl would be back yet, but she was. She was alone in the classroom, sitting at her desk and drawing in a brand new notebook. She paused briefly when I walked in to join her, and I could see her side-eyeing me. She didn't say a word as I drew nearer, but I thought I saw her shoulders tense up ever so slightly. "Hey," I said, I hope you had a nice holiday." She didn't respond. "I'm sorry about what happened the other day. I didn't know anything about it, but it just seemed really mean-spirited." Still no answer. I reached into my backpack, taking out her old notebook. I put it on her desk in front of her. She stared at it, still silent, then back at me. Sasha took it. I was over at her house the other day and she showed it to me. I had to take some pages out, but she drew some really awful things in there. I didn't think it would be right to give it back with those things in there. I paused, feeling smaller as Space Girl stared at me. She didn't seem angry or thankful. She didn't seem anything at all, just stoic. "I'm sorry if I wasn't all that great to you before," I said, and then I shuffled off to my desk. Space Girl waited until I sat down before she opened her notebook and inspected it. Then she closed her new book and started something new on a fresh page in her old one. It wasn't much, but it made me feel at least a little good for what I'd done. When Sasha got in, she didn't talk to me. She didn't even look at me. Neither did Tanya or any of our other mutual friends. I knew from the moment they walked in that I'd burned my bridges with them, but I still wanted to try. The teacher hadn't come in yet, so I figured it might be worth it to try and talk to Sasha. I got up to move closer to her and she gave me a look of utter disgust. "What do you want?" she spat. Now it was my turn to be silent. "Fuck off and leave us alone," Tanya said. "You'd obviously rather hang out with the fucking retard than us. And I really don't want you spreading your retard germs to us. It's a quarantine issue." I stared at both of them, and I could have sworn I knew how Space Girl felt. What was I supposed to say to any of that? Instead, I just returned to my desk without a word. Space Girl stared at me the entire time. Her pencil rested over her notebook, but she didn't write anything. She set it down, tore out the page she'd been writing on, and jammed it into her pocket. I later saw her toss it into the trash during lunch. I didn't really have anyone left, so I thought that maybe it might be a good idea to pull it out. Maybe it was something she wasn't happy with. I'd never seen her throw a drawing out before. I was thinking that maybe I could use it as a peace offering of sorts, or something along those lines. When I saw what she'd written on it, I almost threw it back into the trash. Your words. There is a land where your sorry may go. A sickening land where it always snows. The snow is putrid in color and smell. Its substance, filth, and things I won't tell. Only your father has been there before. One day your boyfriend will visit once more. This place in your carcass, this humanoid hell. Your sorry can go there to this hole in your shell. My unsubtle message, this subtextual jazz, is take your apology and stuff it up your ass. This was unlike anything I'd ever seen her write. It was so crass and spiteful. This was as close to hatred as she could have gotten. I understood why she'd thrown it out. It didn't fit with everything else she'd done. Those things had been beautiful, despite what people had said to her. This was angry and ugly. This was something she'd written for me. I put it in my pocket. I wasn't going to give it back to her, but I wanted to keep it. I wanted to remember the way I'd made her feel. 8th grade wasn't fun for me. I had very few friends left, and Sasha never forgave me for turning on her. Her version of the story was slowly warped as time went on. First, I'd punched her and stolen the book. Then I'd tried to kiss her, punched her when she'd refused, then stole the book to try and get her in trouble. Rumors of me being a dyke spread pretty quickly, and hot on their heels came the rumors that I was dating Space Girl. I tried not to let them bother me too much. I knew the truth, and at the end of the day, I'd done the right thing. By the time high school rolled around, I was hoping for a fresh start. There were new faces, and I figured I could make friends with them before Sasha's rumors spread. I had a bit of success in that department. I fell in with a better crowd at least. Sasha stuck with her same old clique. It grew ever so slightly, but she was determined to live out the movie Mean Girls, and most people didn't pay her any mind. Space Girl barely changed at all. I didn't see her much when high school started. She was in a few of my classes, but I rarely saw her outside of them. Whenever she had a moment, she'd be in the library, usually in one of the corner cubicles working on her drawings. Sometimes I thought about talking to her and trying to strike up a friendship, but it never felt right. Sasha's bullying never let up, of course. Of course she stalked Space Girl to the library, where she'd pull the same old shit she'd been pulling since the 5th grade. She'd leer over her cubicle and comment on her drawings, picking them apart just like she always had. I stopped her whenever I saw it, but I didn't always see it. "Coming to her rescue again, huh, Jane?" Sasha asked once when I'd interrupted her. Tanya leered at me from behind her, chewing gum with her mouth open. "What's she ever done to you anyways?" I asked. "She's just minding her own business." "Oh? What's she done to you, Dyke?" Sasha hissed. She leaned down over her cubicle and looked down at the notebook. "Unicorns, unicorns, unicorns, fucking unicorns. When are you going to grow up, Space Girl?" "Hey, I told you to stop." I rounded the cubicle and I saw Sasha recoil. For a moment, I saw a bit of fear in her eyes. It vanished quickly and was replaced with a familiar rage. "Fine," she said. "Tan, let's leave the happy couple to their alone time." She pulled away from the cubicle and disappeared with Tanya nipping at her heels like a faithful terrier. Space Girl remained hunched over her notebook, her long red hair spilling over her shoulders. She seemed impossibly still. I turned to leave her when I heard, "Thanks." I looked back at her and saw that she was looking at me. You're welcome." I said, "Let me know if she bothers you again, all right?" "I will, but you're usually there anyways." Her voice was soft and low. I'd heard it before, but I don't remember her ever speaking directly to me. "Yeah, well, it's just not right. She's such a child. One of these days she's going to have to grow up." Space Girl just nodded, looking over towards the library door, then back down at her notebook again. For a moment I thought about asking her about what she was drawing. I thought about saying something else, but no. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable. I left her alone again. In 10th grade, I took art as an elective. I wasn't much of an artist, but I figured it would be an easy course. To the surprise of no one, Space Girl was there. I actually asked her to work with me on a few group projects. I think the prospect of being asked to work together was foreign to her. She looked at me suspiciously when I did it, but when she smiled, it was the biggest smile I'd ever seen. I went to her house for the first time to work on a portrait project with her once. We were supposed to take turns drawing portraits of each other, and I'd volunteered to let her draw me first. Rumors of her mother had always surrounded Space Girl, so I wasn't entirely sure what to expect when I got there. I certainly wasn't expecting the quiet, neatly kept house that I found. The woman who answered the door looked like an older version of her daughter, sans the Coke bottle glasses. "You must be Jane," she said. She wasn't smiling, but she didn't sound upset either. "Yes, ma'am." "Come on in. Megan's upstairs. She was just getting ready for you." The house was warm with plenty of knickknacks on the walls, plates and porcelain dolls mostly. Her mom sent me upstairs, and I didn't waste any time. On the landing leading up to Space Girl's room, I could see a mural of family photos and paused to look at them. I could recognize Space Girl and her mother in most of them. Space Girl never seemed to be smiling. I only saw her father in a few of the very early pictures. Space Girl looked like she was only a young child in the few pictures I saw him in, though. I didn't dwell for long and headed towards what I assumed was her room. The cardboard stars and planets on it gave it away. Sure enough, she was inside waiting for me. She sat facing the door behind an easel in the center of her room. Her bed was neatly made and tucked away in the corner. She had a clean little desk that she'd clearly been working on, and had set a chair out for me to sit on. I hadn't expected something so overwhelmingly formal, and I almost started laughing. But then I noticed her walls. They weren't just covered in drawings. The art pieces on them were full-on paintings. They were the same fantasy depictions she usually did, but the colors were so vivid. The clouds looked like fluffy pillows and the castles seemed great and infinite. Holy shit, are these yours? They are, Space Girl said softly. She stood up and took the plate of cookies from me, then moved it to her desk. It's soothing, she said after a while. Painting, I mean. I picked the drawings I liked the most, and I finished them. She spoke slowly, like she was carefully choosing her words. I almost felt like there was something that she was trying to avoid. I spotted a painting on the floor that looked like her father. The style was the same, but the content was different. He was surrounded by awkward scribbles, and he looked completely and utterly terrified. Space Girl looked down at it, but she seemed to disapprove of it. She turned it around so I wouldn't have to look at it. We should get started, she said. Sorry. No, it's all right, I said. I sat in the chair for her. I'd like to hear about it. Space Girl watched me from the corner of her eye for a moment, as if she doubted I was being serious. But eventually she sat down behind the easel and started to draw. Soon after that, she was talking too. I stayed long after she'd gotten what she needed for her sketch just to talk. She told me that she'd always liked fantasy, and how she liked unicorns because they were simple but pretty. I hung on to every word, and I could have sworn I saw her smiling shyly as she talked. The portrait she'd done of me was something else entirely. Her work had always been beautiful, but this made me look transcendent. I wasn't entirely sure that I was looking at myself at first. There was something about the look on my face. There was a small, almost content smile there. The warmth it conveyed was almost Disney-esque. I love it, I told her. That's incredible spa. Megan, that's really great. You can call me Space Girl if you want, she said. I don't mind the nickname, not as much as I mind the people at least. My awe quickly turned to shame, but Space Girl didn't look upset. She just stared at me blankly like she so often did. No, not blankly. Her face might not have conveyed much emotion, but there was definitely some emotion there. I wish I'd been nicer to you when we were younger, I said. Is that why you're here right now? Space Girl asked. No, I'm here for the assignment. I mean, the art assignment, the portraits. She continued to stare. Did you pick me because you felt bad for me? She asked. No, I just thought it would be cool to work with you. Space Girl didn't react for a moment, but then she just nodded. Okay. Her flat tone made it hard to know what she meant by that. She stood up and walked over to the portrait. Mom can drive you home if you need a ride, she said. I opened my mouth to say something else. I wanted to apologize, but I didn't know what. Had I offended her? Had I said something wrong? All right, thanks. It was the only thing I could think of. See you tomorrow. With that, I left her. I was almost afraid to see Space Girl the next morning. I drifted through my classes that day until I reached art, and when I did, I wasn't expecting what I saw. She had clearly been up late, but what she'd brought in stole my breath away. It was my portrait, but she'd done more with it than I thought possible. She'd painted over the sketch, turning me into something beautiful. Flowers bloomed around my brown hair and a crown of daisies. Lilies and chrysanthemums adorned my head. The colors were so vivid and I looked so at peace in it. Space Girl was looking right at me as I came in, as if she was gauging my reaction. But all I could do was stare wide-eyed and in awe. When I looked back at Space Girl, she was smiling at me. Her project single-handedly netted us an A on the project and got the privilege of being hung up outside of the art classroom. Of course, I told her how much I loved it, and I remember the way she smiled when I did. I remember thinking that it was the cutest smile I'd ever seen. My portrait was up for barely even a day before Sasha had to make a comment. I'd been on my lunch and had just gotten some fries from the cafeteria when she and Tanya ambushed me. Where's your flower crown, Dyke? Sasha said. Leave me alone, I said, brushing past them, but Sasha was out for blood. I always knew you were a little dyke, but now you've posted solid proof of it. We've gone and cracked the case, haven't we? So what happened? Did you go to her house and lick her retarded little snatch? You must be a real good dyke because she went and drew that for you. I tried to walk away from her, but Sasha and Tanya just kept following me. What's wrong? Am I not pretty enough for you, dyke? She snapped at me. Maybe she only fucks retarded girls, Tanya said. I'll bet Space Girl squealed like a pig when she came. I stopped dead in my tracks, and I heard Sasha stop behind me. I don't know what it was about what she'd said that pissed me off so much, but those two had finally struck a nerve. I spun around, swinging my lunch tray as hard as I could. Fries were scattered everywhere, but although I was aiming for Tanya, I hit Sasha. She went down hard, and I'm not sure if she was even still conscious when she hit the ground. Tanya was on me in an instant. She slammed me back against a wall and kept me pinned. She had size and strength on me, and there wasn't a thing I could do to stop her. Several other students grabbed at us. A teacher finally got involved, and all three of us got escorted to see the principal. As we left the cafeteria, I saw Space Girl in one of the halls, just staring at me. Naturally, I got a 3-day suspension, but Tanya and Sasha were fine. Both of them said they'd just been walking, and I attacked unprovoked. It was their word against mine. Sasha had a familiar shit-eating grin on as she left the office with only a bruise on her forehead to show for her troubles, but there was a familiar look in her eyes. That same anger I'd seen last time I'd laid a hand on her, and something about it scared me. When I came back to school, I realized that I had every reason to be afraid. My portrait was missing. I wondered if they'd taken it down because I'd attacked Sasha, but the truth was, a lot worse. Someone took it, Space Girl said. She was sitting in her usual spot in the library when I found her, sketching flowers in her notebook. When? The day after you hit Sasha. I don't think anyone's found it yet. She didn't look up at me, just stayed focused on her art. She didn't need to say it for me to know who she blamed. Who else would it be? I had half a mind to confront Sasha about it, but I didn't know if that would be a good idea or not. Sasha could easily just cry wolf. I wouldn't put it past her. In the end, it didn't matter. By the time I was headed to art class, the painting was back. But there had been some modifications made to it. The words, "retard fucking dyke," had been painted across my portrait in bright red. I saw it from down the hall and could see some other students whispering amongst themselves beneath it. I didn't know what to say or do, but this felt like too much. The picture was taken down quickly, but the damage was done. Sasha had gotten her revenge, and it didn't stop with just the painting. Space Girl looked different than when I'd seen her in the library. She seemed uneasy, and her eyes were red like she'd been crying. "I'm sorry about the painting," I said softly. She looked at me before sighing. "I knew she'd do something like that," she said. "I'm so used to it by now that it doesn't bother me anymore. I'm sorry she wrote those things about you, though." "But you worked hard on that," I said. "I'd be upset too." She just shook her head. "That's not it," she said. She reached into her pocket, pulling out a crumpled up piece of paper, then slid it over to me. Slowly, I uncrumpled the paper, and my eyes widened as I recognized what was on it. It wasn't the same drawing, but it was close enough. It was a depiction of Space Girl hanging herself, and me beside her. A caption read, "Retard Dyke Wedding." "There were so many in my locker," Space Girl said. "This is what she drew in your notebook when I returned it to you. This is what I had to take out." Space Girl looked down at the picture again, before averting her eyes. She didn't pay much attention during class. Instead of taking notes, she sketched in her notebook. I looked over a few times to see her drawing another unicorn. This one seemed so similar to the one I'd seen before. She must not have been quite happy with it, though. When I looked back at her notebook, the unicorn wasn't there anymore. She must have just erased it, but it seemed so clean, like it hadn't been erased at all. Tanya was following me on my walk home that evening. I didn't know what she had in mind, but I didn't want to put up with it. When I was in the middle of a small walking path that cut behind some of the houses on my street, I stopped and looked at Tanya as she kept approaching. "What do you want?" I asked. "It's a surprise." She said, "Sasha and I just want you to know how much we love dykes in this town." Oops, I've said too much. I wanted to hit her. Dear God, I just wanted to hit her, but we both knew she could overpower me. Whatever Tanya had in mind, it wasn't anything good. She drew closer to me, unafraid of anything I'd do. "Come on, Dyke. Go home," she said. "Let's go check out your surprise." In a sudden horrible moment, I realized that Tanya was threatening me. I also realized that I couldn't outrun her. I couldn't fight her off. I didn't really have much of a choice but to do as she asked. Slowly, I turned and walked towards my house with Tanya at my heels. It wasn't far, and up ahead I could see Sasha sitting on a park bench. From a distance, I recognized the red gas can beside her, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Tanya seized me by the arm and pulled me towards the bench. Sasha just watched with a wide, manic grin. "Hey, Jane," she said. "How's it going?" "What the fuck is this?" "Just wanted to chat," Sasha said with a cold chuckle. "You think you can get away with pulling the shit you did the other day? Number. You've been treating me like garbage for years, and for what? Because of Space Girl? You know who you're fucking choosing, right? Right? God, I hate that retard girl. But you know what? I hate you even more. Acting like you're better than me just because you feel bad for her. You're crazy," Sasha just laughed. "I'm not the one who clocked someone with a fucking tray just for a little bit of teasing. You're absolutely fucking psycho." On the bench behind her, I saw the portrait that Space Girl had painted of me. Sasha picked it up and tossed it in front of me, then picked up the gas can and dumped it onto the canvas. "You want to be a dyke? I don't care. But I'm not letting you and your retarded whore put your shit up. So say goodbye to your little project, slut." Sasha reached into her pocket and took out a book of matches. Her grin widened before suddenly vanishing outright as she looked at something behind us. "What the hell?" Tanya said, and I craned my neck to try and see what they were seeing. As for believing it, that was another story entirely. Standing on the path behind us was a unicorn, but the way it looked was all wrong. This was nothing like a regular horse. Its body was plain white and almost textureless, save for the many thin blue lines that ran along its body. It looked like it had been cut out from a sheet of lined paper, but that was impossible. It had to be impossible. Neatly done gray lines defined the shape of the horse. In fact, the lines reminded me of the ones Space Girl used. This unicorn looked like it had walked out of one of her notebooks. Tanya let me go and stumbled back a few steps, wide-eyed as she stared at the advancing unicorn. It let out an angry noise before charging straight for Tanya. She panicked and tried to run. In her desperation to escape, she bolted down the path. But she couldn't outrun the paper unicorn. It lowered its head as it drew nearer to her, and in one swift movement, the horn pierced Tanya's back, impaling her straight through the chest. She screamed as she was hoisted off the ground, and the unicorn circled back to fix Sasha in a murderous glare. Tanya looked down at the massive spike sticking out of her eyes clearly wide with horror, and her body twitching its last spasms as the life quickly drained from her. The unicorn lowered its head to let her slide off of its horn, and she hit the ground in a bundle of limbs. Sasha and I stared in silent horror as the unicorn reared up on its hind legs and brought its hooves down upon Tanya's body. She didn't scream. She didn't fight. She simply lay there as she was trampled again and again. I can only hope she died quickly. Sasha dropped the unlit match and took a slow, terrified step back before toppling over. I stumbled back and looked down to see the portrait of me at her feet. But it had changed. That beautifully painted version of me was now leaning out of the canvas, invading the real world and clutching Sasha's leg tightly. Still with that look of contentment on her face, I watched as the painted me slowly slipped back into her panting, and she took Sasha's leg with her. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Sasha desperately swatted at the painted me, but she couldn't overpower it. She couldn't escape. Her nails tried to dig into the pavement as she was slowly dragged into the canvas. She looked at me in horror, silently begging for help, but all I could do was stare back at her in silence. Jane, help, please, please. The hands of the painted me reached up, seizing Sasha by the hair and forcing her down into the canvas. It was like watching something pull her underwater. One minute she was there, the next she was gone. I stood silent in the park, staring at the painting, then at the paper unicorn. The unicorn huffed before retreating off into the woods, and then I was alone. Slowly, I approached the painting and I looked down at it. It had changed, and now it depicted Sasha, her mouth open in a horrified final scream. After some hesitation, I picked up the painting. I could return it to Space Girl in the morning. They chalked Tanya's death up to an animal attack, and nobody ever found Sasha. I never asked Space Girl about what I saw. I don't think even she knew the answer, although she certainly knew much more than I did. High school was 10 years ago, though, and I've chosen not to remember as much as I can. I've got my own life to live now, and I try not to ask so many questions. Sometimes I see paintings move, but I don't bother with a second glance, and I never ask my wife about them. She doesn't like to talk about it, and I won't ever force her. The painting of Sasha hangs in her studio at home, right beside the painting of her father. Sometimes I look at it, and I wonder if maybe things could have been different, but I don't feel too guilty about it. I wouldn't feel too guilty if I heard another story about a suspicious trampling or animal attack either. But to my knowledge, there's been nothing of the sort. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I do my best to make sure nobody hurts my beautiful Space Girl. There's a gig app that pays disturbingly well. Stay away from it at all costs. You won't find the app in any of the app stores, and even a Google search doesn't turn up results. To download it, you need to scan the QR referral code of someone who's already using the app. That feature makes it feel like you're joining an exclusive club. If a friend offers to let you scan their code, under no circumstances should you take them up on it. That friend is as good as dead to you. Trust me when I say from experience, this isn't a club you want to be a member of. Whatever you do, do not download it. I was at the bar with my buddy Matt when he convinced me to download the app. We're both broke with a ton of student loans, so aside from the occasional $2 pint night at our local dive, drinking anything other than store-bought booze was a rarity for us. But Matt had said a celebration was in order and that he was paying, which was enough to get me off of my couch for happy hour. He milked the situation, refusing to tell me exactly what we were celebrating until we were a few beers in. Sick of waiting for an explanation, I guessed it was a new job, and Matt gave a mischievous grin. "It's way better than that," he said. "It's an app called Tisk Task." I rolled my eyes. We'd both tried every gig app out there. When I'd get sick of switching between Uber and Lyft and washing sorority girls' puke out of the back seat of my car, I'd drive for DoorDash for a few weeks until the smell of fast food started to make me nauseous. After that, I'd hustle for gigs on Fiverr or pick up odd jobs on TaskRabbit. Then the cycle would start over again. Most days, my circumstances felt inescapable. The last thing I needed was another app to slowly chip away at my sanity as I struggled to cobble together enough cash to cover rent and utilities. I told Matt as much. "Screw those other apps," Matt said. "This is the easiest money I've ever made." I have to admit I was intrigued. Matt never gets excited about anything, so part of me wanted to see what had turned him into a diehard so fast. The other part of me was gullible enough to believe there might actually be such a thing as easy money that didn't involve the lottery or an inheritance. It didn't take much badgering from Matt before I scanned his code and clicked the link. The link took me to a nondescript website with nothing but a download button. Seconds later, the app was on my phone. The app itself was bare bones, like Venmo, but with even fewer frills. Nothing but a few tabs. One for my own QR referral should I want to pass it along, one for linking my bank account, and one showing my current balance of $0. In the middle of the otherwise mostly blank screen were the words, "You have no new tasks." Before I could accuse Matt of tricking me into downloading malware, he cut me off. "I know what you're thinking, but just wait for a task," he said. I was sketched out too after Rachel referred me. The fact that Rachel was using it eased my concerns. Rachel's this girl Matt hooks up with on occasion. I'd only met her a few times at Matt's, but from what I could tell, she didn't seem like the type of person to get into anything that wasn't legit. Aside from the fact that she went to film school, so she has even more debt than we do with fewer employable skills to show for it, When you say the easiest money you've ever made, I asked, trailing off. I've already made $800 since downloading it yesterday, and that's not counting the referral fee you just got me. I hope they paid you well to rope me into your weird pyramid scheme, I joked. Yeah, they did. Matt held up his own app to show me $1,000 had just been deposited into his account. Jesus, is that for real? The money transfers, if that's what you're asking. If this ends up being a scam, at least I know how much our friendship is worth to you. Oh, they way overpaid then, he said. He laughed and flagged down the bartender for another round. We moved on to chatting about movie trailers and how there was barely anything coming out that we wanted to see. I'd almost forgotten about the app altogether when my phone buzzed 20 minutes later with my first task. I read it and reread it, mystified, and more than a little creeped out by the words on the screen. Piss on the bathroom floor. You have 5 minutes to complete the task. Dude, you made it seem like I'd be less sketched out when I got my first task, I said. Is this a joke? What kind of sick person created this? Matt read my task and snorted. Yeah, that's a weird one, but $100 is $100. I looked at my phone again. Sure enough, the app was offering me $100 for the task. Below that, a timer was counting down, already at 4:27. There's no way I'm doing that for $100. So wait for one that makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, Matt said. Or what? Piss on the floor that someone's going to have to clean? You know how many guys are going to end up doing that tonight anyway? At least you'd get paid for it. It's a dick move. People are dicks all the time. Have you gotten one like this? The first one I got was knocking over a display stand at Publix. And you did it? For $50? Hell yeah, I did. It was no big deal. I apologized and went on with my day. How are you not more creeped out by this whole thing? How does it even know where we are or that you've completed the task? The same way every app does, by spying on you, using location sharing to see who you're with. I mean, how does Instagram know to show me ads for tampons every time I hang out with you? You're an asshole, Matt shrugged. Who is even paying for this? Like it doesn't make sense. All the other gig apps are connecting workers with clients and taking a cut. There's no upside to this for anyone but the people who do the tasks. My money's on Zuck, or some other billionaire. Think about it. They're bored of all the luck stuff. They've got more money than anyone could spend in a lifetime. What else are they going to use it for but to laugh at all the dumb shit people will do if you pay them? Yeah, I'm not really interested in being part of someone's messed up social experiment. I checked my phone again. The timer was down to a little over 2 minutes. I scanned the app for a decline button but didn't see one. How do I decline the task? I asked. No clue, I haven't declined one. Since there wasn't an option to decline, I decided to test the app. If someone wanted to mess with me, I'd mess with them right back. I went to the bathroom but didn't do anything. Just waited a minute, washed my hands, and returned to the bar. I checked my phone just as the timer ran out. A frowny face appeared on screen. Then the app went black. Matt's phone buzzed a few seconds later. He checked it and laughed. What? Did you get a task? What is it? Matt smirked at me before holding out his phone for me to read. I barely had time to register the words, "slap your friend," before I felt Matt's hand connect with my face. The smack jolted me off balance, and I jumped up to keep from falling over. What the fuck? I could feel everyone staring at us. I couldn't tell if my cheek was burning from the slap or the embarrassment. Matt held up his hands in apology. I'm sorry, dude, but $200 was too good to pass up. Having seen the exchange, the bartender made his way over with an annoyed look. I think that's enough for you two, the bartender said. All good, Matt replied. We'll just close out. The bartender shook his head and went to the register to ring Matt up. Matt's phone buzzed again as the bartender returned with the check. Matt checked it and winced. Then he took a big swig of beer and spit it like a fountain all over the bartender. The bartender turned red as security stormed over and grabbed Matt by the back of his shirt, dragging him towards the door. Sorry, Matt said. It was just a joke. Hope it was funny because you're 86th. Sign the tab and tip him good, Matt called back to me as security shoved him outside. I picked up the pen to sign the tab when my phone buzzed on the bar top. I saw the alert from Tisk Task and told myself not to check it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I clicked it. The task read, "Do not leave a tip. Write FUCKYOU instead." Every alarm bell in my head was going off. This went well beyond location sharing and listening in on conversations. I looked around the bar, sure I'd find someone in here watching us, pulling the strings to see how far we could be pushed. But I didn't see anyone who didn't seem to be here for a normal bar outing. And the way everyone was side-eyeing me like I was an exhibit in a freak show suggested they were not in on whatever was happening. I looked back at my phone. $250 to write "fuck you" instead of leaving a tip. I felt my face flush with shame as I wrote the words, but I had to know if this was for real or not. I was positive I'd walk outside to find Matt had been screwing with me, somehow faking the alerts. I turned the receipt face down and scurried out before anyone could read what I'd written. By the time I stepped outside, the app was alerting me that I was now $250 richer. In the midst of so many emotions and my desire to get away, at the time it didn't cross my mind that out of all the sketchy aspects of the app, I just encountered the biggest red flag of all. That slap from Matt wasn't a random task, it was a warning. Not following orders had consequences. Matt wanted to go somewhere else and keep celebrating our good luck, as he called it. But once the adrenaline faded, I felt hungover and on edge, so I went home. The whole thing felt wrong on multiple levels, so I decided not to go on the app for a while. Still, I needed some proof that the whole thing wasn't a hoax, so I transferred the money to my bank, and sure enough, it showed up. As easy as the money had been, I had a knot in my stomach about it, though I struggled to articulate why. Part of it was being watched, all the unanswered questions about who was behind the app and why anyone would create it. But I think something about it also felt manipulative, like I was just a puppet in some messed up game I didn't understand. But I can't deny I had felt an immediate rush, along with whatever pang of guilt came from stiffing the bartender. Like the app had tapped into some impulse I hadn't even known was there. Did I want to do that? Had the app made me take the smallest step towards some darkness lurking inside of me? I accepted some rideshare requests, hoping to distract myself. But even those reminded me how I was trapped driving, having leased a car to be able to drive for the apps, and now needing to accept a certain number of rides to make my payments each month. It wasn't even midnight before I found myself shampooing the floor mats in the back seat after some drunk kid puked on the ride home from a bar. Screw this, I thought. I opened Tisk Task and waited. No tasks showed up. I refreshed the app, but still nothing. I figured they just didn't have the bandwidth to monitor the app 24/7, but looking back again, I think it was conditioning me to want more tasks. Like the app was negging me, making me feel unworthy so I'd be grateful when it paid attention to me again. It wasn't until the next day that a new task showed up. I won't bore you with all the details of the tasks I accepted over the next few days to chip away at my debt, except to say that they seemed mostly mundane, if pretty dickish. At first they were basic, things like spitting gum where someone's guaranteed to step in it, bumping into a kid with ice cream so they drop it, ringing someone's doorbell in the middle of the night and ditching. I realize now that they were escalating, though I barely noticed at the time. 72 hours after refusing to piss on a bathroom floor, I was doing things like taking a package off a neighbor's porch and tossing it in the dumpster, and calling a random number to leave a message telling someone their sister had died. Robert Cialdini wrote this book, Influence, that I read a while back. In it, he talks about the psychological tactic enemy soldiers use to turn patriotic American POWs against their own country. See, no true patriot will immediately talk crap about their homeland, but if you can get them to admit that the U.S. isn't perfect, it's a slippery slope. Something in the mind makes you double down on things you said in the past. So once they'd admitted the U.S. wasn't perfect, they were willing to talk about the flaws in more detail. With a bit of patience, the enemy soldiers would have American POWs publicly denouncing American values altogether. They never even noticed the concessions they were making until it was too late to turn back. Like those soldiers, I didn't fully recognize that I was leaping across lines I never would have crossed before Matt introduced me to the app. The first time I truly had a chance to recognize how far I'd strayed arrived about a week after I accepted the first task. I hadn't gone back to my other gig apps since the vomit incident, I made way too much accepting tasks for what felt like far less effort. But for whatever reason, I still don't like to think of myself as a gig worker. Yes, I take gigs, but knowing I might need something on my resume, I occasionally work part-time for a company doing data entry. It's already mind-numbing work for a little above minimum wage, but returning to it this time was downright painful. Up to this point, I had had to leave the app open in the background for it to assign me tasks, but halfway through the morning my phone lit up with a notification even though I was pretty sure I had closed the app and my phone was on focus mode. The funny thing is, I had been wishing for something to break the monotony of the work, and here it was, my desire fulfilled. Email, redacted folder name, to redacted email address. You have 90 seconds to complete the task. My pulse quickened as I read the notification. On the one hand, I knew it was wrong and probably illegal. On the other hand, as far as I had been told, the company did not deal in sensitive information that would interest the public. The bulk of the data I even had access to was mundane user analytics the company sold to advertisers. I quickly rationalized the task, though I suspected it would likely be the end of my working there. I'd already decided to do it before I even registered that it paid a whopping $2,000, by far the most I'd been offered for any task up to that point. It took all of 30 seconds before the money was on its way to my bank account. I got a huge hit of adrenaline, something I'd started to crave lately. My head buzzing, I focused as much as I could until lunch. Upon my return, I wasn't remotely fazed to learn my supervisor wanted to see me in her office. She was shockingly nice about the entire thing. She did not immediately fire me, though she was well within her right to. Instead, she gave me a chance to explain myself. A look of confusion came over her when I declined, and she politely let me go. Like I said, I had been told, by her specifically, that we did not deal in particularly sensitive information, so the way she handled the whole thing tracked. But when I looked back one final time, I saw something on her face that made me think otherwise. Dread. She looked terrified. The next day I understood why when I saw on the news that the company was shuttering its doors after a data breach. The pang of guilt I felt over potentially costing a lot of people their jobs was quickly replaced by a fear of the possible repercussions. I wondered if I would be thrown under the bus in the company's attempts to cover their tail. As if it could read my mind, my phone lit up with a notification informing me I'd received a $5,000 employee loyalty bonus. The familiar mix of elation at the huge payday and not-inducing chills from being involved in something so strange crept in, and I managed to shake off any remorse I felt. I fell into the now routine act of rationalizing away what I had done. Whereas before I'd told myself no one was really getting hurt by my actions, this time I focused on the fact that clearly the company had been doing something shady, or else a seemingly innocuous folder wouldn't have been enough to bring them down. Fuck them for doing something that put me in this position in the first place, I thought. It wasn't the first time I had gotten angry that week. Getting angry anytime guilt or shame started to creep in over a task had become a pattern for me. Like a lot of you reading this, I did what I was supposed to do. I went to college. I studied something useful. But the jobs in what I studied were mostly in bigger cities, far away from family circumstances that required me to be close to home. And even if I could have moved, the entry-level pay wouldn't have covered the cost of living before I took my loans into account. It didn't matter what I did or where I went. Life was shaping up to be one big hamster wheel. Everywhere around me, I heard folks complaining about how hard it was to find good workers who care about the job, who are loyal. Well, what did they think was going to happen when they filled our heads with dreams of cushy office jobs and home ownership, loaded us up on debt, and then offered us one fucking way to pay it off? By staring at a register or a screen doing absolute bullshit for $15 an hour, if we're lucky, for 10 to 12 hours a day. We were sold a bill of goods. The American dream is dead and gone, but the older generations are still doling out advice based on their experience of a steady paycheck and a reasonable mortgage. And on the flip side, every time we open a fucking app, some rich influencer is saying that if we follow our passion, we'll find more freedom and success than we ever thought possible. But both sides are speaking from a place of having already found success. And every single one of them is positive the only thing that factors into that success is good old hard work. So of course most of us end up juggling multiple gigs, trapped in the hustle economy. At least that way we have some semblance of control over our lives. Sure, we have crippling student loans that our best hope of paying off is the government stepping in to forgive. And yeah, buying even an outhouse is a pipe dream. But at least we get to clock in and clock out as we want, quit when we get bored, give rides or deliver food, YOLO what little we have into crypto, or curate our own social feeds on the off chance fortune might rain down on us and lift us out of the endless grind. I'm not proud of how little I hesitated accepting these tasks. It legitimately felt like, for the first time, I had a way out of the rat race, so what if I had to be a dick to do it? Jeff Bezos wouldn't even let his employees take a proper bathroom break, and look where he ended up. Not long after I thought I had perfected the art of justifying my actions, I got the task that finally changed my mind. The day before I downloaded the app, I had made plans for the following weekend with a woman I'd matched with on Hinge. I'd been anxious about the date when I committed to it, worried we'd be limited to the cheapest margaritas I could afford along with complimentary chips and salsa. Telling my dates I'd had a late lunch and wasn't hungry enough for dinner had become my go-to move on the dating scene. But that night was different, because I could finally afford to go somewhere nice. I texted her back to let her know we were still on and told her where to meet me. We met up at a spot local foodies love and hit it off immediately. When I say it was the best date I've ever been on, I'm not exaggerating. We bonded over the things we had in common, laughed our asses off ribbing each other about the things we disagreed on, and kept the tapas and fancy cocktails flowing for 2 hours before things went south. When my date announced she needed to use the restroom, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. As she was walking away, I checked the task I'd just been assigned. Tell the woman in red to hurry up and get it over with. I looked around the restaurant and saw a woman in a red coat sitting alone a few tables over. She was lost in thought, running a finger around the rim of her martini glass. I checked my phone again and frowned in confusion. Get what over with? I didn't consider the question for long enough. I had gotten greedy. I happily ignored all the details about the woman that might have stopped me from going over there. It didn't seem like it could possibly be that big a deal, but the payout alone should have been enough of a red flag. If I'd received $7,000 in total to destroy a company, how innocent could a task worth $10,000 have been? I got up and walked over. I was already speaking before the woman even realized I was there. Hurry up and get it over with, I said. I registered shock on her face as my words sunk in, but she didn't say a word. I didn't say anything else, just returned to my seat. What was that about? My date asked, having seen the exchange as she came back from the bathroom. Oh, nothing, I said, staring at my phone expectantly. Don't worry about it. I grinned as my phone alerted me that I was $10,000 richer. What should we order next? But my date wasn't looking at me. She was staring in horror as the woman in red left the restaurant in tears. We didn't have a view of the street outside, but we could clearly hear the screech of tires and the screams of patrons close enough to the window to see the woman in red walk into oncoming traffic. My date didn't look at me again until she was giving the police her statement. By the time the cops had quit asking me questions about what I said to the woman in red and decided I wasn't involved in her death, my date was long gone. That was the last straw. This time I couldn't rationalize away the guilt and shame. This app was evil. There was no more pretending that wasn't the case. Whether there were flesh and blood employees behind it or some sinister presence, I didn't know. But the evil nature of it was undeniable. I went home and deleted the app. I sent Matt a string of texts asking him what he'd gotten me into. I called him several times, but each time it went straight to voicemail. I wished my roommates weren't out of town, as I was desperate to talk to someone, anyone, about what had happened. Instead, I could only smoke and drink myself into an oblivion as I waited for a reply from Matt, finally falling asleep around 4 a.m. I woke at 9 a.m. to frantic banging on the door. It was Matt, eyes bloodshot with dark crescent moons carved into his lower lids. Before I could lay into him, he had pushed his way inside and started closing the blinds. I fucked up, man, he said. I fucking fucked up. I shouldn't have gotten you involved. No shit, dude. I had to delete the app. You can't delete it. What? It keeps coming back. You have to get rid of your phone. And even then, I'm not sure. I checked my phone and sure enough, it was front and center. I deleted it again and watched it disappear. But when I scrolled to my next screen, it had already reappeared. What the fuck is this thing, Matt? He didn't answer, his face catatonic now. That's when I finally noticed he had blood on his shirt. What happened? Where's that blood from? He sat on the floor and hugged his knees as he started rocking in place. I fucked up. I fucking fucked up. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead. He just kept repeating the words over and over like a broken record, making my skin crawl. Who's dead? All of them. Because I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do what? I couldn't do it. I tried, but I couldn't. Whatever it is, we'll go to the police and get it straightened out. We'll tell them about the app, I said. We can't go to them. They'll blame me. For what? Just tell me what happened. You don't get it, he snapped. We can't. They're listening. They know what we're doing. Okay, I said, trying to calm him down. All right, why don't you take a shower and get cleaned up? Then you can tell me what happened and we'll figure out what to do. Shortly after I got him in the shower, someone knocked on the door. By the time I looked out the window, a delivery truck was driving away. I cracked the door and saw a small box on the front step. I picked it up and shook it. Whatever was inside thudded around. I locked the door behind me and carried the box to the kitchen. Is someone here? Matt called from the shower. Just Amazon, all good. I cut open the box and stared in confusion. Inside was a revolver. My phone buzzed. An alert from TiskTask. My hand shook as I checked it. Matt's services are no longer needed. Terminate his employment. You have 5 minutes to complete the task. A wave of nausea hit me. I thought about calling 911, but I realized Matt might be right. I had no idea what to tell them. There's an evil app that wants me to murder my friend? Good luck with that. I decided to call Rachel. She was the only other person I knew of who was involved with this thing. Maybe she'd have some information or know what to do. I started to ask Matt if he could recall her number when I remembered he'd texted us both when we all went to a party together a few months back. I searched through my texts and found the chat. Rachel picked up almost immediately. Hello? Rachel? It's Matt's friend, Spencer. I kept my voice down and went to my room. Something happened. I don't even know where to start. Where's Matt? He's here, in the shower. I think they want me to... Not over the phone. I'm close by. I'll be right over. I hung up and noticed the shower had stopped. I walked back out to the living room to find Matt, still wet but now dressed in the clothes I'd left for him. His back was turned, but I could see the empty box next to him on the floor. What's the task? He asked. Matt, I wasn't going to... He turned and aimed the gun at me. I'm serious. I wasn't. I would never... Just put down the gun and let's talk. Shut the fuck up and let me think. With his free hand, he clutched his head, his face scrunching up as he held back a sob. He took a deep breath and let it out. I'm sorry, man. He gripped the gun tighter. His finger moved to the trigger. A car door slammed outside and got his attention. He hesitated as he turned to look. I jumped in his direction and tackled him. The gun skidded across the floor. He thrashed at me as I held him down. Stop, I said. I'm not trying to hurt you. The fight went out of him and he quit struggling. I'm going to stand up now, I told him. Are you going to be calm? He nodded. I stood and moved to the window, peering through the blinds to see Rachel walking up the front steps. It's just Rachel, I told him. The three of us are going to figure this out together, okay? Matt didn't say anything, but he sat up. I unlocked the door and had it halfway open when a sickening realization hit me. Rachel had never been to my place before, and I didn't give her my address. I was already slamming the door when she raised her own gun and fired. Relief washed over me as I realized she'd missed. I dropped to the floor, reached up and deadbolted the door. I turned around and pressed my back against the wall, but from this angle I could see that she hadn't missed after all. Matt's lifeless eyes stared at me from the carpet, blood pooling around the hole in his head. Steady, methodical thumping came from the door, the sound of Rachel kicking at it. I scrambled to grab the revolver from where it had skidded across the floor when I tackled Matt. I aimed it at the door and yelled out, "Please don't make me shoot you, Rachel. Just leave." "I can't," she called back, her voice cracking. "They have my sister. I gave them. I told her." She couldn't finish the sentence. Bullets peppered the door around the lock. She kicked it again, the frame splintering. I pulled the trigger, hoping a warning shot would scare her off. Click. Nothing. I pulled the trigger again. Click. Nothing. They'd sent me an unloaded gun. A twisted test that I'd apparently failed. I ran to the garage and climbed in my car. I had no idea where Rachel was, but I wasn't waiting around to find out. I pushed the garage door button. The door hummed as it rose slowly. Rachel's boots appeared just outside. I didn't hesitate. I turned the ignition and shifted into drive. I slammed on the gas, bursting through the door and catching Rachel off guard. Her upper body slammed into the hood of the car even as she fired the gun at me through the windshield. Unable to see with bits of garage door blocking my view, I swerved across the lawn and plowed into the mailbox, sandwiching Rachel's body against it. Tears burned my eyes as I climbed out of the car and crawled towards Rachel's body. Neighbors had emerged from their homes. If they'd been disturbed by the gunshots, they'd hidden behind closed doors. Now that the threat seemed neutralized, they exited to witness the gruesome aftermath. I leaned over Rachel's dying body. "I'm sorry," I cried. "I didn't want to." Her mouth flapped uselessly as she tried to speak. I moved closer to hear what she was saying. "My sister. They said they'd let her quit if I... Please help her." "Who are they?" I asked. But Rachel was gone. I noticed blood dripping onto the lawn near Rachel's arm. I looked down to see I'd caught a bullet in the shoulder. I heard sirens as I passed out next to her body. I awoke in the hospital to find an officer sitting with me. I tried to sit up. "Stay down," she said. "You were hurt pretty bad, but you're going to be okay. Your parents have been notified and they're on the way." It wasn't... I had no idea where to begin. "You don't have to say anything. You're not in any trouble. The neighbors' reports made it pretty clear it was self-defense. The two deceased turned out to be some pretty big drug dealers and you got caught in the crossfire. But you're lucky. Things could have been a lot worse for you." "That's not what happened," I said. She looked at me for a while, taking me in. Then she said, "You're not thinking straight. Get some rest and we can chat later if you still want to." The cop stood up and walked out of the room. I noticed a phone on the table between my bed and the chair she'd been sitting in. "Hey, you left your phone," I called out. She turned back and shook her head as she held up a cell. "Mine's right here. I'm pretty sure that's yours." The phone buzzed on the table, giving me instant chills. A single notification lit up the screen. "You have a new task."
Recently, I met a medium who promised me proof. Read this to the end, and you will believe too. I'm sitting on a sofa in a cramped, messy room. The carpet is faded and stained, the wallpaper peeling, and spots of mold speckle the ceiling. Everything about this old house screams disrepair. Next to me on the sofa, an old man with sagging, papery skin sits staring at an empty chair in the corner. A younger man, somewhere in his 30s, in a suit with a slick haircut and white smile of a dentist, or maybe a realtor, flashes his pearly whites at the old man and says, "Hello, sir. My name is Nathan. I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing?" "She's there," growls the old man, still staring at the empty chair in the corner. "Who's there?" Nathan, the medium, glances at the chair. Back to the old man. "Who is it you see sitting in that chair?" He sniffs, wrinkles up his mouth in a frown. "Dunno her name. For the record, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I am here because I don't believe. I'm also recording this entire interaction. The old man, the medium, the invisible woman in the chair in the corner. I make sure to get the chair. lots of footage of it. I am tempted to get up and go sit in it, but that would ruin this whole charade, wouldn't it? Anyway, I just keep filming. Nathan, the smarmy medium who should be a realtor, looked confused when he first looked at the empty chair, but is now playing along, full woo-woo psychic mode, saying stuff like, to the woman in the chair, "Can I ask what you are doing here? What is it you would like to communicate?" Silence, and Nathan asks the old man, "Do you see any change in her?" The old man shakes his head. She's just sitting there. A few minutes more of a lot of nothing. The medium decides to cast a blessing on the room to help put her spirit to rest. And then the old man sits up straight. His eyes go big. He says, "She's getting up." Then she's laughing. She's cursing at us. Then he starts whimpering. "She's coming closer. She's coming. She's coming. Stop her." He starts screaming, and the medium leaps up, chanting words of a prayer in what is probably Google translated Latin. He waves a hunk of burning sage and sprinkles salt while the old man screams. I get the whole thing on my phone. The screaming, the sage, the sweat on Nathan the medium's brow as he shouts with increasing ferocity over the old man's howls, snarling at the empty chair. And when the moment is right, I yell, "Cut!" The old man stops screaming. His face breaks into a grin as he turns to me. "How was that, Max?" "Brilliant, Pete. You were brilliant," I say, angling my phone toward myself and also speaking to the cameras we have set up to catch the psychic at work. I speak to my future audience, you all, who should subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. This is Pete, an actor. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast. Now, we just debunk stuff and get drunk later while laughing about it. The only person who is not an actor here is Nathan the medium, who, as you can see, quickly began speaking to an empty chair. Nathan, you stated several times that you could sense the presence in the chair. What do you have to say now that you know Pete here is an actor? Nathan has lost his charm. He stammers, red-faced, furious at having been set up, looking between me and Pete and the chair, as if unsure which of us is the most to blame for his predicament. He insists his powers are genuine and babbles that there is a spiritual energy in the chair, while I go on to remark about how the chair itself is from Target. We bought it this morning. So was there spiritual energy at the department store before we brought it in? He says it must be with the house then. I tell him how the house itself is a set. It's actually my house, and I live here. And this entry room doesn't usually look like this. We made it grubbier for effect. Though, I add, I guess you're right. There's not the greatest vibes. Feng Shui has always been a little off in here. And I do need to replace the carpet. The stains are real. The mold spots on the ceiling are fake. You get the idea. Call me Max, short for Maxine, or Maximilian, depending on my mood. I'm currently Nathan the medium's worst nightmare. What you are doing is entrapment, he snarls, his ruddy red face on the verge of tears. Oh, his business is gonna take a hit, all right. He keeps barking at me. You act so sanctimonious, but this bullshit is hurting people. You're hurting people by dismissing their beliefs, disrespecting the spiritual. I laugh at him. I'd say that's exactly what you're doing by taking advantage of people, just like you tried with Pete here. I bet you go into schools and debunk Santa Claus to the little kids. How telling that you compare what you do to lying to children. So you know you're lying. You just think it's okay because they're feel-good lies. You know what? Make fun all you want, But this stuff is real. You're a fool to mess with it. He turns and storms out. My last shot of him is both middle fingers held up. His dramatic exit is marred almost immediately by his return moments later, his face now blank as thrusts a business card into my hand. For skeptics, he says, call her, and she'll make you believe. Thanks for the tip, Nathan. Probably won't, though. It usually doesn't work when people know ahead of time. Call her. She will make you believe, he repeats again before turning on his heel and striding out. I look at the card. It just says, make believe on one side, and on the other is an eye and a number. The eye has a nifty effect where it appears to always be looking at you. The card is matte black with simple lettering. I tuck it in my pocket. A few days later, Nathan the medium contacts me via text. The episode has already aired. I'm sure Nathan is pissed about it. No doubt, he's getting a lot of emails and calls. He's getting roasted in the comments. So is messaging me. It's not surprising. Probably to beg me to remove it, offer to bribe me. I've had all kinds of things. His message, when I open it, surprises me. Forget what I said about the card. Just throw it away, please. Now, I've always been a contrarian. Had forgotten about the card until that moment. But of course, after his request, I go digging it up. The matte black, the eye, the words, make believe, and the number to call. I call it out of curiosity, making sure to record the call. So I'll have material later for an episode. If this turns into anything, there's no ringing, just a voice, connecting almost immediately. The address is redacted. Come if you want to believe. Corny, probably not worth the effort of a debunk, but the address isn't too far from my sister's house, and I have to visit her anyway to help her with a few things and talk about my brother-in-law. He's battling cancer. I make a note about it, and the next day, before I head over to see my sister, I swing by the address. It takes a while to find. A small psychic reading shop. More of a nook, really, tucked between a bakery and a bookstore. You have to go down a set of stairs to even find the door, and the room is so small, it feels like stepping into a janitor's closet. The woman inside is neither old nor young. She's somewhere between 30 and 50. An unremarkable bird of a woman with beady dark eyes and hair like a crow's wings. Glossy black with a bluish sheen. Must be dyed. She's sitting in a chair in the corner in a long black gown, stiff as a doll that's been posed. She has only one eye, which follows me as I step in and sit down in the chair opposite her. The other eye is shrouded in shadow. Also, the lights in here are very low. It's a nice effect, hokey, but visually arresting. Props to her for atmosphere. Minus a few points for being so cliche. Hello, Max, says the woman. So Nathan obviously did give her the heads up. So much for debunking. Even so, I ask her if I can record. She cackles a little and motions for me to go ahead. So I take out my phone and start recording us both. Though I don't have much hope for anything from this given. She's already been prepped for me by Nathan. Still, why not? I clear my throat and say, I'm told you can make anyone believe. Sure, she agrees. Okay, make me believe. Her head cocks, raven-like, and she examines me. Her eye drifts to the camera. Is this really what you want, Max? To be made to believe? Me and my viewers, and your viewers. Again, that throaty chuckle. How nice. All right then, Max, the debunker. I'll make a bargain with you. In 5 days, if I've made you believe, you publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel. If you still don't believe in 5 days, nothing happens to you. The sheer gall of this lunatic. I can't help smiling. And myself, in my channel, I echo. That's the worst bargain I've ever heard. Why would I agree to that? Because you don't believe. You believe. You won't believe. And you're an arrogant shit who wants clicks. And making this bargain will give them to you. She makes actually a very good point. Also, she's right. I absolutely do not believe. I say as much to my camera, and then say, okay, crazy lady, fine, I accept your bargain, but just recording this to note that I have no plans to commit suicide, and if I appear to do so, and this lady has murdered me, I expect her to be arrested. She just looks at me with a flat, black eye. So how are you going to make me believe? I ask. Tell me the names of 3 people. She grunts. Kenji, I say. My brother-in-law. He dies on Friday. She says. Loses his battle with cancer. My condolences. Wow. Okay. Obviously, you did your research. It's called a hot reading, when a purported psychic will look up information about a subject before the reading and then recite facts about them that seem astonishing to the audience. Nathan told her I was coming, so she obviously looked up my brother-in-law and his condition. My brother-in-law could pass at any time. Friday is very specific, but it's not a bad gamble. I find it in poor taste. She throws out his death so casually, though, wagering her whole charade on his ill health. That one's too easy, she says, as if agreeing with my thoughts. Who else? Sarah, my sister, who is going through it right now with Kenji's illness. She shakes her head. Nothing much happens to her in the next 5 days, except for grieving her husband. Name someone else. What? Number? You said I can name anybody. I named Sarah. You can't make a prediction for her. She sighs and rolls her eyes. It's your episode, Max. There are plenty of more interesting options, but fine. Your sister Sarah forgets a bag of groceries and has to go back for it. Inside are 2 apples, some herbal medicine your brother-in-law requested that she'll never get a chance to deliver to him, and chocolates for you. This is all so specific. Already, I'm thinking of how it could be staged. Could this woman bribe one of the store workers at the co-op my sister shops at? Or maybe this make-believe woman has got a bug in her ear now. Someone is whispering stuff to her, and they've been watching Sarah, and the shopping has already happened. I'm still considering how elaborate this might be, or if she's just doing what most of these scammers do. Lie. The woman says, I'll pick the 3rd person because you're about to say Mateo. And yes, his wife is cheating on him. You'll say it's too easy for me to have guessed. You think I have an accomplice listening and feeding me clues. So instead, let's pick Pete. In 3 days, he has a heart attack from seeing her. Seeing who? The woman in the chair. Her lips curve in a ghastly smile. Pete the actor. There's no woman in any chair. I paid him to make her up. He'll call you in 3 days, and he'll tell you he's been seeing her. He'll beg you to make her go away. He'll warn you. He'll plead. He's an actor, I snap. Did you hire him? He'll say that he knew you'd say that. He'll beg you to believe him, but you won't. Well, this last one sounds easy enough to stage. Anyway, though if they can make the stuff happen with my sister, I'll be both really impressed and probably filing a lawsuit for stalking. As for my brother-in-law, it's disgusting they'd even talk about him that way. Oh, Max, she says, as I am leaving, take my card. I love referrals. Refer me to someone else, and maybe I'll make them believe in your place. Whatever, I growl and step out of the place, ascending the stairs into the bright sun. She makes my skin crawl. Not because she's connected to the occult, but because she's a charlatan who lies without any sense of moral compunction. A parasite feeding on people's superstitions. I've made it my career to expose people like her. These kinds of scammers are the reason my father ended up losing so much money, destitute, and desperately believing that the woman, if she even was a woman, catfishing him, was in love with him. He believed she was planning to elope with him until he succumbed to COVID during the pandemic. Exposing the lies can't bring him back or undo the harm that was caused to our family, but it might prevent someone else from falling for a similar scheme. When I get home, I review the footage of my encounter with the make-believe woman and decide that next week I'll splice it with some footage of all her predictions not coming true. It'll make a decent short reel, I guess, though not dissimilar from other reels where I've exposed frauds. I save the footage and forget about it. 2 days later, on Friday, my brother-in-law's passing coincides with the first prediction, but his death was already foretold by the doctors, and I dismiss the coincidence. For the rest of the day, I am talking to family. I console my sister, Sarah. I spend the night and check in on her every few hours. She has barely stopped crying and hasn't eaten anything. The next day, I'm still trying to console her when my phone rings. It's from an unsaved number. I don't pick up, but it rings, and she tells me through tears it's fine to please go and answer it. So I do. It is Pete, the actor. Max, rasped Pete. Max, thank God. She said she'll count you as a referral. You have to make her go away. Who? I ask. Annoyance, like an ice pick in my brain, because I already know who. Already suspect. The woman, he bursts, all but sobbing. The one in the chair. I can't believe it. This make-believe lady actually did it. She actually reached out to Pete. Paid him whatever she paid him. Not much, probably. He's an amateur actor we found on Instagram. Honestly, one of the reasons we hired him is because he came cheap. And now he's turned his shtick on me. I sigh. Yeah, very funny. Listen, I know who hired you. She said you'd say that. He bursts. She said you wouldn't believe me, but you have to. Max, you have to. Okay, look, this is inappropriate. My brother-in-law just died. I need to take care of family matters. You have to believe. Max, you're the only one who can save me. You have to believe before tonight. Call her and tell her you believe, or I hang up the phone, frustrated, and then I silence it as it immediately rings again. My sister looks up from her chair, eyes red, perplexed. Max, she asks. Who was? Nobody. Just an actor I worked with on a gig. Nothing to worry about. I sigh, looking at my silenced phone. It's still ringing. There are also pictures coming through via text and messages. Pictures from the photo shoot. All of the empty chair. Can't you see her? He keeps texting. More empty chair pictures. The man is dedicated. I'll give him that. He's a much better actor than I initially gave him credit. Probably should have paid him more. I block his number and forget about him. Forget about him, that is, until the next day. I'm helping my sister to put things away around the house. The place is a mess, and everything reminds her of Kenji. As I unpack a tote bag on the counter, I pull out a couple of chocolate bars. I ask if I can have one, and she calls from her place, listless on the couch. Yeah, I got those for you. Oh, really? Thank you. Sure. I pull a box of an herbal supplement out. My heart thumps in my chest. This is only a coincidence, I think. I clear my throat and call. What do you want me to do with this herbal concoction? Huh? Supplements for. Looks like it helps with digestion and gut health. Oh, She goes very quiet and then says, I got that for Kenji. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to ask. I don't want to. And I loathe the butterflies in my stomach, the way my throat is dry and constricted as I ask her, did you forget the bag? Huh? The herbal medicine. When you were out shopping for him, did you leave the bag? Yeah, actually. She wipes tears from her eyes. I've just been so out of it. How did you know I left it? I don't answer. My heart is hammering now as I go to my phone, search for Pete's number, try to call, but there is no answer. I turn to my sister. Maybe the cashier kept the bag by accident, I say. Maybe they set it behind the counter, so you didn't notice when you walked away. She's too distraught over Kenji to engage with me. Doesn't understand why I care about the bag. Could have been tucked behind the counter, she echoes. I cling to that thought. The make-believe woman bribed the cashier to hide the bag, and then to put items in it that my sister would normally buy. How else would the make-believe woman have known exactly what items would be in there? These scammers, I tell you, blood-sucking. It's insane the lengths they go to, but just in case, I retreat to the spare room, open my laptop, and check the footage of my recording with the make-believe woman. Check the date. She told me I had 5 days. Tomorrow will be 5. I have time. I repeat to myself, wondering why I'm being so uncharacteristically irrational when none of this is real. I paid Pete. I know he's acting. Why the fuck hasn't he called back? I call again. No answer. I go to YouTube and pull up the debauchery and debunkery video I released about Nathan, the phony medium. My heart settles as I watch it. The medium talking about his craft. This fucking fraudster. He goes on about establishing a psychic connection and how time is all wibbly-wobbly. Pretty sure he cribbed that from some sci-fi show. And as a consequence, he can see snippets from the future. It's all nonsense. I feel the comfort of the familiar, my skepticism sliding back into place. The camera shots of my house, the stage front room, the peeling wallpaper, and everything. And there's Pete, sitting on the sofa, pretending. I can't wait for him to get to the part where I call cut. And he reveals he's acting the whole time. That's what I need to see to feel better. Hello, sir. My name is Nathan, says Nathan on screen, introducing himself to Pete. I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing? She's there, says Pete. Who's there? Asks Nathan the medium, while Pete the actor keeps staring and says he doesn't know her name. And then my camera, zooming in on the chair. Number. Fuck me. No. I freeze the frame. Number. What the fuck? Number. She's there, staring out at me from the screen, staring through the screen, right at the camera. The woman from the psychic reading shop. The video proceeds as normal, the same as before, exactly as we recorded. My blood is pumping so loud, I can barely hear myself think. My pulse raging, drowning out the dialogue in the video as the medium leans forward and asks what the woman is doing now. Pete says she's just sitting there. The camera pans back to the empty chair, but it's not empty. The woman is sitting in it. The camera returns to Nathan the medium as he gets up and begins performing a blessing on the room until suddenly Pete sits up straight on the sofa and announces, she's getting up. She's laughing. My throat constricts. My heart sledgehammers my ribs so hard I think I might go into cardiac arrest. The phone camera remains trained on Pete, on his hammy acting. Only now, instead of looking hammy, he looks genuinely terrified. He really is a better actor than I gave him credit. I hear my own voice, chuckling under my breath on the recording, trying not to giggle at what I evidently thought was a great performance by our actor. And then finally, my phone pans back to the chair. I scream aloud, in my room by myself, and jerk back from my laptop. The woman is standing, lurching toward the camera, toward me. She's coming closer. Pete's voice screams on the recording. I'm cowering on the floor, gasping as the woman steps nearer, nearer to the camera, her face swallowing the screen. "Cut!" shouts my voice. Then everything is back to normal. The woman on the video is gone. There's only Nathan, red-faced and ashamed, as Pete and I tease him. I hear my own arrogant voice. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast. I slam my hand on the laptop to shut it, but then something occurs to me. If the woman was really there, if I wasn't seeing things, others must have noticed her too. I pull open the laptop again and skim the YouTube comments, all ordinary, and my heartbeat settles until I scroll to the most recent comments. Specifically, there's a bunch left by the user, Pete Hamsitup. It's the handle for our actor, and he has commented over and over, "Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup, I believe." I check Pete's Instagram account, the one we hired him from. His account is gone, deleted. I call Pete, and while the phone rings, "Max." The door bursts open, and my sister says, "Max, everything okay?" She's come because she heard me screaming over the video. "Can you see her?" I ask, trying not to hyperventilate, as I turn my laptop toward her, rewinding the video to just before the cut. "Can you see anyone in the chair?" "What? No, it's just an empty chair. Max, what's going on?" But I push past her without answering. I need to get home, need to get to that stage front room. "Max," my sister shouts, as I slam the door behind me. I try calling Pete again, as I pull out of the driveway. His phone just keeps ringing. I call and call, then drop the phone, swearing as I nearly pancake a pedestrian. I'm so distraught. The pedestrian screams obscenities as I screech by. My phone rings again, and I pick it up wildly, wondering if it's Pete. But it's my sister, worried about me. I lie that I'm fine, running a red light and careening along residential streets, and finally screeching into my driveway. And I leap out, rushing up the front steps, through the porch, and into the stage living room area. See the chair, still empty. Thank God, everything still the same as on the day of Nathan the medium's visit. "Nathan, I need to call Nathan. Nathan," I burst as the call connects. "It's Max from Debauchery and Debunkery. I need you to make her stop. I pause, stammering over my next words, and grit my teeth and make myself say, "I'll take down the debunk video. I'll say you were right. Just make her stop." "Do you believe?" comes the tinny voice on the phone. "Sure, fine. Just make her stop." "If you believe," says the voice, "you must publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel." What? The blood in my veins turns to ice as I remember the deal, that absurd deal. If I believe, I end my channel and myself. If I don't believe, nothing happens. "So Max, you'll be fine if you don't believe," says the small, rational voice in my head. "If I don't believe, as long as I'm still a skeptic. But tears start into my eyes, the phone shaking in my fingers, because I'm looking at my texts and there's a new one from Pete. Hello, this is Jay on my grandfather's phone. He had a heart attack yesterday and passed away. Scrolling up to the previous text, it's just the picture he sent, over and over again, of the chair. But now, I see her. I fucking see her. And now I can't make myself unsee her. I can't. And I'm certain that when finally I see her in the flesh again and my 5 days are over, I'll end my account and myself. And oh, fuck me. How do I stop it? Please help me. I whimper into the phone. Nathan's voice cackles, only it doesn't sound like Nathan. I sink down to the floor in despair, and that's when I find it on the carpet. That matte black card of hers, black like the blackest void in the universe. Except those words, make believe, and in the picture of the eye, looking at me and the number. And I remember, she likes referrals. I still have a few hours left to find someone else, so I'm making this final post. Please, are you a skeptic? You think I'm making this all up? That it's just nonsense? That I'm I'm an actor? Perfect. Okay, please, listen, I believe, and I need you to look her up. I need you to call her. Call this number, redacted. Call her. And no matter how skeptical you are, she'll make you believe. But I beg you to do it soon. Now. Call her now. Now. I promise she'll make you believe.
The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Today I finally met her. I didn't get much sleep last night either. The lack of sleep is making me wonder whether all these things happening are in my mind or not. But I'm reminded every time I see that damn note that it's all real. I spent hours last night searching for anything I could about Prudence Hemmings. If she had lived in a big, creepy mansion, I imagine she would have been easy to find. But us folk who live in tower blocks aren't so well documented. No one cares about our lives, no matter how extraordinary. I found an article about missing person Lila Hemmings. It suggested that she went missing under the care of her grandmother while playing in the park opposite the flats early in the morning. Interviews with her parents stated that they had both disowned Prudence. Despite the many years that had passed since Lila's death/disappearance, her parents appeared to have remained unforgiving of Prue. There was no mention of her on either of their social media accounts, and she appeared to have no involvement with the children they had acquired since. Searches for the Hemmings family in the local area were equally dead ends. I looked at link after link, desperate to find something, but they all started to blur into one. Until finally, I saw something. An obituary for Bernard "Bernie" Hemmings, who had fallen from the tower block in unexplained circumstances after being diagnosed with dementia months before his death. I was surprised it hadn't made bigger news. It had only been about a year. There were no details of where to find them, but his wife Prudence and her sister Bridget were listed as contacts to find out details of the funeral. It's scary what you can do with the internet these days, but just with those phone numbers, I was able to put them into a reverse directory and find an address for Bridget and Tony Bishop, the sister and brother-in-law that Prudence was supposedly living with. About 4 a.m., I managed to get some sleep, not much though. I was back up and wide awake at around 7 a.m., planning my route and working out my day. I saw a post on social media from one of her relatives that Georgia was identified and is stable. This loosened the knot in my stomach that has been present since I found the note somewhat. At 8:50, I opened the door to my flat, hoping to see Postman Ian. 4 minutes passed, and instead of the postman, an elderly gentleman made his way down the corridor. He had a walking stick and kind eyes. In his free arm, he carried a small plastic bag containing a newspaper and milk. He smiled and said, "Good morning," as he passed. I smiled back. He reminded me of my granddad. I imagined him pulling cola cubes from his pocket for his grandkids and shushing them when their parents weren't looking. A little further down the corridor, the old man stopped and turned. He looked me dead in the eyes with a sympathetic expression and spoke. "No post on a Sunday, if that's what you were waiting for." He smiled knowingly. and turned to unlock a front door that until shut I couldn't see the number of. When I saw the door close and the number 48 boldly displayed above the peephole, I understood what Prudence had meant. Mr. Prentice did seem to be a lovely chap. I sat back in my flat and sighed, staring at the various tabs open on my laptop. At about 9:15, the knocking on the balcony door started. The window cleaner was back. I didn't feel half as terrified as I had the first time. If anything, I was just angry. It took every ounce of restraint I had in my tired body not to engage with him, if only to tell him to fuck off. His genuine seeming requests just irritated me. After about 20 minutes of being watched, the knocking started to give me a headache, so I grabbed a bag and left the flat. I decided there was no time like the present. If I was going to turn up on the bishop's doorstep looking for her sister because of the freaky flat she's left behind, then I had to get it over with. If the address was old, or the bishops weren't the people I was looking for, then I was going to look stupid whatever time of day I went. And I couldn't take the window cleaner's eyes anymore. There was something about them. They really do make you want to open that door. I looked at the lift as I entered the communal hallway and decided today I would take the stairs. I couldn't stand to be in a small box that my partner probably died very painfully in. My heart dropped into my stomach just at the sight of it. The stairs were as grotty as the lift. We'd taken them multiple times on move-in day, but I hadn't really taken it in the same way I could now. I thought about the rules and all the strange things happening in this building. I looked at the badly painted numbers on the walls as I reached each landing. Nothing in this building is simple. I looked at the numbers: 7, 6, 5, 5, 4, 3, 4, 2G. Maybe it was the sleep deprivation, but my legs were in agreement with my mind that I had definitely just descended more than 6 flights of stairs. They'd glitched. I looked at the dusty and poorly lit stairwell from the bottom. It seemed dark despite the sun pouring in from the glass panel in the main building doors. The note never mentioned glitchy stairs. Maybe I really was losing my mind. As I turned to exit the building, a woman walked in. She was in her late 30s to early 40s and had 2 small children in tow. 1 boy and 1 girl. I guessed that they were twins. They were both incredibly blonde with deep brown puppy dog-looking eyes and couldn't have been any older than 6 to 7. They were as close to identical as it gets in twins of different genders. I'm not a fan of kids, but they were super cute. The lady had a short bob haircut that got longer at the front. It was uniform and dyed a perfectly even auburn color. I knew it was dyed because her roots were blonde like her kids. She looked as tired as I felt, but she pulled herself together when she saw me, running fingers through S part of her hair that she must have missed however early she left this morning. "Hi, are you here visiting?" "Who opened with?" trying to make small talk. "No, I just moved into flat 42 on the 7th floor. I was just leaving, actually." "Whereabouts are you?" I was desperate to go. I had feared myself up to see Prue, but I didn't want to be rude. "I'm flat 26. My name's Terry. This is Eddie and Ellie." She gestured to the 2 small children hiding shyly behind her skirt. "Welcome to the block. If you ever need anything, please feel free to give me a shout." "My name is Katie, but people call me Kat too. That's really kind of you, thank you. I will..." "Hey, is there something wrong with the stairs?" I stopped myself before going into detail. "Nothing wrong. They just skip sometimes." She answered, shrugging. "Well, I'd love to stop and chat, but I actually really need to get going. It was nice to meet you, Terry." I tried to work out what was wrong with the children as I stepped forward to walk away, still baffled by the stairs. "By the way, we have a residence committee. You should come to one of our meetings. They're every Tuesday in alternating flats. This Tuesday is at Molly Jefferson's place in flat 31. Come along. We'd love to have you," Terry suggested, waving me off. I walked out the doors after my encounter with Terry feeling sick. Every minute in this place made the note more real. Every word jumped off the page and into my life. Made it more likely that Jamie was really gone. I rode the bus from a stop not far from the flats. It felt like it took an eternity to reach the little suburban area I was looking for. A 5-minute walk away from the bus stop I got off at, and I was staring at a quaint little bungalow belonging to Bridget and Tony Bishop. I knocked on the door. The lady who opened it was unsteady on her feet. She was probably in her 70s. with wispy white hair neatly scraped back into a bun, two strands left hanging that just softened her wrinkled face. She wore a dusty rose-colored dress that hung just below her knees and smelled of stale cigarette smoke. "Can I help you?" she asked bluntly. "My name is Kat. I'm looking for Prudence Hemmings." I answered, stuttering slightly. Her eyes widened slightly. "Why?" she asked bizarrely. "Is she here? It's private." The lady ushered me into the house and sat me down on a sofa. Within minutes, there was a cup of tea in front of me. She didn't say anything to me for a while. We just looked at each other. Then she finally broke the silence. "I wondered if you'd try and find me. It took me a long time to decide whether to leave that note or not, but I decided that you deserved a head start. That's more than I ever got." The woman was Prudence. She was nothing like I had imagined. She seemed tough and hardened and spoke with a mostly blunt tone. She contributed before I could answer. "Terry called me not long ago, told me that she had met the new tenant. She said you looked shaken up and said that my note may not have been enough. I did say I couldn't fit everything on there, and the stairs didn't seem too important. The committee wanted to organize a meeting with you on your moving-in day, but I told them that was intrusive. The whole committee thing always seemed a bit excessive to me anyway." She spoke flippantly, like it was nothing. "It may have been intrusive, but we needed a warning. We spent a night in the place before I found your note. My boyfriend had already left for work at 3:15 and taken the lift. He didn't know." I broke as I told her what had happened. Her face dropped, and so did my hope for Jamie. "I'm so sorry. I really don't know what to say. I thought my note would reach you in time." She mumbled, her face to the floor, refusing to look at me as tears streamed down my face. "He's gone, isn't he? I didn't want to accept it, but I spoke to the postman, and your face says all it needs to. The postman said there might be a way I can have him back." I bit at her, devastated and angry. "He's gone. You can't have him back. What Ian is referring to isn't what you think. There's a way to get people back from the lift, but not as themselves. Trust me, I learned the hard way. Once they're back, you can't reverse it. I'm sorry about your man, but he's gone forever. Don't dig into the other way. To be gone forever is luckier than that alternative." She still wouldn't look up from the floor. "What do you mean?" "I don't want to talk about it. I said in the note that there are things I'd rather not discuss, and I need you to respect that, or I won't be speaking to you at all. Now move on and ask what you need to ask." Prudence cut me off. I decided not to push the topic further and moved on to some other things I needed to know. "What's the deal with Terry's kids? They seem sweet and normal." "Those little demon creatures are anything but normal," she answered, wincing slightly at the thought of them. "When she went into labor, Terry never made it to a hospital. They were the first children ever to be born inside the building, and with everything that goes on, it's like something's rubbed off on them. They're average children in the daytime, but they never sleep, ever. Poor Terry hasn't had a day's rest since they were born. They also really love to steal birds and rats they find the cats playing with and torment them. Really annoys the cats." As she finished speaking, a small, hairless cat strutted out from behind an armchair across the room, meowing softly. It brushed its head up against Prue's exposed legs, leaving scorch marks where it touched. She didn't react. She reached down and stroked the top of its head, smiling as it purred. "And those?" I asked, eyes stuck to her now badly burned legs. She chuckled, pulled out a box and lit a cigarette, tapping the top layer of ash into a small silver dish in front of her. She offered me one, and I took it gladly. "They've always been my good friends. I couldn't leave the building without bringing a part of home with me. This little guy is Damon. He's seen some things." She gushed, not taking her eyes off the cat. "But where did they come from? Why are they everywhere?" I asked, watching in disbelief as her burns subsided. It seemed impossible, but I looked at my arms where I had picked up the cat the night before, and there was no evidence it had ever happened. They didn't even appear sunburnt. "No one really knows. They started to appear after the fire, a few years after I'd moved in. It was rumored that they were the pets of the residents that burned, and that was why they had no fur." But I don't think that's true. I interrupted. I met one of those neighbors last night. She said her name was Natalia. She almost killed my best friend. You're crazy if you think your note was enough of a warning, I ranted emotionally. Look, girl, if I had made a song and dance about warning you, then you'd have thought me crazy and challenged the rules. You'd have been dead already. Be grateful you got anything. I didn't. I had to work it all out. Your generation are so spoiled. She tutted in frustration at me. I was angry, but she was probably right. An elderly lady telling me rat-like creatures would kill my boyfriend in a lift would probably have got some laughs from me a few days ago. I stayed quiet and waited for her to calm down. After a while she sighed and started again. I think the cats are the neighbors that burned. They've never meant any harm and they hiss and run from the imposters that roam the building. Besides, there's no way there were that many cats living on one floor. The imposter people don't even match up with the residents that died in the fire. None of them look like or claim to have the same name as the dead. They just claim to live in their flats. I've met Natalia before. She left a bad scar on Bernie's leg from an incident we had, nasty girl. Before the fire, there was CCTV, and there was a recording saved of about 15 people marching into the flats and up to that floor about half an hour before the fire started. It was the only evidence found. CCTV wasn't great in the 80s, so they were never identified. And the flames melted the relevant cameras, so nothing ever came of it. I think the people that entered that night are the ones that ask for sugar. I don't know any more than that, but if you avoid them, like I said, you don't need to know more. They hate the cats. I hope your friend survives, but I've seen what those people can do, so maybe she was better off dead. Prue carried on stroking Damon. I watched the skin of her fingers melt and twist as they made contact with him. What happened to your husband? I asked the question so fast I didn't have time to consider that this was a topic she had explicitly said she didn't want to discuss in the note, but I had to know. She scowled at me. I said I didn't want to talk about that, she hissed. I just lost the love of my life. I need some answers. I begged. What happened to Bernie won't help you. I know you'd think any deaths in that building would be down to the quirks, but this wasn't. For the most part, anyway. Don't forget that we had lived there for 35 years. Bernie knew the rules. We knew how to take care of ourselves and have a happy life there. It was our home. I don't doubt that's Mrs. Hemmings. I'm sorry, I interjected. Bernie had dementia. It started about 6 months before he died, and he deteriorated very rapidly. Towards the end, he started wandering. The doctor said it was common, but in our position it was incredibly dangerous. More times than I can count, I pulled him away from the lift just in time. Along with wandering, he was forgetting the rules. He let that smug, awful window cleaner in 3 times. Thank Lord for the big metal pipe I kept by the balcony door. Chased him out a treat. Not that anything stops him from coming back. I'm sure you're already acquainted. After all the dangerous situations Bernie was in, by the end he made the smallest and most fatal of errors. He left a bowl of food out for Damon at 10 a.m. I was out shopping with Terry and a few of the girls from the committee, and when I came back I found one of those awful creatures. Prudence started to cry. I put my hand on her shoulder in an attempt to comfort her. After all, I truly knew how she felt. It was eating him. She sniffed and steadied herself to continue, moving my hand. I chased the creature away with the same metal pipe I had the window cleaner and pushed Bernie off the balcony. He was heavy, but I didn't want anyone to know what really killed him. Its teeth. She shivered. They made such an awful noise. It reminded me of Dash. Lila. I finished her sentence. I hadn't meant to. I was so invested in her story I couldn't help it. I gather you spoke with Ian then, she said, sounding resigned. I never meant to hurt that little girl. I loved her so much. Tears rolled down her wrinkled cheeks. Damon, who was now sat next to her on the sofa, shuffled closer as if to cuddle her. Haven't you ever been curious about getting her back? I asked, my mind turning back to the methods hinted at by both Prue and the postman. I miss Jamie so much. I'd do anything to get him back. Her face filled with a look of horror and shame. Of course I have, she answered. which is exactly why I'm telling you not to. But I couldn't let it go. Surely anything must be better than gone forever, I pestered. I wish I hadn't. Prudence, frustrated, stood up and gestured for me to follow. She led me outside to the back garden of the bungalow. At the back was a large shed, the kind people used for a man cave or a summer house. It was pretty. The sun shone down on it, lighting up the few cobwebs in the corners and making them twinkle. Mrs. Hemmings was careful to look into both neighboring gardens to ensure there was no one around before she unlocked the door to the shed. We stepped inside, and the first thing to hit me was the smell. It was putrid, like rotting meat. I looked at the floor and covered my nose with my hands. Staring back at me was a pool of blood. I followed the blood with my eyes as Prudence locked us in the shed. Then after I made it past the animal bones, I finally saw it. Just like Postman Ian had described. One of the creatures was watching me from a heavy-duty metal dog cage in the corner of the shed. It looked reinforced, but still the metal had chew marks. Their jaws had to be strong to cause that. That didn't surprise me looking at it. Its rodent-like nose and beady, yet somehow human-like eyes were nothing compared to the two very visible rows of jagged, sharp teeth that lined each gum. Despite its small stature, it was terrifying. Prudence opened a drawer in a dusty cupboard across the room and pulled out a can of dog food. She poured the contents into the bowl and passed the bowl through the feeding hatch. The cage had a safety feature, meaning the animal couldn't access the food until the hatch was locked from the outside. I was grateful for this. Prue turned to me and spoke. She brushed one of the two strands of hair framing her face behind her ear. Gesturing to the hideous creature, she said, "Kat, I would like to introduce you to my granddaughter, Lila. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Things just keep getting weirder. When I first saw Natalia, all I could picture was Georgia. The way her skin melted off her face, the smell of her hair burning, and the sound that she made. I didn't have time to count, but there were more than I originally thought. I figured these must have been the 15 people Prudence talked about entering the flats that burned before it happened. I already knew that Natalia was one of them." Eddie and Ellie clutched Terry's skirt, trembling with fear. I wanted to help protect them, but I still couldn't help but tremble a little myself every time I caught a glimpse of those hollow voids where their eyes were. "Hi, Terry. The kid said we could borrow some sugar?" she asked menacingly. Grinning at the frightened family stood next to me. After a moment or two of intense staring, Natalia finally addressed me. She appeared to be the spokesperson for the group. "How's your friend doing? It was a shame we had to end our visit. I was enjoying her company." "Don't speak about her. She's got nothing to do with you, you sick bitch!" I screamed at her. I couldn't bear looking at her face again. "You don't scare me with all your freak friends. I'm not going to let you hurt this lady or her kids." Natalia chuckled. I gulped. I may talk a good game, but I am no hero. Mere days ago, I was just a young girl excited to move in with her boyfriend, and now here I am. My boyfriend's dead, my flat is like living in my own personal horror movie, and I'm standing up challenging demonic flame neighbors to defend demonic-looking children. But when I said she didn't scare me, I meant it. Something inside me was eradicating any fear of these people. I just wanted to protect the residents. Life really does throw curveballs. "I know you aren't scared. I saw it in your eyes when you stuck that big knife in my throat. That's why we're here. My brothers and sisters are not freaks. You're the freaks, thinking that your lives have meaning. We watch you people go about your day-to-day lives and your mundane routines, and nothing really changes. Your lives are pointless and disposable. That's why we set the fire all those years ago." She chuckled throughout her words. There was an animation in them, like she was a psychotic cartoon character, finally catching its prey after 138 episodes of chasing. "Those people weren't disposable," Terry mumbled, barely a decibel higher than a whisper. "What was that, Terry? Did you have something to say?" Natalia went from psychotic cartoon to school bully. She made my skin crawl. "I was only a child, but those people were friends of my parents. They were good people," Terry said with slightly more confidence. None of the other people had moved. They just stood there staring. "Why would you burn people alive? What can you possibly gain?" I interjected. taking a slight step between Natalia and Terry and the kids. I could see she was getting ready to go for them, and I couldn't let it happen. We were living with the great leader, Michael. All of us. Living in the righteous manner that he had directed us to live. She gestured to the people around her. The name Michael appeared to inspire some sort of emotion in the group. Michael's brother Jonathan lived here. On the floor we burned. He let us hang out there sometimes, but he didn't live the righteous way that we did. He didn't like our beliefs, but he took us in when we lost the place we were staying because of the growth of the group. Him and Michael rarely saw eye to eye. They argued passionately. Our group never believed in living within the constraints of societal norms, and we were up at all hours. We came and went as we pleased, embracing freedoms and listened to music as we did introspective work. Terry shoved the kids further behind her and snapped, infuriated. You were a group of entitled bratty hippies following some middle-aged, mentally ill twat. Listen to yourself. The stereotypical cultish drivel coming out of your mouth right now, Terry cried. I was shocked at her outburst. Although I couldn't have agreed more. It did sound like cultish drivel. It made me so angry that this was what an entire floor of people died over. As Terry ended her rant, the curtains hanging on the window behind her burst into flames. I jumped and felt my heart skip a beat. Don't insult us. I'm sick of hearing simple-minded people call us a cult. Came from the back row. An average-looking man with dark hair and jeans had piped up, smiling and watching the curtains burn. He had done that. They were all capable of what Natalia had done to Georgia at the very least. For the first time since the people had entered Terry's flat, my nerves of steel had wavered. I realized that we were only alive because they were allowing it so far. We were in big trouble. Terry swiftly shut up, and Natalia continued her story. Michael was the true leader, not like all the fakes you hear of in the news, the people you're talking about. He was teaching us to build a world of peace and harmony, but he didn't deny that in order to do that, you had to eradicate the non-believers. He taught us to embrace the bad in us, to harness it so that we could do extraordinary things. She smiled wickedly, as her hands glowed hot coals as she spoke. It may have sounded like cultish drivel, but Michael being a total faker wouldn't explain their powers. Things went wrong when someone went to the police after Michael and Jonathan had a terrible argument one night. When the police arrived, Jonathan told us to go. The group had been planning to leave this building anyway. We'd had nothing but interruption and trouble in our time here. This place is weird, but we had nowhere immediate to go. The police already disliked us after overcrowding the last property. We didn't need any more attention. Michael was furious. We brainstormed in a field for hours who could have done it. I personally suspected the next-door neighbor, Mavis. The woman was so nosy, always knocking and asking us to keep noise down, interrupting our spiritual sessions. Michael couldn't make a certain judgment on the person who had done it. All we thought we were sure of was that they had to be on the same floor. So he instructed us to go back that night and eradicate the whole floor and every non-believer who lived there. As you know, we obliged. This incited sick laughter from the crowd. I waited, forcing myself to let her finish, buying time. We took pleasure in their screams, in watching every man, woman, and child go up in flames through their front door windows. It was the first time we'd unleashed all that energy, and we felt so powerful. But then as we left the burning hallway behind us and entered the stairwell, this building found a way to fuck us over one more time. I couldn't give you a number on the amount of times we tried to run down those stairs, leave our glorious victory behind us and return to Michael. It didn't matter how many times we tried. We couldn't make it past that floor. The stairs wouldn't let us. It didn't take long before the fire reached the stairwell we were trapped in, burning us all, along with the non-believers. We died just in time for the fire engine to arrive. We may have been dead, but we didn't disappear. We couldn't leave the building. We were stuck just wandering it, in and out of the burned flats and hallways, but not allowed anywhere else unless we were asked. It was awful. We didn't try to cause any trouble at first. We waited for Michelle to come and find us, instruct us. 2 months passed and he hadn't come. Instead came confirmation. A newspaper put through the door of the building. Headline news. Tower Block resident Bernie Hemmings information vital to imprisonment of local cult leader on drug charges. I gasped. I couldn't believe I hadn't found that when I was researching Prue. But I suppose local news wasn't so heavily online back then. Natalia saw my shocked expression and grinned wider than before. "The old bat didn't tell you that then?" she asked, although it wasn't really a question. "That her stupid husband is the whole reason we're here. We started to really cause issues then. Did anything within our power to fuck the whole building over. But it didn't take them long to work out that we had to be asked to come in. We only stopped when Prue worked out a way we could die a second time and that we wound come back again. She killed 2 of our group. She was the only person that could stop us. We couldn't do shit with her around. We stopped and reached a stalemate. Then she moved out. We were going to honor that stalemate. Until you stabbed me. Prue's gone. It's fair game in here now." As Natalia got angrier, a member of her group started getting agitated. They all soon followed like a hive mind. Working as one, the stillness became chaotic, with all of them moving and making noise. I didn't notice at first when one started walking towards Terry and the kids, but I noticed when it got near. It was a teen girl, slender and pretty, but still unsettlingly average. As she got within a meter of the family, Ellie suddenly went rigid. The claws that replaced her fingernails grew longer and sharper, with jagged edges from growing so fast. The voids deepened, if that was even possible. She opened her mouth to reveal rows of sharp teeth, blood caked where the tooth meets the gum where they had grown too quickly as well. Ellie jumped. She reached out towards the girl and slashed her face with the claws, leaving deep gouges across her eyes. She clung on to the girl using her claws as wall pegs, keeping herself at eye level. Eddie controlled the crowd. His own claws grew and he ran towards them, sending them scattering out of the flat. Random bursts of flames erupted everywhere, lighting up the whole room. Shit had hit the fan. The 2 demon children were successfully fending off a group of 15 dead superhuman cultists. Natalia ran from them too, but kept her eyes locked on mine as she did. As she ran from the flat, she spoke to me. "This isn't over," she screamed, and I knew that it wasn't. I stayed on Terry's sofa that night. We organized all the burned items in the house and threw things out before we crashed out in the early hours. The kids' claws retracted and they returned to their earlier state, causing mischief in the hallways. They were too young to really understand. I didn't sleep much, nothing new. When I woke up, Terry was still asleep. I didn't want to disturb her, so I walked back to my flat, desperate to avoid anything strange on my way. The stairs must have noticed because they didn't skip on my way up. I hadn't checked the time when I left Terry's, but I reached my door at the same time as a familiar face. Postman Ian was stood there, dropping letters on my doorstep. "Hey, love," he shouted as he noticed me. "I need to talk. Can you come inside just 5 minutes, please?" I practically begged him at the doorstep. I told him everything that had happened the night before, how Natalia was out for revenge and I was the object of her rage. I begged him to tell me how to kill them, but he claimed he didn't know. He said if kept my doors locked and didn't let them in, then I'd be fine. He looked shirty as I mentioned killing them, didn't even suggest asking Prudence how to do it. Something was telling me there wasn't much point. He seemed so disingenuous. I wanted to trust him. So badly I wanted to trust him. I had been so vulnerable with him over Jamie. But if Prudence Hemmings could forget to mention what Bernie had done, and conveniently never pass on the method to kill these awful people, leaving them around to terrorize her friends and neighbors, then could she be a liar too? Could I really trust Ian? When he provided no answers and no real help, something inside me told me that I needed to get him out of my flat. I needed to rethink, start working things out on my own. I made excuses to Ian and sent him on his rounds. Prudence left me these rules, but she left so much out. How do I know I wasn't always a pawn in some sick game? Her fantasy life as a puppet master, setting me up to fail. She's kept her granddaughter in a cage for years. Maybe she enjoys suffering. I wasn't going to give up easily, though. Natalia wasn't going to win. I decided then and there that I needed to attend the committee meeting today and start building an army against Natalia. I didn't need Prue's help or her methods. With enough manpower, I could do it myself. This was war. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. Some people are too good for this world. I sat silent for a moment in shock that my plan had even worked. It seemed almost too simple, too easy. But here he was. Derek had a kindly face. Wrinkles around his eyes and cheeks only added to the softness of his expression. His white hair poking out from beneath his flat cap stood out in the dark night. "That's a lovely little patch you've planted. I can look after it if you like. I used to maintain the last garden here," he said, breaking the silence that had followed since his initial words. "I know who you are. We need you," was all I could manage. The mental exhaustion and fatigue from the whole experience had built up. But his arrival was like finishing a bad day working at school. I felt like I could relax again, even if only a little. "What's your name, darling?" he asked. "It's Kat. I live in flat 42 now." His face lit up as I confirmed my flat number. "Prudence has gone?" he asked. "She's gone. But the whole place is a mess. So many things are happening and the residents are suffering," I answered. We chatted for what felt like hours, outside with nothing but moonlight. He told me how he used to consider the building part of the garden, a place for him to maintain, the residents just like the plants he looks after. I explained my whole experience since moving in. I told him about Jamie, and I sobbed. Derek held me as I cried and made me feel safe, something I had forgotten the feeling of since receiving Prue's note. He didn't interrupt, he just listened. I told him about Natalia and the cultists, the problems they had been causing. He was particularly heartbroken when he heard that they had used Eddie and Ellie for entry. He had gone before they were born, but remembered Terry as a child and how sweet she was. He was pleased when I told her what a sweet adult she had become. My claims that Prudence was the only person who knew how to kill the imposter neighbors were met with a skeptical expression which gave me some hope. Derek listened to my entire tale with barely a word. When I finished, he stood up and asked me to follow him. I was confused, but I did as I was told. He walked me to the entrance of the lift. I lifted my arm to check the time on my watch. We had been outside for quite some time, and the idea of the creatures being inside made my heart pound and my stomach turn. "You are safe. It's 12:32 a.m. There's no need to worry or to check your watch." And with that, he pressed the call lift button. Despite his insistence that I was safe, my stomach continued to do gymnastics. It felt like forever before the lift finally made the clunking sound that meant it had reached the bottom. I felt my whole body shaking violently as the doors opened. I don't know what I expected to see. We were in the safe time zone, but every time I looked at the life I pictured Jamie's dead, crunched-up body. "Step inside," he said. "I can't. Please don't make me," I begged. "I won't let anything happen to you. But you need to see something." There was such sincerity in his eyes as he spoke. I had never trusted someone so completely so quickly, but every fiber of my being told me this man was entirely good. I stepped inside the lift. Derek stepped in behind me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder as I hyperventilated. He gently turned me to face the panel of buttons that control where the lift stops. "What is wrong with this panel? Do you see it?" he asked cryptically. I studied the panel, read all the numbers, counting them. I couldn't see anything wrong. I really tried, but nothing seemed out of place at all. Everything you expected to find was there and nothing more. I shook my head, barely regaining my composure. "Can you take us to floor 9, please?" He smiled slightly as he made the request. I looked back to the panel to press the button, but floor 9 didn't exist. I was so confused I had counted the numbers, I was sure of it. Derek must have made it disappear, but the panel didn't look any different to before. I can't explain it. Looking at it, I would have sworn blind nothing was wrong with it even once I knew, but floor 9 didn't exist. Derek could see my frustration. It was like the building was now playing tricks on me. He walked me out of the lift and sat me down on the bottom of the stairs before he finally began to speak. "The building is like a living organism. It can seal off parts of the world, and it can open up others you never could have imagined. When those awful people burned that whole floor of residents, I was devastated. Some wonderful people lived in those flats, both of the usual and unusual variety. But those people had no limit to their cruelty. Whole families burned alive. It was a tragedy that made me so angry. I felt so guilty when it happened. I can predict what some of our more tricky residents are going to do and make sure I'm there to help. But those people were nothing to do with this place. I couldn't see what they were planning, so I couldn't stop it. At this point, I noticed one of the hairless cats had sat between us. Derek looked at it with tears brimming in his eyes. He stroked it, and it moved on to his lap. Derek's fingers didn't burn at all. He continued. When it happened, the building used its defense mechanisms and sealed off the entirety of the floor. It stopped the fire from spreading and kept the perpetrators there to die by their own hands. The building only allowed the floor to be unsealed once they were dead. It took about a week before those awful people turned up again. Asking for sugar at people's doors, the first few let them in. It was so difficult, so many residents burned alive, that I was having to use their remains for my garden just to hide the dead. The entire community were terrified and grieving for those that died. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't predict them or see them, so I took Prudence, who at the time seemed a perfectly reasonable woman, to the burned-out floor. Floor 9, however, had been sealed again. There was no button in the lift, and it always skipped on the stairs. Only no one had noticed. This building really is a magnificent creature. I stared at him in amazement through the whole story. I was exhausted, but my brain was working in overdrive to process what he was telling me. I had started to stroke the cat too. My fingers did burn, but I didn't flinch. I found its company comforting. He carried on. I went back later that night and took the stairs again, alone this time. I think my intentions were clear, and the stairs allowed me access to floor 9 for the first time since just after the fire. I brought Prudence to the floor within the hour. The stairs had stopped skipping floor 9 for me, although I later learned that when Prudence had tried alone, she was not allowed access. We explored the floor, walking amongst the remnants of our dead friends' belongings. Eventually, we came across one of the soulless arsonists roaming the halls. It appears that's where they spend their time when they aren't out terrorizing the residents trying to claim more victims. He was disturbed and disoriented to see anyone not like them on that floor. He twitched a little and spat out the sugar line as if it was an automatic response. I almost felt sorry for him. He claimed to come from flat 66. More were approaching behind him. Prudence was terrified. She was starting to sweat profusely and back away from the man, but it didn't cool her down. He was burning her slowly. I felt nothing. See, the stranger things in life just don't seem to affect me. I've never known why. Sometimes I even just know how to deal with them, like it's programmed into me. On this new playing field, in their domain, I knew what to do. I grabbed the man and ran him down to flat 66, 4 doors from where we were standing. I threw him into the flat and waited. The other arsonists were approaching. The man tried to exit the flat that was doorless after the wooden doors all burned to cinders in the fire. But as he reached a door, something stopped him. He couldn't leave, no matter how hard he tried or how much he screamed. Prudence lit up. She grabbed hold of one that had tried to kill her friend Molly. She remembered the flat number she had claimed to be from and repeated my actions, with a lot more sweating and some winces of pain. It worked again. Prudence wanted to go after the rest, but as they got closer, I could see the blisters forming on parts of her body. I dragged her out of the hallway and back into the stairwell. We ran. She begged me to take her back, kept telling me that the stairs wouldn't let her, that it was too dangerous. The residents had started to learn not to let them in, and we had no casualties at all after we trapped the first 2. Don't get me wrong, it's a problem I was intending to deal with, but it was around that time that we first learned the council would be building that monstrosity over the top of my garden. He gestured to the window that just showed some of the neighboring tower block. This left me not at my best. My intuition was failing me when a few months after that, I allowed Prudence and Molly to herd the creatures from the lift to floor 9. It's one of my biggest regrets. I should never have walked them up there. But I didn't know she was going to burn them all. She didn't give me a chance to reason. I became mistrusting of everyone and distracted. not long after I went away for a long while. So I guess the arsonists remained, and now they're threatening you. Tomorrow I will go. I will fix the mess I left behind. I am so sorry it's affected you so badly. I'd love to meet these twins. They sound incredibly brave. They are, I finally interrupted, and I want to be there tomorrow. I want to lock Natalia away for good. I can't allow it. You'll be attacked. He cut me off entirely. I let it drop instantly, but in the back of my mind I knew I would be there, no matter what. I went to sleep that night with my mind reeling. I wondered where Derek slept and if he even needed to. The next morning I left my flat early, past the man on floor 5, and waited on the steps at floor 8. I tested it, of course, and just like anticipated, ascending any higher took me straight to floor 10, or 11 depending on if you hit a skip. So I returned to floor 8, and I waited. Derek hadn't indicated what time he was coming, but I was ready. I would wait all day and night if I had to, but luckily I didn't. Derek was climbing the stairs at around 11 a.m. I had already been there for 3 hours, but it had been worth it. He looked particularly unimpressed to see me. His face still looked kind, though, even with the sour expression. "I can't stop you, can I?" He sighed, sounding resigned in his tone. "Not for anything. You have to promise to stay back. If you get your girl approaches, you can do what you need to do, but you have to stay back," he pleaded. I nodded and stood up. We ascended the stairs, and for the very first time in my new life here, I saw the big plastic sign saying 9, the floor that didn't exist. As we pushed through the door, it was like entering an entirely new world. Everything was black, burned to carbon. You could smell nothing but charcoal. Literally nothing but empty shells of homes and flakes of what used to be sentimental objects remained. It was devastating to witness. If you've ever visited a mass gravesite, you'll understand partly how I was feeling. It was sickening to think of all the lives needlessly lost. But I didn't get time to think. Natalia walked towards me, flying down the hallway. "How the fuck did you get here?" she screamed. Her eyes were wide and angry. I started to feel hotter already. Derek grabbed my arm and pulled me next to him, making sure to keep a tight hold of my arm. "Where do you live?" Derek asked her. I started to back away as the sweat dropped from my brow. I desperately wanted to shout out the number, but I couldn't. I was so hot, I wasn't functioning properly. Everything became so overwhelming, I couldn't remember what Georgia had said, what flat Natalia had claimed to come from. "I'm not that stupid. I saw what happened to them." She gestured over her shoulder to what must have been flat number 66, where a man laid on the floor, breathing but looking broken. Just existing in that room. Prudence had been creative with the truth yet again. She didn't kill them. You can't kill them. What had Georgia said? I racked my brains as I felt the skin on my face start to sting. I imagined her melting away. It was happening to me. I was next. And then, as my hair started to singe at the ends, it came to me. 71? I screamed as loud as I could. I could barely see as Derek grabbed her and ran towards me with her. She was clawing at his eyes and face, screaming at him to let go. But he didn't burn. He just kept hold of her. When he approached flat 71, he beckoned me over. "You do it, then get off of this floor." He was blunt but reasonable. I complied. I pushed hard. There was nothing but anger in her eyes. She pushed my face hard with her hand as I got her to cross the boundary into flat 71. I felt my skin sizzle and blister. My whole face was in agony, but I didn't stop pushing. Watching Natalia try to fight her way out of a door that didn't exist was both satisfying and humorous. The others had started to approach at the sound of the commotion. I lingered, hoping to watch her suffer, but Derek shot me one look and I knew. It was time to go. I ran out the corridor and back into the stairwell. I stopped for longer than I probably should have, but I knew I might not get to see that 9 again and it would be worth it. I waited for Derek on floor 9's stairwell. I couldn't help but imagine the cultists burning to death the first time around. I could hear angry screams faintly from inside the corridor. They made me worry about Derek, but I knew that really I didn't need to. It took a while, but he eventually left the corridor and joined me in the stairwell. He didn't say anything. He just looked at me, and the third degree burns across my face. He didn't need to speak. I knew he'd fixed the problem. We walked silently back down the stairs towards my flat. I looked back up at floor 9, knowing the building would seal it off for good. It took a few floors to reach floor 7, and I invited Derek in for a cup of tea. He rejected it, saying he wanted to go visit some old friends. Despite my injuries, I couldn't help but smile. Something I'd done was going to help these residents. I stood at my door and watched Derek walk away, pleased that there was some true good in this building. After a few steps down the hallway, Derek started to fade, almost like a CGI ghost in a movie. Every step he became more transparent. I felt my stomach turn again, like it had outside the lift. I ran out to follow him. I called after him, but by the time I had reached where he'd been, he was gone. I walked the entire corridor to the window at the back. I looked out the window into the small concrete heavy garden and hoped to see him sat on the memorial bench. I didn't see him. Instead, I saw Prudence, hacking at my tiny planted patch with shears. The previous tenant left a survival guide. Can you ever really know someone? I woke up the morning after my discovery of the kittens with them crawling all over me. I guessed that they were a little younger than 8 weeks old. They were strong and independent, pouncing on my chest with their sizzling paws to wake me up. They were well looked after. It made it harder to believe that their mother had just abandoned them. I thought I knew the block. My entrance had been dramatic enough to introduce me to what I thought were the majority of strange goings-on in the place. I walked the halls with a naive confidence that the building wouldn't be able to surprise me anymore. I thought I was prepared for anything. The events of the night before had squashed that confidence. I knew that the building had sealed off floor 9 after the fire, but I never considered the possibility of other hidden floors or flats. Every other floor from the ground up was accounted for, and there were no stairs leading downwards. I hadn't set foot inside the lift since Derek had taken me in there, and I couldn't remember an LG or -1 button from when he had. I had never known the cats to reproduce either. By rights, they're all strays, and if they had been working, the place would be overrun with kittens. The cute little bundles on my sofa shouldn't have existed. Jamie was growling still, making low and disturbing noises. Luckily, the screaming had stopped. I nervously unlocked the wardrobe and placed a bowl of cat food in there as quickly as I could before locking it again. The wounds in my chest throbbed as I looked at him and let go of the bowl. Jamie had scratched and bitten a handful of times, but usually by mistake, and he had never hurt me badly. It's only made doing something about him much harder. His attack the day before had been different though, intentional, and as I dropped his food in that morning, he nipped hard at my finger, drawing blood. I sighed with relief as I secured the padlock and shuddered as I listened to him slurp and crunch on his food. I noticed the bloodstains from his attack spattered up the wardrobe door and shoved the spare chair back over the gap to make sure the door was shut and keep the kittens safe. Walking back to the kitchen to make tea, I noticed the vine in the cup of water on my fold-out table. It had grown, way more than any plant should in a matter of hours. It had stretched out of the cup and down the table, producing large, healthy-looking leaves. I had no idea what it meant, if it meant anything at all. If it had come from a room with no sunlight, then, like the kittens, it shouldn't have existed. Ms. Esther Beckman's words echoed in my mind. If you look hard enough, you will find a way. Maybe the friend I had been supposed to help was the kitten's mother. What if she was stuck in the basement and I just needed to find a way in? I didn't have time to think too deeply about it. Terry had run my errands the day before, but I couldn't expect her to do it daily. Percy and Sylvia wouldn't need anything until the weekend now, but Mr. Prentice would struggle without my help. I had to carry on. So I got dressed, placed a bowl of water down for the kittens, promised them I'd bring back proper food, and made my way down the hall to flat 48. I knocked and stood back to give him time to answer. "Morning, Mr. Prentice." I tried my best to smile and be chirpy, putting the whirlwind of thoughts I had to the back of my mind. "Morning, Kat. I'm sorry to hear about Essie. Terry told me yesterday. She was one of the longest-serving residents here, you know, along with myself and Molly. A terrible loss." He hung his head as he gripped his walking stick. "She was a great person. I'm sorry I didn't get to know her for longer," I answered, feeling the fake smile I'd plastered across my face collapse. She helped me out of a few scrapes. Essie had an extraordinary gift. Never once gave bad advice that I know of. She was a great drinking buddy, too, back in the day. Mr. Prentice chuckled at his memories, but looked truly saddened by the situation. It was the most I'd ever heard him speak in one go, and his mention of how long they'd lived here made me think. "Mr. Prentice, do you know if this place has a basement?" I asked. He pondered my question for a while. "Well, I've never seen one, but that's not to say it doesn't exist." He smiled a little. I could see he had noticed the despair in my eyes, and his smile was comforting. I struggled to find the words to respond, so he changed the subject. "Could you drop some money to my friend at the pub today, please? And grab me a newspaper and a bottle of whiskey if you don't mind." He threw 2 envelopes of cash onto the corridor floor between us, and I nodded, told him I'd be back soon, and set off. As I exited the main doors, I turned to look at the garden and considered searching for the grate again, then and there, but decided I would wait. It was torturous. Instead, I thought of Essie as I made my way through the park, taking in the breeze and the birdsong. The Pickled Gnome, Mr. Prentice's drinking spot, looked sad and empty, with a sign in the window stating closed due to the virus. I popped the envelope labeled Carmilla through a letterbox in the large red door and began to walk away, noticing through the window a lone woman sat at the bar in a dressing gown, nursing a cup of tea. As I carried on towards the shop, I heard a voice behind me. "Hey!" I turned to see the woman standing at the door of the pub, waving her arms. A large, fluffy cat rubbed himself up against her feet. I turned and waved back. "Please tell him thanks. I really appreciate it. Drinks on me when this is over. You should come too," she shouted, beaming at me. "I'll tell him. Stay safe," I shouted back as she ushered the cat back in and closed the door again. Maybe I would have a drink with Mr. Prentice when this was all over. I imagined him with a shot of whiskey telling stories of the block and smiled. It was a nice thought. I ventured further than the usual shop, to one I knew would sell specialized kitten food. I grabbed the whiskey, paper, and a ready meal. Although he never asked, Mr. Prentice never turned down food, and I hated to think of him hungry. When I reached the block again, I struggled to pass the garden a second time, but made my way up the stairs and towards the flat, passing the man on floor 5. "Hi, Jeremiah." I waved at him. No response. Better take that one off the list. I passed the woman from the gnome's message and the items onto Mr. Prentice and rushed home to feed the kittens. As I placed the 3 tiny bowls I'd purchased down, I decided I should name them. I couldn't keep calling them kittens. They became Wrinkles, Tetley, and Mr. Meow, and they were about the only reason I could think of to smile. As they happily lapped up their food, I could hear Jamie growling in the background, scratching at the door. He must have smelled the kitten meat. I waited until they'd finished every last bite and washed up the bowls immediately to reduce any risk of him trying to pound his way out of the cupboard. Then I left the flat to finally search for the basement. I tried the bottom of the stairs, searched the entire lower floor for a new stairwell or a door, but there was nothing. I tried the garden too. The same spot from the night before in the bushes was just plain concrete, no grate to be seen, and no vine growing upwards to match the monster in my kitchen. There was no grate the entire perimeter of the building. My heart sunk with a difficult realization. There was only one place that I hadn't looked. Standing in front of the lift was daunting. I imagined Essie and how it was the last thing she had looked at. I wondered if I would ever know her motives. I imagined Jamie, before any of this, walking in obliviously on his way to another shift at work, smiling stupidly at the novelty of us having our own home. My body shook and my legs became weak, but I managed to force them forward and step inside. Staring at the buttons inside the lift took me back to standing with Derek. How safe I had felt compared to now. Having him around felt like having my own private guardian angel, guiding me every step of the way. His absence left a painful void. It made that tiny metal box feel enormous. I once again searched for button 9 but couldn't find it, despite nothing looking out of place. It was oddly comforting. Expected. Unlike the past few days had been. The lowest floor I could find was G, the one I was currently standing on, but I knew the lift was able to play tricks. I could never be truly sure, not without Derek. I stared at it for what must have been at least 5 minutes, looking as hard as I could, just like Essie had advised, but it turned up nothing. I was grateful to get out of the lift, but frustrated that it hadn't made anything clearer. I stared at it for a while. Its rickety construction and dilapidated feel made my heart pound. I couldn't look at it without imagining blood and bones lining the floor. "Fuck you, Essie." I cursed underneath my breath as I walked up the stairs towards my flat, defeated. Why did you have to go? Her cryptic intuition had done nothing but raise questions, and she wasn't there to answer any of them. My life was starting to feel like some sort of cruel joke. The stairwell, devoid of average human life, was eerie and just added to my sense of solitude. I'd conquered a huge trauma to even stand in that lift, yet all my searching efforts had taught me was that the man on floor 5 wasn't called Eric or Mikey. I reached the flat and paced around it for a while, being careful not to step on Wrinkles, the largest of my 3 adoptees, who seemed to really enjoy playing around my feet. Mr. Prentice was right. Just because I hadn't been somewhere and couldn't see it didn't mean that it didn't exist. I'd taken the building for granted and gotten too comfortable. Derek had once described the place as a living organism, and now I truly felt that it was taunting me and mocking my ill-placed confidence. I had to admit to myself that really, in all honesty, I knew nothing about it. Jamie's growls had become like a background symphony to my life. I'm ashamed to say I was able to almost entirely block them out. I couldn't ignore the vine, though. It had wrapped itself around the table leg and stretched most of the kitchen floor, growing towards the balcony and desperately stretching for the light. I wasn't sure what to do with it. If I returned it to the garden, I might never see the grate again. The vine was the only proof to myself I had that it had been there in the first place. I tried to trim part off to take to the garden and compare with the other plants there, knowing that it would be an entirely futile endeavor, but as I clamped down with scissors, they snapped in my hand. The vine was rock solid. It was much tougher than it had been when I'd pulled my foot free. Perhaps the sunlight had done something to it. I tried my best to bunch it into one corner, but soon gave up, slightly terrified that it might suffocate me in my sleep. Tetley was asleep on the sofa while the other 2 played gently with each other. I sat down and tickled them a little, feeling my fingers start to go numb from the heat. I tried to think of other solutions to my problems than continually searching a concrete wall. I knew it wasn't going to turn up a basement, or tell me why Essie walked into the lift, or help me kill or cure Jamie. Unfortunately, I'm from a generation that's solution to every issue is Google, so that's all I could come up with, and I loaded up my laptop. I tried to search for original plans of the block to see if there was some kind of floor plan or architect drawings that could confirm the presence of a basement, but it turned out the place is too old for those to be online. The block was built in 1951, at the very start of the new high-rise trend. There was limited information on the place other than a few archived articles from around the time it was built and opened. I cursed the libraries having to be shut in this pandemic. According to the articles, it was a turbulent project from start to finish and was overseen by an architect and property development mogul who designed and paid for the building himself. There were reports that he was notoriously difficult to work with and that 3 construction firms pulled out of the project. The next headline I came across intrigued me. Cursed project finally completed, owner found hanged in unoccupied high-rise flats. There was little information on the suicide other than that it happened. If the building had been how it is today, I can imagine that being alone in the place with no information, or even confirmation that what you were seeing was real, could drive anyone mad. None of the articles even had the name of the architect, leaving me at a dead end. It took a few searches and more obscure archived city history blogs than I knew existed before I found anything else that piqued my interest. Heir to tragic high-rise architect's fortune suspected of killing his own son. The article was too blurred to read. It was a poorly taken photograph of a newspaper from the late 50s. This took away my chance, yet again, to find a name for the architect or even the son. I thought about what bad luck the family had suffered. To be able to design and build something like that in those days meant you must have incredible wealth. But no amount of money could save them from tragedy, especially not somewhere like here. I tried to adapt my search, instead entering a rabbit hole of murders in the late 50s. As I scanned the page, I damned human nature. There were so many acts of evil detailed in the blogs. I even learned about Ruth Ellis, the last woman to be executed in the UK in 1955. Eventually, I found an entry that matched up. His name was Albert Miles, and he was the eldest of two brothers. When his revered architect father died, he took over management of the tower block that him and his brother had become the very first occupants of. He was hugely successful and pegged to become one of the biggest names in property development in the UK. The once empty block was mostly full by the time the killing happened. Police were called by a resident living directly below Albert Miles, who complained that blood was dripping onto their balcony from above. When police arrived, Albert was nowhere to be found, but the body of his 19-year-old son was starting to decompose in the sun on his balcony. He had been stabbed multiple times. Albert was never found or convicted, and the case remained unsolved, however. Most were in agreement that he did it. A bloodied kitchen knife belonging to Albert dropped just inside the doors to the balcony all but confirmed it. It was interesting, but I wasn't sure it was helpful. I started to worry that my research had gone in completely the wrong direction. I wasn't sure how Albert Miles or the death of his son could help me, and I was about ready to shut my laptop and give up. Then I felt something slither across my shoulder from behind. The vine had grown exponentially, weaving a route from the kitchen to the sofa. I started to panic as it touched my skin, but it didn't wrap itself around me or try to cause any harm, just gently glided across my shoulder and to the computer. It stroked the name of the blog on the header of the page a few times before falling to the ground, only a slight overhang left on the sofa. It didn't want me to stop. There was no more information on Google, so I sent a direct email to the blog owner, asking for anything on the Albert Miles killing that they had, or details of anyone they could direct me to. I claimed it was for a university project. I stopped and watched the TV for a while, the kittens all cuddled on my lap. I was grateful for my blanket, creating just enough barrier to stop me melting. Raspy, wheezing snores came from the bedroom. I decided to spend another night on the sofa. It felt much safer. I started to drift off a little and went to shut the laptop, but a loud ping from my email box woke me. Chills ran up my spine a little as I opened the message. Hey Kat, thanks for your email. Unfortunately, that particular case is very little known and doesn't have a lot of information out there at all. As you can appreciate, cold cases can be difficult to catalog, but I aim to provide the most comprehensive online case files possible. The only thing I have on this case that isn't on the blog is a photograph of Albert Miles and his unnamed brother outside the high-rise flats. I was new to blogging at the time I wrote that entry and wasn't sure how to insert images. Your message has reminded me to go back and include this one. I've attached here in case it's of any use to you. I would recommend checking out similar case files that may fit your project. Please don't hesitate to get in touch if you have any queries. Thank you for reading. Simon, murders in the capital. I felt the frustration bubbling up. No further information, another dead end. I opened up the attachment to take a look at the mysterious Albert Miles. I was resigned that it would be of no use at all. Then the picture loaded. Two men, handsome, and maybe in their mid-late 30s, standing outside the main doors of the largely unchanged block. They were similar looking, with a strong family resemblance but very different demeanors. One was dressed in a sharp-looking suit and stood with a controlled posture. He had a serious facial expression and pointy features. The other was slumped against the wall, a smile on his face and familiar, kind-looking eyes. This man wore a casual outfit that you might expect to see on a laborer of that era. Atop his head was the clue that I had been looking for in the form of a flat cap. Standing there next to Albert Miles was my lost friend Derek. My son's camera monitor alerted in the middle of the night. I checked it and saw my wife and son sitting on the bed. They weren't my wife and son. I'm a nurse, and I currently work nights. It's a total drag, but I'm hopeful I can go to days soon, since some coworkers are planning retirements. Anyway, I was working one night when just after 3 a.m., my son's monitor alerted me to sound and movement. No big deal at all, he probably coughed loudly or sneezed or something. He's 3 now, so he generally sleeps all night. I bring it up on my phone, and I see him and my wife sitting on the bed. Again, no big deal. He might have cried out or gotten scared or something. I was about to close the app when I noticed they were acting strange, almost creepy. And when I say almost creepy, I mean creepy as balls. They were sitting on the bed together, both of them just staring up at the camera with blank, emotionless stares. The night vision is black and white, so they had white, eerie-looking eyes. They didn't move at all aside from their visible breathing. They just sat there staring at the camera. I close the app and give my wife a call to make sure everything is okay. I never get to call home on lunch, so in a way this is kind of nice to get to talk to my family while at work. It rings a couple times before she answers with a very groggy, "Hello?" It was like she was dead asleep when I called, and she looked wide awake when on the camera. "Hey, you guys okay?" "Huh? Yeah. Buddy, my son's nickname, came in like 15 minutes ago. Seemed scared, so I said he could sleep with Mama." I'm confused here since I saw them in his room a minute ago. Literally 60 seconds had passed since I closed the app and made the call. "Wait, so you guys are in bed?" "Yeah, I fell back asleep right away. Everything okay? Everybody keeps waking me up." She's kind of annoyed. "Hang on a sec." I put her on speaker and bring up the app, hoping I don't see it. When the app loads, I get that pang of intense nervousness in my stomach that I haven't had in a long time, since I was a kid in school and realized while I was eating breakfast, a paper or something was due that day and I hadn't done it. My heart leaps into my throat. My wife and son are sitting on his bed looking up at the camera, same emotionless stares. "Hello? You guys are in bed, right?" "Yeah, we're trying to sleep." "Well, I'm looking at his camera and I see you two sitting on his bed." "Huh? Number, we're in our bed." "I know that's what you mean, but I'm looking at his bed and you two are in there." "Hang on," she says. She's quiet for a sec while she brings up the camera on her phone. I hear this guttural, terrified gasp, like she had sucked all the air in the room into her lungs, filling them to capacity. I don't hear this kind of gasp from my wife often, usually only when she's truly afraid, like during a jump scare in a movie, or one time when we turned her back on our son for literally a second, and he was down by the mailbox inches from the road. I hear rustling of sheets and the line goes dead. Of course, now I'm absolutely terrified myself, so I immediately call back. It goes to voicemail, so I call again. I call again and again with no answer. Finally, after about 4 minutes, she calls me. I tell you that 4 minutes felt like 40 years. "Hey, what's happening?" I ask. She's absolutely hysterical and crying. I can't understand a word she says. "Stop. Slow down for just a second," I say. She slows down enough to explain they are in the car and driving to her parents'. She looked at the camera, and when she saw what was on it, she got up and grabbed our son and rushed downstairs and out the door. Didn't even close the garage. "Don't worry about it," I said. "I'll drive by when I get off and close it." We live in a generally safe neighborhood, so I'm not too concerned the door is up. "You will not go in there," she says. "Hell no," I return. "Why are we on the camera?" she asked. "Is it a recording?" "I don't know," I return. "I'm going to keep watching it and see if there's anything I can tell. Do our code words with Buddy." We have code words because we're nerds. We've seen too many pod people and imposter movies, so we decided a long time ago to make code words with each other to be able to tell if one of us was an imposter. We have a couple code words, but we also have a 3-sentence story we recite together, each saying a different part alternately of each other. I hear her on the phone saying the things we taught our son. He giggles as he says them. He does every time we practice, since he thinks they're a joke and doesn't have any idea of the real meaning. We're both convinced he's our son. My wife then says our part, and I'm convinced she's her. We made up these words as a complete joke to ourselves. I never once in my life ever imagined we'd actually need them. Unreal. She got to her parents safely, and it was hard to hang up. I told her we'll figure it out in the morning, hopefully just a glitch. She said she didn't think it was a glitch. When she was running out, she had to run by our son's room and the door was open. There's a little flashing light on the back of the camera that indicates it's connected to the internet. It gives off just enough light that when she ran by, she thought she saw, out of the corner of her eye, a shadowy outline of what could have been an adult sitting on our son's bed. It sends chills down my spine to think about. Knowing they were safe and out of the house is the only thing that kept me at work that night. It was a long 4 hours, but I kept checking the camera every chance I got. Sure enough, they were still sitting on the bed, staring up at the camera with emotionless gazes. I studied them to see if I could see any pattern, from their breathing to their blinking. Their breathing was steady and looked normal. It was their blinking that would tell me if this was just some kind of bizarre, time-looped freak accident video or not. I intently stare at my phone and count the seconds between each blink, telling myself if this is a loop, then their blinks should be even and occur at the same time each time. There was no pattern to their blinking. It was erratic and random, just as a person blinking should be. The passing hours are what finally sealed the deal that this was not a weird looped video of some kind. My son's window is visible on camera, and I can see on camera that it is getting lighter outside his room. His curtains keep out just enough light to prevent the camera from exiting night vision, but lets in just enough to be able to tell the sun is rising. I try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do before I leave work. Calling the police comes to mind, but I talk myself out of it. First of all, what am I supposed to say? Someone is in my house that looks like my wife but isn't. Worse yet, what if they are entities of some kind and the police do go over and it kills them or something? I decide to tell coworker about it. He's a firm believer in the paranormal and might have a suggestion. I show him the video and tell him the story. His initial response of, "That's creepy as fuck," doesn't help much, but he says he wants to go over and check it out. He says we both should, to see if not my wife will try and act like my wife. I tell him absolutely not, and he says we should at least go to the house even if we don't go in. I agree on that since I wanted to close the garage. We got to my house and walked around the perimeter first. Not sure what we wanted to accomplish by that, but it felt like something we should do. The curtains were all drawn since nobody was there to open them in the morning, so we couldn't see anything. I went to close the garage and suddenly had this overwhelming urge to go inside and investigate. It was like I just had to know what was going on. So in we went. We walked through the kitchen towards the foyer where the stairs are. It's so quiet in our house right now you could hear a feather drop, forget the pin. We stop at the bottom of the stairs and wait a few seconds. I look at the camera again and they are still sitting there. I've never been so scared in my life. My coworker puts his foot on the first step and I suddenly say, "Stop," loudly. "Forget this. We're out of here," I tell him. "Come on." I start making my way back to the kitchen. We hear a loud creak in the floor from upstairs. It's my son's room. He has a very loud, creaky board right in the middle of his floor that's almost impossible not to step on. My wife and I are still deciding if we ever want to fix it because it will alert us if he's ever up to no good when he gets older trying to sneak out or something. "Come on, come on, come on," I yell as I motion for him to move his ass. We're out of the house in about 2 seconds. Out on the street, I check my phone. Now only Not My Son was sitting on the bed, same blank stare. Not My Wife was gone. Holy shit, my coworker says. That was stupid as fuck of us. Do not tell my wife we went inside. She would be so ungodly mad if she found out what we just did. I use my garage door opener in my car to close the door. Before we leave, I look at the camera again. Not My Wife is back on the bed with Not My Son, both staring blankly up at the camera, blinking every few seconds. That was all about 4 days ago now. Not My Wife and Not My Son are still sitting on the bed staring up at the camera. They haven't moved a millimeter. We obviously haven't gone back to our house. What do we do? I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's been an emotional month. I've felt like I'm losing my mind, or already lost it. I've been in the hospital for 3 weeks. You'll remember I left off at my wife's parents' house, not sure what the hell to do. My wife and I argued about it. My in-laws said, "Call the priest." I told my wife we're calling the cops, and that's it. The day we finally called the cops would be day 6. Not My family was still sitting on the goddamn bed staring at the camera. I told the dispatcher there were intruders in my house, leaving out the part where they looked exactly like my family. I told her we were out of the house, but I would meet the police there. She dispatched 2 units. My wife begged me not to go. I told her I had to be there. I had a foolproof plan. I would take her mom's iPhone and FaceTime with my wife while showing the police the camera on my phone. They would see this as a fucked up situation and hopefully proceed with caution. My coworker friend said he would come with me as well. My friend and I beat the cops to my house. Like most of you mentioned in the comments previously, I was packing heat. I have a concealed carry, so I had my 1911.45 on me. I was not concerned this would bother the cops, as I was going to inform them of my permit and that I was currently carrying. What I wasn't going to tell them was that I had my father-in-law's AR-15 in my trunk. It's almost funny how many of you mentioned that was the way to go in my previous entry. I didn't plan on telling the cops about it because I was not planning on needing it. They would come armed and prepared. They showed up, and I let them know I was armed, and then enacted my plan. I initially told them the story. They looked at each other like I was crazy, and they didn't believe me. I FaceTimed my wife so they could see she was in fact not in the house despite what our camera was showing. They still didn't seem to believe me, but this did pique their interest. I hung up with my wife and told her I'd call her back as soon as we knew something. "So now we're sure this isn't a recording," an officer stated, repeating what I said. "It's not. The day-night cycle has changed every day. Their blinking is erratic and not cyclical like it was a repeat," I said. "I know it's a stupid question, but your wife isn't a twin?" the other officer asked. I told him no. My friend spoke up. "I have an idea. Turn the volume up, I'll go throw a pebble at the window." He went around back while I turned up the volume to the max. "Okay, I'm tossing." We heard the light tick sound from outside, but the 1-second delay on the camera came in loud and clear through my phone. Not my wife moved at the sound of the pebble hitting the window. The first time I'd actually seen her move aside from the time she wasn't on screen, when I initially went inside our house the first day. She turned her head towards the window just slightly, before turning back to the camera. "Okay, so this is live," an officer said. "Okay, sir, I need you and your friend to stay outside here. We're going to go in and find out what's going on here." "Should you ask for more units?" I asked hopefully. "Not at this time. We're going to assess the situation first. They don't appear to be armed, but we're going to be cautious." I opened the garage for them and they made their way in towards my kitchen door. They radioed dispatch that they were headed in and to stand by. They disappeared into my house. A few seconds after they went in, the camera went out. I wanted to vomit, and I felt like if I put my fingers in my mouth, I'd be able to feel my heart since it had leapt so far up into my throat. "Shit," I yelled to my friend. I immediately popped the trunk and got my rifle out and ran into the garage, my friend right behind me. We got inside just in time to hear a low, guttural howl from upstairs, demonic sounding almost, along with raised voices from the police. There were several shots. "Need backup. Shots fired." He was cut off. "Oh my God," my friend howled. He was scared shitless, but so was I. "God fucking damn it, I knew it," I said, running up the stairs. "My son's room is the first one you come to after getting upstairs, so his wall is also what you see as you walk up the stairs." As I reached the top, I laid into the wall with my rifle. It has a 30-round magazine, but I felt like I fired 100 shots. I fired all over the place, knowing full well the ammo would go through the wall like it was paper, concentrating on where my son's bed would be, but also near the door and towards the floor as well in case whatever these things were thought to duck. We heard shrieks of pain coming from the room, then nothing. My friend and I paused for a minute before deciding to go in because the camera was still out. We heard a whimpering coming from the room. There was a dead cop in the hallway we had to step over. It was awful, and I'll never be able to unsee it. His head was several feet away from his body in the threshold to our guest room. We found the other cop in my son's room right inside the doorway. He had several large holes in his torso, as if he'd been impaled. Exactly what I was afraid would happen had happened. I called the cops, and whatever these things were killed them. When we entered the room, we found the source of the whimpering was not my wife. She was laying on her back on the floor, holding her torso that was bullet-ridden and breathing heavy. The scene was awful. I can hardly put into words how awful it was. I know now, just like I did then, they weren't my family. It shouldn't have been hard. I should have been able to just go in and finish it. But instead I fell to my knees. Not my wife begged for her life. "I don't want to die, honey," she whimpered. "I wanted to have more kids. I can't die now." I looked over at not my son, who had to be dead. He'd taken 2 shots at least to the head, or what was left of it. He had several more in his torso and 1 or 2 on his legs and arms. If you have kids, seeing their lifeless, bullet-ridden body is a special kind of hell. Again, I knew it wasn't my son, but it was. I was going to be sick. I'd killed my family. I turned back to not my wife. She was acting just like my wife. It even mimicked her anxiety about death that she has had in the past year or so. "It's not her, man." I forgot my friend was even there. "It's not her. Shoot it." I know what you guys are thinking. How many times has this happened in the movies, and you scream at your TV for the main character to just shoot the imposter because it's not their loved one? I guess movies get it right somehow. I'll never roll my eyes at the character who can't kill an imposter again. "Please don't shoot me," it begged. My hands were shaking as I aimed at it. Why couldn't I do it? I knew, this wasn't my wife. "Listen, man," my friend began calmly. "Look at it. Its blood is yellow. It's not your family." Was it yellow? It was. Seeing my family slain was so traumatic I hadn't even noticed their blood wasn't red. I steadied my aim, and not my wife suddenly stopped begging. She began that guttural, terrifying shriek, and something black or gray started to protrude from her mouth, like a tentacle or something, and I fired. At that range, her head more or less exploded. Whatever these things were, they appeared to be mortal. I was still on my knees and my friend was out in the hallway just outside the door. We heard the sounds of approaching police sirens. I'd forgotten one of the cops had gotten a shots fired call over the radio before being killed. It seemed like it had been hours, but it had only been about 5 minutes since the police had gone in. My friend went downstairs to let the police know what to expect. I stood up and slowly made my way into the hallway. I was lightheaded and felt like I was going to be sick. My bedroom is adjacent to my son's, so the doorway is about a foot to the right of my son's doorway. My door was closed, but as I exited my son's room, my door opened. Not me walked out into the hallway, wearing exactly the same thing I was at that time. I was shocked in place. I couldn't move, but it did. It walked towards me, and its right arm turned black and morphed into what appeared to be a tentacle. It was wiggling around like a squid or octopus appendage. When he thrust his arm at me, it solidified and impaled me through my abdomen. It then stabbed me in the left leg just above the kneecap. I fell to the ground in pain. Its tentacle arm was wiggling again. "Why did you kill my family?" it asked. When it spoke, its voice changed pitch several times. It was my voice, then much deeper, then normal again. It alternated several times, saying that one sentence. It moved in closer. The rifle was gone, but I still had my .45. I pulled it out and got a shot off in its right knee. It howled. As Not-Me fell to his knee, I fired a couple more shots, getting 2 into its abdomen and left side of its ribs. It breathed heavily for a few seconds before I used the last of my strength to aim proper and shot Not-Me in the face. Its blood was also yellow. I lay there bleeding out, thinking this was it for sure. I still had some strength from adrenaline kicking in, so I took my belt off and tried to make a tourniquet for my leg. With my stomach wound, it was hard to give it a good yank to tighten it. I then took my shirt off and balled it up and packed my stomach wound and applied as much pressure as I could. Being a nurse probably saved my life. I passed out, but the measures I took must have kept me alive long enough for EMS to arrive. I heard raised voices and the sound of pounding coming up the stairs before I went out. It was probably a cop, but I felt pressure from somebody trying to keep my wound packed before I went out. I was in and out of consciousness as EMS arrived, along with probably every cop in the city. I was wheeled downstairs and put in an ambulance, but while I was being loaded onto the gurney upstairs, I heard cops freaking out, and rightfully so. They'd lost 2 brothers and there were 3 other bodies. Did he kill his brother? Are they twins? Probably referring to Not-Me's dead body. Or his whole family? Put him on armed guard while at the hospital. He'll probably be getting charged. As I was getting placed into the ambulance, I saw my friend talking to a group of about 10 cops, all listening very intently to what he was saying. I went out again in the ambulance. I woke up in the ER. My wounds had been treated. The tentacle hadn't been more than a few inches wide, so it was just slightly larger than a large knife. They'd sewn me up, and I found that I was currently receiving a blood transfusion due to blood loss at my home. My wife had authorized them to do whatever they had needed while I was unconscious. She was also extremely pissed that I went in the house. We're okay now, but that's a story for another day. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks since I ended up getting an infection and almost went septic. I needed quite a few antibiotics. For the entire 3 weeks, I had cops in my room with questions. After about a week, they released me and no longer had me under armed guard. I told them absolutely everything, not caring if it made sense or not, and thank God my friend had come with me since he was able to corroborate this weird story. Midway through my hospital stay, men with suits came to pay me a visit. They were government, I knew right away. They said they were FBI, but I don't know if I believe that. They wanted to talk about not my family. The police chief and the coroner were involved, and it was very hush-hush. They made it clear this was not to get out to the public. This is where I have to apologize probably for an anticlimactic ending to this ordeal. I don't know what not me and my family were, neither do they. The only thing we know is that they were sentient creatures that looked like us and had yellow blood. I begged the coroner to tell me about their autopsies, but he said he wasn't allowed to say. He must have felt bad for me, since I received a bouquet of flowers a couple days later. The card inside the envelope read, "We don't know what they are. They have the same organs we do, but in different parts of their body aside from their brain. But what's red and pink inside us is green and yellow inside them. They're humanoid creatures, but whatever they aren't human. The government thinks they may be extraterrestrial. Destroy this letter ASAP." We had our house professionally cleaned. It was almost surely a government team since they contacted us on behalf of the police. We could not find any Google reviews or website for the company online. My wife and I are not going to go back to our house. We would love to burn it down, but there's no way to do that and avoid suspicion of arson at this point. We'll end up taking a huge loss on the property since everyone in our neighborhood knows there was an incident involving multiple deaths in the house but don't know what actually happened. It'll be hard to sell, but eventually it will. We're going to move on from here. I told everyone at work it was a home invasion and they bought it. I'll go back to work in a couple weeks and we'll start looking for a new house. Again, I'm sorry. I know everyone wanted a concrete ending and to know exactly what the fuck those things were, but we just don't know. Alien sounds good to me. I've been thinking if they were supernatural or actual demons, gunfire wouldn't have been able to kill them. It's just hard to say. If they were aliens, why did they just sit there and creep in our house for a week? They didn't even try to take over our lives. It's hard to wrap my head around. If it is aliens, keep your eyes peeled out there. There could be more of them.
Back when I grew up in rural Minnesota, my mother wanted me to keep in touch with my Scandinavian roots. We haven't lived in the Nordic countries for 3 generations, but there are still a couple of things that stick around. Behavioral quirks, mostly, and a couple of traditions that have been with our family for as long as anyone can remember. Putting porridge out for the forest gnomes was one thing. Mom used to trick me with these dolls that she'd put in the snow and point to, saying, "Don't move too fast, you'll scare them. And let's not talk about dancing around the maypole. That stuff's just embarrassing." But the most peculiar tradition is the one about a Midsummer Night's Dream. I know that's a Shakespeare title, but it's also a traditional Scandinavian thing. It goes a little something like this. On the evening of midsummer, you are to collect 7 kinds of wild flowers. Then you bundle them up and put them under your pillow. If you do, you are supposed to dream of your one true love. Now, I have 3 sisters. They were all about romance and predestination, and I couldn't have cared less if I wanted to. But every year, they'd walk hand in hand, collecting wild flowers and putting them under their pillows. And since I was too young to wander off on my own, I had to stick around. That is, until they decided it was my turn. It was my oldest sister who made the call. She was 12, and I just turned 7, but she figured the earlier the better. "You have to tell us what she looks like," she said. "Like if she's tall, or thin, or fat." "I bet she's fat," said my second oldest sister. "Statistically, she's Chinese or Indian," said the other. "That's where there are most girls." I tried to ignore them, but their cackling got on my nerves. They gathered up some silky aster, blue-eyed grass, silverleaf, wild bergamot, blue sunflowers, and ground plum, but couldn't get a 7th one. They looked around, but couldn't find one. I just wanted to go home, so I picked up the first thing I saw, sticking out next to a rusted-out barrel. "How about this one?" I said, holding up a yellow flower with a black spot. "That's a black-eyed Susan," said my oldest sister. "You're gonna marry a Susan," grinned another. "Little Susie Woo gonna love you." "Who?" sing-sang the last. I rolled my eyes so hard that they almost popped out of my head as they cackled and teased, putting my hair up in a bow. They bundled up the wildflowers and made me sleep with them under my pillow. I didn't notice anything strange at first. Just a night like any other. You have such vivid dreams. When you're a kid, like everything just happens faster. You even sleep faster. But this was something else entirely. It wasn't just a dream. It was an experience. And the worst part is, I didn't even remember it. I just remembered it was bad. Really, really bad. It was so bad that I completely blocked it out. I don't even remember waking up. I just remember laying in the bathtub, submerged in cold water. I looked up at my 3 sisters. They looked terrified. My throat was hoarse, and I was wide awake, but I couldn't even remember going to bed. "Does it hurt?" my oldest asked. Her voice was different, lower, careful. I shook my head. "No," I said. "I'm okay." "It sounded like it hurt," she continued, "like it really hurt. I think it was a bad dream." "Was it her?" asked my youngest sister. "Did you dream of her?" I couldn't tell. It was just a dark space in the back of my mind that made my pulse shiver when I thought about it. And yet, I knew the answer. "Yeah," I said. "It was black-eyed Susan." Now, I've been teased by my sister my whole life, but they never teased me about black-eyed Susan. They'd never seen me like that. I'd woken up screaming at the top of my lungs, rolling around on the floor. They thought I was having a seizure. They took me to the bathroom while my mom called an ambulance. We didn't talk much about it. They never had me checked for epilepsy, and I was perfectly healthy otherwise. They talked a little about it being some kind of allergic reaction, but I'd never seen a reaction like that. Over time, we came to this unspoken conclusion that those wildflowers gave me the worst nightmare of my life. And in that nightmare, I saw my one true love, black-eyed Susan. I wouldn't think much about that night over the years to come. It became this distant memory, like your first cold. But every now and then, particularly around midsummer, I would try to remember what that dream had been like, and something inside me would sink into this bottomless hole in my chest. It teased me. I could concentrate, and I'd see it, but I didn't want to. To have forgotten was a blessing, and I knew better than to challenge it. But it's a weird headspace to live in, to have concepts such as true love and marriage so closely associated with trauma, especially since all other couples in my life were perfectly fine role models. My mother and father were an extraordinary couple, and while my sisters had some dating life drama, nothing bad ever really happened to them. So as I got into my teenage years, I didn't want to chase girls and flirt. I didn't want to fall in love. I joked about it a lot, but the feeling of meeting my one true love felt like throwing my soul down an endless pit. I tried to rationalize it away. It was just a stupid phase, a quirk. It became like a fun party story to tell in my late teens. It was funny, in a way, saying I used to believe in such things, but there was an asterisk stuck to that story every time I told it. A little white lie. I never stopped believing in it. It started to really bother me when I was about 17. At that point, I'd been in short relationships, and I'd been in love, but I couldn't stop thinking that it wasn't real, that true love was out there, and that it was terrifying, something that would make my heart sink into my stomach. So I decided to just bite the bullet and try the whole thing again, to face my fears. So that midsummer, I put together 7 types of wildflowers again, ending with a black-eyed Susan. As kids, we're very good at handling pain, or at least we're resilient. We have time to heal. But when you're 17, it hits differently. When I went to bed that night, I had cold sweats, and I couldn't stop thinking about what was waiting behind my closed eyes. Would there be a reaction at all? Or had I wasted all this time being anxious about nothing? I closed my eyes and tried not to think about it. I counted down from 100, then 200. I twisted and turned, trying to get the sweaty covers to stop sticking to my skin. At the slightest stretch, my eyes would pop open. I'd get this ache in my face from trying to keep them closed. But after hours, something clicked. My muscles relaxed, and I caught a whiff of the flowers from under my pillow. And something inside me screamed at me to turn back, to open my eyes, but it was too late. It felt like looking at the bottom of a pool, but straight ahead. A reflective shimmer, ethereal but physical at the same time, like a night sky that you can push your hands through. I fumbled with my hands, trying to find something to hold on to. There was this swirl in the back of my head, like having a large drink on an empty stomach. Something reached for me and touched my fingertips. Something as hard as fingernails. It poked and prodded me from different angles. A strange voice seeped through me, neutral, genderless, and with an unusual pronunciation. "Where have you been?" it asked. I tried to regain my footing, but there was nothing to hold on to, just these protrusions from the dark. Finally, I felt myself slowing down, a steadiness, control. Something came out of the dark, eyes so black that their head looked hollow against the night. A vaguely human skull, connected to an infinite mass, like a broken flower growing out of cracked concrete, muscle and vein, contracting and compounding at every angle, ripples of flesh with every offset heartbeat. It's been so long. Something wrapping around my ankle, tightening. "Come home." My eyes snapped open, but I wasn't awake. I could feel her wrapped around my ankle. I pulled away the covers and watched my foot turn blue. It was bending, and I felt nothing. Then the bone snapped. I've never experienced something like that. I've never broken a bone, and experiencing a tremolo or fracture in the comfort of your own bed is inhuman. It hurts so bad, you lose bladder control. And I couldn't do anything but to fall out of bed and writhe on the floor, but the pain wouldn't go away. I just screamed. I tried to reach for my phone, but it's like it refused to let me reach it. A neighbor heard me. Help came. It would take time for the leg to heal, but bones mend all the time. But true love doesn't. I pushed the thought of love and marriage out of my life for over a decade. I would shy away from coy smiles and flowery laughter. Some people thought I had a problem with my sexuality. Others thought I was under some kind of religious repression. I tried to explain that relationships just weren't my thing, but it's hard to explain without a reason. If I was really pressed about it, I'd say it was a childhood trauma that usually stopped the questions. I'd do this for years, a string of short-term relationships where I kept hoping and praying I wouldn't fall in love. Anything to keep me away from that dark space. I couldn't tell what was going to happen if I met someone who'd make me feel things, real things. But life isn't so simple. It would take me years, but when I turned 31, I met her. Lilia hit me like a summer's breeze the first time I talked to her. It was a birthday party, and she was invited by a mutual friend of ours. Lilia had been working overtime and forgotten all about the party, so she joined at the last minute. She showed up in an oversized hoodie and yesterday's jeans, spending most of the night at the snack table, looking at her phone. Her enthusiasm started and stopped at bobbing her head to the music. When I saw that we were out of pretzels, I went up to talk to her. "Looking for snacks?" I asked. "Your mom's a snack," she snapped back. "All right, yeah, but I was talking about the pretzels." She looked at me like I'd struck gold. She'd been so hell-bent on the idea that I was coming up to hit on her that it never even crossed her mind that she'd eaten a full bowl of salty pretzels. She snort-laughed, apologized, and I felt my heart skip a beat. I knew it was trouble. I liked her. Lilia was a work-from-home, back-end developer. She spent most of her days trying to steer her team. Though rough deadlines and absurd last-minute changes, she explained it as trying to teach cats algebra while falling out of an airplane. She cycled through periods of insane stress, to weeks of coasting, which she'd made into an absurd routine, clearly something she couldn't keep up forever. We didn't start dating right away. We chatted a bit and found out we had a lot in common. She'd been dating this one guy since she was 14 years old and had only recently turned single, so she wasn't eager to get back on the market. She didn't mind my vague trauma. She just liked being around me. I think our friends realized we were dating long before Lilia or I did. We just spent time together until one day when we didn't want it to stop. Still, I couldn't help but think of black-eyed Susan. No matter how soothing Lilia's snores were, I could still lay awake at night. There was a warmth in my chest as I imagined the smell of wildflowers from my pillow, an ache in my leg where I could touch the scars. If I were to truly fall in love, what would happen? Those nights came more often, from once every 6 months or so to every week. After having dated for about a year, Lilia was eager to help me get over the whole thing. She knew it was a trauma, and she knew I didn't want to talk about it, but she couldn't let it go. And of course, she couldn't. She was in a loving relationship with a man who couldn't say he loved her, and all she knew was that something had happened. It got to a point where it was driving a wedge between us. She wanted to help, and I wanted her to understand, and I could only think of one way to show her. I had to do it again. On midsummer, we went outside to pick flowers. Lilia was excited, but her smile faded when she felt how serious I was. I did what I'd done every other time. I picked 6 types, and a final flower would pop out of nowhere. And of course, it'd be the black-eyed Susan. I bundled them all up. I could feel a phantom pain cutting into my leg, which gave me a limp. "So what are these for?" she asked. "For sleep," I said, "and I'm gonna need your help." "Sure, yeah, whatever you need. If it looks bad, I need you to wake me up." "How do I know if it's bad?" I shook my head and took her by the hand. "You'll know. I did some preparations. I had gauze and painkillers." Lilia was prepared to call for help if necessary. She still had no idea what was going on, but I could tell she was nervous. Then again, so was I. Problem was, I couldn't sleep. I just lay there, and she watched me. After about an hour, she crawled up next to me. She knew it was something that happened when I slept, but she wanted to calm me down. "I need you to see this," I said. "It's okay," she whispered. "Go to sleep. Promise, you'll keep watch." I promise. I didn't turn my head to look. I trusted her. So I closed my eyes, let my breathing slow, and felt my head fill with the smell of wildflowers. It was like waking up again, a mild tingle covering my body, like being draped in spider webs. I blinked and blinked, but it was all black. A long, drawn-out breath echoed like a field of sighing flowers. Beautiful. A growth coming out of the dark, translucent, like living glass hardening into soft marble. A woman dragging her legs through the night, like she was trudging through a swamp. She grabbed me by the hand, pulling me along. It felt like I was carried through a current. I could see the bedroom from above. I lay there, and Lilia was sitting next to me. I can't really explain what it felt like. Sort of like watching your reflection blink. I could see her struggling to stay awake, nodding on and off. She was trying so hard. "Is that what beautiful looks like?" Black-eyed Susan asked. "I don't even know what you are," I said. "Of course you do," she said. "I am your one true love." The words slithered. A drawn ounce poisoned the air. I tried not to look at her. It was like the opposite of staring into a sun. The light in your eyes begin to die, and you can feel yourself grow colder, slower. "You can't be," I said. "It's impossible." "But I am," she said. "You love me." She turned her attention to the room, hovering in front of us. I could see little tendrils creep under the furniture, reaching for Lilia and me. Long finger-like limbs in layered scales, bending at painful angles. One pulled down her phone, another moved a chair. Two of them struggled to move the bed. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Passing the time." One of the tendrils closed around my stomach. There was pressure, like someone tightening a belt. It cut into my hips. Before the pain, I could feel a slight pop. "If you love me, why are you hurting me?" I asked. "How else are you going to get used to it?" she asked back. "Get used to what?" She turned to me, breath reeking of ammonia with every spit of a word. "Us." A hand closed around my neck. My eyes flung open. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't feel my legs. I flailed with my arm, reaching for Lilia. She got out of bed, only to find that her phone was gone. "What's wrong?" she asked. "What's happening?" She had to cover her mouth when she saw my neck. She grabbed my arm, but the moment she did, something took hold of her. In the corner of my eye, I saw her getting pulled into the other room, clawing at the carpet with a terrified shriek. My left arm rose out of the bed as if carried by an unseen string. Two of my fingers popped out of their sockets like a painful countdown. I couldn't scream. I could barely think. No oxygen. Lilia came running back and grabbed me. She pulled on my arm, and something let go. I fell out of bed, gasping for air as she cradled my head in her arms. I could see color returning to my hands as two fingers turned purple. I didn't feel a thing, but I would in a couple of seconds. "Hold on," Lilia said. "Hold on." Her phone was gone. She bandaged my fingers and tried to keep them straight. "I'm sorry," I gasped. "I'm so sorry." She just shook her head, trying to process what had happened. There were no words. We just stayed there on the floor, but I could see something in the corners of the room, little quirks and shades. Something was waiting for me to let my guard down. "What's hurting you?" she asked. "What is it?" Something broke in me as I swallowed my words, but Lilia deserved the truth. I think she loves me. Over the coming weeks, I tried my best to explain. Lilia was terrified. She'd never seen anything like it, and there was no explanation that could settle her nerves. It's one thing to know someone you care about has trauma, but it is another thing entirely to experience something impossible that can make or break you. But Lilia didn't break. She started asking questions. Why was I targeted? What was this thing? What did it want? But things were getting strange. It's as if thinking about black-eyed Susan brought her closer to us in a physical, literal way, like we were building toward something. I would spot movement in the shadows. I'd notice furniture out of place and hear creaking doors in the middle of the night. And of course, it had to be her. She was playing with me. Lilia would stay up at night, reading about various Scandinavian traditions, the cast iron scissors under the pillow, the midsummer pole, the year walk, trolls, elves, dwarves, and gnomes. She gave me lists of things to ask my parents about, to see if our family had been targeted by something ancient or evil. But weeks would come and go, and we wouldn't be anywhere close to an answer. And the shadows would grow longer, things would disappear, and every night, when I closed my eyes, I'd catch a whiff of earthy wildflowers. Things would quickly progress beyond tricks and shadows. At one point, I was tripped while walking down a flight of stairs. Another time, something pressed down on the gas pedal, sending me straight through a red light. It's a miracle no one was hurt. Lilia wouldn't go unscathed either. Electronics would break or go missing. Odd sounds would wake her up at night. She told me that sometimes she'd see a silhouette outside the window, as if someone was trying to catch a peek of us. Every time she looked closer, it would turn out to be fallen leaves or a peculiar branch. It was stressful, but there wasn't really an option. What else could we do but to stick together and love one another? I don't remember the moment we moved in together. It just made sense, since we spent all our time together anyway. She just moved more and more of her stuff in, and all of a sudden, her place was pretty much empty. So yeah, we lived together. It wasn't really a conscious decision. Lilia had a couple of rough ideas about what that thing might be. She had a binder with ideas ranging from Arthurian mythology to jinn and some kind of Polish bird demon. None of them fit perfectly, though. And frankly, it was such an odd thing for it all to be tied to this one ancient tradition. How could this thing be my true love? What was I missing? We figured it had to be something connected to that very first night back when I was a kid, when they had to put me in the bathtub to wake me up. For a full year, all we did was try to make it to the next day. It affected pretty much every aspect of our lives. The way we slept at night, the way we cooked, the way we did our laundry. There'd always be something messing up the rhythm of the day. It exhausted us, not just mentally and physically, but socially. We stopped going out. Hell, we barely even talked. Instead, we kept our heads down and tried not to think about it too much, silently hoping for the problem to solve itself as Lilia's binder gathered dust. But once the next midsummer came around, there was a difficult discussion to be had. We can't live like this. She'd sat me down at the kitchen table. The light bulb had burned out somehow, despite only being 2 weeks old. I'm sorry, I said. I wouldn't blame you if... I'm not going anywhere, she said. You know that. So what do we do? She looked around. The kitchen faucet was leaking again. I suppose we ought to try something, she said. You got any suggestions? She could kill us, I said. We can't go there. Maybe we don't have a choice. I just sat there in the dark, counting the seconds. She was right, of course, but that didn't mean I had to like it. As midsummer came, we decided we would do this together. We got a single, large pillow and gathered the flowers together. We didn't say a word. We just walked among the wildflowers as a low rumble lingered on the horizon, a damp taste in the air as a storm brewed. But to me, all I could see was the woman I loved and how she carefully brushed her hands against the tall grass. Even now, she could find something to appreciate. Tradition, ritual, and myth be damned. At that moment, there wasn't a force in the world that could convince me that she was anything but my actual true love. We rounded out our wildflowers with a black-eyed Susan. It was hidden next to a rusted-out barrel, as if trying its best to hide. But like every other year I'd done this, I'd find one, and with all 7 wildflowers in hand, we bundled them up and wandered home, hand in hand. We hugged each other tight as we went to bed. Some way, somehow, we would make it through the night. We had to. When I opened my eyes, something felt different. I thought I was standing in sand, but it was more like a fine concrete dust. The moon covered most of the night sky, but I couldn't see any stars. There were black trees in the distance, leafless and skeletonized by years of thirst. Along the horizon was a single, large tree, tall enough to almost reach the moon itself. An apocalyptic vision, if anything. "Who are you?" A melodic voice, kind but unsure. I turned around. Lilia. My first thought was that she looked taller, but that wasn't it. She was the same as always. It was me that had gotten shorter. My hands were smaller. I looked down at the 7-year-old version of myself, still dressed in my most comfortable childhood jammies. Lilia didn't really sound any different, but a child's ears hear things in other ways. She had the most beautiful voice. "It's me," I said, somehow. "You're really cute," she smiled, "but I don't get it." "I don't either. Maybe we're not supposed to. Maybe." We wandered down a trail, hand in hand. There was no one around, no wind blowing through dead plains, no birds in the sky, no chirping cicadas, and no rustling leaves, just feet on dust. "There's no one here," I said. "This can't be it." "Did we do it wrong?" she asked. "I don't think so. She's usually here by now." Lilia blinked, looking around. Then something dark settled over her eyes. "What if she is?" She let go of me and brushed her arms up and down in a self-hug, something she usually did when stressed. We wandered around for what felt like hours. Nothing happened. No one came to disturb us. It was just her, me, and nothingness. No black-eyed Susan, and nothing to tear us apart. "Does this mean you're my true love?" she asked. "I mean, I am dreaming of you." "That would make you mine too," I smiled. "I thought that was occupied." I thought so too, but there was no one there to challenge that claim. We just smiled at one another. That had to be it. Despite it all, something good had to come out of this. But no matter where we went, or for how long, nothing happened. We started to worry. We weren't waking up. We didn't get hungry, or thirsty, or tired. It was just this complete stage of emptiness. We would walk down forgotten paths for what felt like hours, strolling past sand-burnt concrete ruins. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been days. It might have been months. It was impossible to tell. And Lilia always had this amazing ability to make every moment pass by in a flash. She was impossible not to love. Even then, and even there, we'd make jokes and laugh, though I couldn't get over the feeling of being stuck in my younger self. You don't realize how much you've changed until you step back into old shoes like that. Then I noticed something, a flicker of yellow. Right there, behind a rusted-out old barrel, was a black-eyed Susan, the same yellow flower I'd found on that fateful midsummer night as a kid. I don't know how I recognized it, but I did. It was the same flower. It had to be. I picked it up and showed it to Lilia. Strange, huh? I said. Only one of these I've seen around. I wonder what it does, she said. You think it means? Her voice cut out. The light warped in front of me, blurring like I was watching through a thin layer of rushing water. I could feel a tingle in my eyes. Lilia looked different, further away. Don't go, she called out. What are you doing? I'm not. I just picked this. I held it out and dropped it, giving her one last flower. We drifted apart. Something shifted. My head rolled back, and I felt this intense heat settling into my head. Then a coolness. Someone trying to lower my temperature. Young voices, terrified. Lilia drifting further away, screaming at me to stay with her. Her voice goes from beautiful to desperate to something else. She would scream how much she loved me, and then scream at how much she hated me. I would leave her in that place for what would equate to eternities, for her to twist and turn in a place where she'd have nothing but her thoughts and regrets, where a starless sky would seep into her, whispering things to do, ways she would play whenever I returned, her head spinning with tales of jinn and mares and demons. It would just be seconds passing as I felt her disappear. But in those seconds, there would be eons, long enough for a body to forget what humans looked like, for a mind to forget what love is supposed to be, for a word or a phrase to change. True love, an ammonia-reeking scream, reflected off a fractured space as she reached for me, trying to pull me back through the breaking light, a hand so warm that it burned my face. How could I be so cruel as to leave her for endless time to suffer? How could I be so selfish? Black-eyed Susan, Lilia, my one true love. Then I woke up. My head burst through the water as I looked up at my 3 sisters. I was 7 years old and still in my jammies, submerged in the bathtub of my childhood home. And as healthy young minds do, my memories healed themselves, sealing away a trauma for me to uncover years down the line. Life would turn out the same way. Awkward teenage years, short relationships, and I'd come back to that broken place, time and time again, and she would play her games, reminding me of the betrayal she felt, and I wouldn't understand. That is, until one night, when I woke up alone. We'd gone to bed together, but only one had made it back. I'd lived a life twice, and I hadn't even realized it. I stumbled into the shower, set it to cold, and collapsed. I could just think of one thing to say. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Another view of the world from behind a shimmer, be it warm tears or running water. Today, I'm 47, never married, no serious dating. I go back to Lilia every year, hoping I can find something to remind her of what she used to be. I've tried bringing things along, something to bring her back with me. I've yet to find anything useful. It doesn't work like that. Sometimes I try to stay a little longer, but the pain is unbearable. I suspect one day she'll kill me, and I won't come back. I suppose that's the only way this can end. I try not to think about it, but when I do, I try to convince myself that I will end up the same way as her. Maybe we can find solace in our madness. Maybe we'll live together in a paradise of dust and strange moons. I don't know. I don't think that old tradition just shows you true love. I think it will take you to a place where you can meet. But perhaps that place isn't what it used to be. Maybe there used to be more flowers and dancing. I've asked my sisters about what they've seen the times they've done this. All they tell me about is handsome men and blue skies. I guess we don't all go to the same place. After all, true love isn't the same for everyone. If there truly is someone for everyone, well, then we must face some hard facts. They could live across the world. They could have passed away. Or maybe they're just not what you expected. But the older I get, the less I worry. Maybe I'll wake up in that bathtub a third time, years from now. And if not, then at least I get to see her again. There must be something of Lelia left in Black-Eyed Susan. There has to be. Or else she wouldn't still be my one true love.
Things have deteriorated here to a degree that I didn't foresee. I didn't know how much writing about the things that are happening out here would affect every single part of my life. And maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have considered it more seriously. But honestly, I just thought I was writing about things that a few people would want to hear. I didn't think it would get this much attention. People ask me about the stairs now. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know. And I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this. As much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off my mind, I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. Because of the amount of attention the stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many I can't even remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones that I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds here was about a young woman who disappeared upstate. Initially, everyone assumed she was a runaway. She didn't come from a great home life, and so it really wasn't any kind of surprise that she'd choose to cut and run. But people started coming forward saying that they'd seen her around the park shortly before she vanished, so some of the rangers in the area were sent out to make sure she hadn't hung herself or something on any of the back trails. It took them a while, but they did find her. Well, not all of her. Just half of her tongue and a quarter of the lower jaw. Very clean cuts from what I heard. They've never found the rest of her. So many stories about children, so many of them going missing and turning up in caves, wedged in between impossibly tight spaces. So many of them found on mountain peaks or at the bottoms of sheer gullies. Missing shoes, missing socks, or found with both in perfect condition despite them being miles and miles away from where they vanished. So many stories of black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out in the night, mimicking the sound of running water or a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station he thinks will listen to him and tells the same story. He was deer hunting, had camped out in a very remote area, and woke up because something was scraping against his tent. He thought it was a raccoon or a fox until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out a human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leapt back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. This man was not wearing any clothing, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As this hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of amalgamation of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into the vague shape of a man. The face was lumpy and only a rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice before mimicking the sound of the tent zipper and fleeing into the night. A young couple, out for a hike in the rocky areas of my park, reported to me yesterday that they had seen something strange out on a peak I'm very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker climbing up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the incident was over that this person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the young man. He said whoever, or whatever this person was looking right at them. The climber waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist, sideways, and leaping off the peak. The young man didn't see where the climber landed. I sent them on their way with assurances that I'd check it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't question it anymore. There are so many things I won't ever be able to understand about my job, and it would take me years to relate all of the things I've heard in the last few months. When I feel like my job isn't in jeopardy, I will come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you all for sticking by my side and enjoying the things I've talked about. If you go out into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, survival equipment. Let people know where you're going and when you'll be back. Don't go on uncharted paths unless you know exactly what you're doing. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't go up them.
My stepdad is unhealthily obsessed with bottlenose dolphins, and I just learned the terrifying reason why. Kevin has been my stepfather since marrying my mother in 2024. Mom met him in 2022, 2 years after Dad passed away. Kevin was a godsend, truth be told. Stereotypically, stepfathers are loathsome, right? Comically villainous. Well, I was kind of hoping for that, so I'd have a reason to dislike him. Frustratingly, however, I found that I really didn't hate the guy, and I was a grouchy 15-year-old whose grief was only just starting to dim. So all of the ingredients were there. I should have hated my stepdad, but I didn't. Kevin was nice. Kevin was perfect. It took until spring of this year for that illusion to slip, for me to learn of my stepfather's special interest, bottlenose dolphins. I was relieved initially to learn of his little quirk. I was surprised that it had taken 3 years for Kevin's oddness to come to light, but I was simply glad to finally have evidence of an abnormality. Having some sort of flaw made him seem, in my eyes, more human. I was wrong. Shortly before starting university last September, Kevin took me fishing, despite my gentle reminder that I don't really like the activity that much. Ironically, my older sister, Becky, was keener to give it a whirl, but Kevin called it an opportunity for male bonding. That whole thing rubbed her the wrong way. I, on the other hand, was more than happy to add misogyny to the list of my stepfather's imperfections. Why was I so gleeful about finding something wrong with Kevin? Did I always know, deep down, that he wasn't quite right? And if so, did I just want a tame explanation for that churning feeling in my gut? Something that didn't scare me. Peaceful out here, isn't it, Craig? Kevin said, as we both dangled our rods into the water. I shrugged. Sure. Don't worry, he chuckled. You'll be at university soon, clubbing, drinking, making mistakes. You'll be away from your boring dad. Is it okay if I call myself that? I stifled a frustrated sigh. You always ask me that, and the answer is always yes. I know, but you still refuse to use the word, said Kevin, and that makes me sad. I awkwardly tried to change the topic. So, why do you love fishing so much? My stepfather's face lit up. Nature, Craig. It's a beautiful thing. Terrible, sometimes, but beautiful. Perfectly balanced. Perfectly designed. Do you want to know my favorite animal in the world? It was an odd question. Something a child might ask. His giddy tone was quite childlike too. Still, I nodded. The bottlenose dolphin, Kevin whispered, looking longingly at the water. That's why I convinced your mother to go on our lovely little Welsh getaway before you go to university. I want to see them swimming off the coast. God, I used to go every year, and it's been 3 now. I'm desperate. But this is nice. Really nice. Talking to you about the old bottlenose. I mean, I've spent the last 3 years chewing your mother's ear off about him. So it's refreshing to finally have a chance to tell somebody new. Oh, the bottlenose is my favorite animal. Maybe my favorite thing in the whole world. I struggled to contain a smirk at Kevin's impassioned rant. Given that this dolphin's so important to you, I'm surprised I've not heard you talk about it before. My stepfather sighed, a deep, sorrowful sigh. Well, not everybody understands, Craig. I've been vulnerable in the past, opened up about my passion, shared this side of myself, and many times I've been burnt. I snorted with laughter, but tried to play it off as a cough. However, Kevin fell silent after that, and it wasn't a pleasant silence. There was contemplation, but it bubbled with rage. I could see my stepfather seething beneath his face's crumbling veneer of pleasantry. Anyhow, 1 week later, the 4 of us arrived at our Airbnb in Cardigan Bay, North Wales. Whilst Mom and Kevin booked a boating excursion along the coast, I spilt the beans to Becky. "Prepare yourself," I said. "On our fishing trip, I learned that Kevin's really into dolphins." "So am I," she replied. "No, he's really into them," I insisted with a grin. My sister lifted an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" I smirked and nodded my head at our stepfather, who was giddily bouncing from foot to foot, whilst he and Mom huddled together in front of the iPad. Becky smiled. "Well, that's kind of cute, isn't it?" I shook my head, trying to swallow the slight lump rising up my throat. Something about that day still didn't sit well with me. I guess so. I mean, at first, I thought so. But he got weird about it. See, I made the mistake of laughing, and then I don't know. "That's what he gets for choosing you over me," Becky giggled. "Male bonding isn't all it's cracked up to be, eh?" I would have been sweet and understanding. I wouldn't have laughed at his dolphin boner. I brayed with laughter. "Please, never say those words together again." "Why are you two chuckling?" asked Mom, as she and Kevin walked over to us in the kitchen. Becky silently mouthed, "Dolphin boner," to me, and I tried desperately to suppress my grin. "Nothing," I eventually managed to answer. "We're just excited for this boat trip." Our mother raised an eyebrow. "My 2 teenage children are excited to spend the day with us." "Well, that's not suspicious at all." "Teenage. Becky's nearly 20, I pointed out. "She's old now." "You're both fetuses to us," Mom sighed, scooping up her coat from the counter. "Now, shall we go for a little mooch around town before the sun scuttles away? We've got an hour before our booking." Kevin was distant, whilst we wandered around the shops. His gaze belonged to the sea, which Becky had clocked too. We shared a few knowing grins, realizing that he was daydreaming about those bottlenose dolphins, and he ended up dragging us down to the dock about 10 minutes before our booking. "We're going to have the boat all to ourselves," whispered Kevin dreamily. "Well, not quite," came a voice from behind us. We turned to see a stout man with a gray, bushy beard waddling down the wooden pier towards us. "Dave!" Kevin roared jubilantly before embracing him. "That's Captain Dave to you," the man corrected, and the 2 laughed. Becky frowned. "You know him?" "They're old friends," Mom said. "That's how we got the boat. All to ourselves." "Got yourselves a good discount too," Dave chuckled. "Some would think being friends for 30 years entitles a man to more than 30% off," Kevin quipped. Dave rolled his eyes. "Stop trying to bleed my dry, you bastard. Come on, folks. Hop on board." It was a beautiful day. That's one of the main things I remember. The sun beat down, mercilessly, slow roasting us. I sat by the taffrail, letting the sea breeze cool me down a little. And that was when I saw it. A gray, shimmering fin rising and falling rhythmically above and below the surface of the water. I opened my mouth to say something, but, "Oh, it's beautiful," yelled Kevin at the top of his lungs. "Kathy, do you see this?" "I see it," my mom chuckled from beside him. The two of them were cuddling beside me, watching as the creature danced alongside our boat, and I turned to look for my sister. She wasn't on the deck. "You need to get and fetch Becky," Kevin insisted. I nodded, but when I reached the entryway to the cabin, I found only Captain Dave standing behind the wheel. He nodded at me with the slightest smile, and I felt unnerved. I felt displaced. I felt just as I had on that fishing trip. "Where is she?" I asked. "Said she wanted a nap," Dave replied, nodding again, this time towards the door at his right, which led to quarters below deck. "Don't think she had much interest in the dolphins." I furrowed my brow and barged past the captain before throwing the door open. Down 4 steps, there was a cramped room, which contained a small table, littered with takeaway boxes, and a single bed at the back. Becky lay on it, chest rising and falling with the gentleness of the dolphin's fin. I managed to calm my breathing a little. "Bottlenose dolphins are special animals, Craig." The voice came from behind me, and I turned to see Kevin closing the door. "It's a little weird for my sister to be sleeping in the captain's bed, isn't it?" I asked. Kevin ignored me. "You're missing the dolphins, boy." Boy, he'd never called me that before, and there was a curtness to the tone. A bite. "Kevin, I don't care how well you know Dave. I don't want my sister to sleep down here," I said, before turning towards the bed and kneeling down. "Wake up, Becky." "She's going to be resting for a while," Kevin whispered. Then came the click of the door locking, and I felt a pang of fear in my chest, like nothing I've ever felt before. It was a blade that drove through my ribs, twisting tightly into my heart. I struggled to breathe, struggled to move, but I managed to twist my jittery, half-paralyzed body towards Kevin. I sat on the floor, back against the bed, forming a weak and flimsy barrier between the approaching man and my sister. "Mom," I weakly croaked, voice failing me. "Mom's sleeping too," he whispered. "But you're awake. You want to hear me talk about my favorite animal, don't you?" I tried to shake my head, but I was frozen in fear. I'd been telling myself for months that turning 18 meant I'd finally become an adult. However, in that moment, I was a boy, frightened and alone. As I told you out on the lake, nature is a beautiful thing, Kevin continued, taking slow steps towards me. It demands balance. We're part of that, you and me, human beings. You know, there's so much to be learned from the animals around us. Bottlenose dolphins are our greatest teachers. Now, it isn't just about their intelligence, their social hierarchy, their proclivity for aggression. No, they're related to us in another way. You see, they understand that cruelty serves a purpose, that nature bends to no rules, no ethical standards. Do you know what they do when eyeing a taken woman, Craig? A taken woman. Those words iced my body even more firmly to the spot, foreshadowed the horrifying revelation that I had already started to, in part, predict. I curled up tightly against the bed as Kevin took another step closer. "I'll tell you then," Kevin sighed. "Bottlenose dolphins commit infanticide as part of sexual selection. In other words, a male will kill a female's existing offspring in order to induce estrus, return her to heat, to a state of fertility. Then he will mate with her and create fresh offspring. He will ascend to become the prime male, extinguishing the previous male's bloodline. Now, humans aren't dolphins. I'm no fool, Craig, but there is, I think, something to be learned from the magnificent bottlenose. You see, much like them, our intelligence very nearly gets in the way of our baser instincts. But in the right circumstances, nature overrides our silly, emotional minds. And I found, time and time again, that taking away a human mother's cubs reawakens something in her. That broodiness, that desperation to procreate, to protect the family line, to ensure the species' survival. It gives the male a chance to sire her next offspring. Of course, there will be immense grief, but out of that grief is born a new desire, a new purpose, and I will be there to take the reins, to start a new family with your mother. I've been patient these past 5 years, but the time is right. I managed to splutter a few more words. Please, I don't understand. Kevin's face surveyed me neutrally, with thin lips and eyes dark and unfeeling. That was what your father said. My heart halted. The clamp had tightened, finally bringing it to a stop. What did you say? I hoarsely whispered. Kevin knelt down before me. There was only a yard or so between us. I saw you, your sister, and your mother, he softly explained. Saw the 3 of you visiting him in the hospital. Saw how happy the 4 of you were. A lovely little family. And I thought, why shouldn't I have that? So I made it happen, Craig. He probably would have woken from the coma, given enough time. But I wasn't going to let that happen. My heart restarted, only to pound more furiously than ever, as I stared into those terrifying eyes, realized that this was no nightmare, that Kevin was not lying. My father hadn't died due to malfunctioning equipment, as the hospital had claimed. This monster had intervened, had planned to take my dad's family, had succeeded. I started to feel the life return to my limbs, to my hands. I started to move my right hand along the floor and wrapped it around the clunky, steel-toed boot lying on the floor. For what it's worth, I always liked you, Craig, Kevin promised, but we have to take notes from nature. I'll never be anything more than Catherine's provider until I clean the slate completely. Your father isn't gone yet, not until you and Becky are gone. As Kevin's beady eyes glinted in the orange glow of the swinging bulb above, I sensed that he was moments from pouncing. So I swung the toe end of the boot straight at Kevin's temple. He cried out and fell to the floor, massaging his wounded head. The boot hadn't been enough to put him down for good, but it had given me time to get to my feet. I leapt forwards and delivered a blow to his face with one well-meaning kick, which sent the back of his skull clunking against the dining table's side leg that left him still. I rushed up the stairs, unlocked the door, then burst into the captain's cabin. So, have you? Dave began. He stopped mid-sentence upon seeing not his friend, as he'd expected, but the teenage boy who, presumably, wasn't supposed to surface from below deck ever again, and lying silently on the seating by the taffrail was my mother. She had clearly been drugged too. The water bottles, I thought, realizing I'd turned down the offering from Captain Dave when we first got on the boat. He'd looked disgruntled about that. If I'd taken that bottle, Becky and I would have likely never woken up. Captain Dave eyed me for a moment, or it could have been several seconds, before flying towards me in a rage. I ducked and flew under his arms before running out onto the deck. I ran right up to the back of the boat, stopping at the rail. There was a trio of dolphins leaping out of the water behind our boat, which trundled slowly along the coast. When I turned, Dave was barreling towards me. He was far more heavy-set than me, and would have easily bested me in a fight if he'd slowed his roll, if he'd not charged towards me at such speed. I screamed as I threw myself to the side. The captain's arm caught me, but it was too late. Too much forward momentum. He fell off the back of the boat into the water. The vessel started to leave the man behind, slowly, given that we were pushing forwards at a crawl, and we drifted slightly to one side, wheel now unmanned. Meanwhile, trailing behind us was the overboard captain, as he flailed about in the water, disrupting the dolphin's route. The animals stopped swimming and began to push their noses out of the water, began to release distressed trills. Then there came a clunking sound, and the engine cut out. I turned to see a heavily panting Kevin come out of the cabin, boat keys in hand. "Help me," cried Captain Dave from about 20 yards behind our boat. "Get me away from these damn animals." Kevin eyed me with rage, pointing the keys towards me. "You." This time, I didn't have the element of surprise on my side, didn't have a weapon at hand. I wanted to jump overboard and swim to shore, swim for help, but I was terrified that this hellish man would hurt my sister, would take my mother away, never to be seen again. So I tried to protect myself with arms over my face, but the hulking man quickly tore them away. I shrieked in terror as he put my neck in a stranglehold and pushed me over the edge of the taffrail, head dangling upside down over the back of the boat. I eyed the world from a topsy-turvy perspective. Captain Dave swam towards us, from my perspective, looking as if he might drop from the ocean above into the sky below. I could only hope he was closing the distance between him and the boat, and I knew that I had no chance of surviving an attack from those two men combined. But then I noticed those same 3 bottlenose dolphins. They were still squeaking and moaning irritably, clearly frustrated with the human who had disrupted their swim, and their fins were trailing after him. One of the animals suddenly pushed its face out of the water and lunged towards his arm. Captain Dave cried out in pain as the animal's teeth sank into his skin, and as he thrashed about in agony, blood staining the water, the other 2 bottlenoses joined their friend. That was what saved me. I was seconds from blacking out when Kevin's hands loosened on my neck. "Shit," Kevin hissed. As I pulled my head back upright, I saw the man rummaging around in the cabin. Then he ran back across the deck with a deadly instrument in hand, a spear gun. "Don't move," my stepfather warned as he raised the weapon, "or I'll put one of these in you, and that'll ruin everything. Understand?" Before waiting for a response from me, Kevin fired a shot into the water. There followed a yelp of agony, and when I turned to look over the back rail, I saw the spear protruding from one dolphin's glistening skin. Its 2 companions began to release more agitated sounds. Sounds like pierced my ears and filled my heart with primal dread. These were war cries, as the bloody Captain Dave attempted a one-armed front stroke towards the boat. One of the animals hissed aggressively. I've never heard such a terrifying sound before. They'd been attacking Captain Dave simply out of annoyance. This time, they were angry. One of the creatures disappeared underwater, and I saw the captain's fate before he did, but his eyes eventually widened as something took hold of his feet. He released a brief scream as the dolphin dragged him below the surface. "David!" Kevin yelled, loading the spear gun to attack the 3rd and final bottlenose. The dolphin floated alongside its limp and lifeless friend, which was bleeding out into the ocean. I believe that these creatures are incredibly intelligent. I felt its emotion, felt its sorrow, as it looked upon its dead friend. Most terrifyingly of all, I felt the surviving dolphin's understanding. as it eyed my deranged stepfather. It knew that this man was responsible for its friend's death. Call it some instinctual reflex, but I shuffled away from the taffrail, crawled backwards on my behind, across the deck, eyed by a scowling Kevin. "Don't even think about running away," the man growled, turning his back to the ocean and facing me spear gun. "When I'm finished with that thing, I'll..." A tremendous splash of water was followed by a gray shape that half blotted out the dazzling sun. Then, with a level of acrobatic accuracy that left me stunned into both awe and fear, the creature snapped its jaws onto the side of my stepfather's midsection. Kevin screeched in pain as he was dragged over the back rail and pulled below the depths of the ocean, along with the captain. I released a guttural moan, not sure whether my terror came from the sheer power of those sea-dwelling animals or the insidiousness of my stepfather. Both, and I was too frightened to stand for a long while, too frightened that those mighty animals might return to the surface for me, might kill us all out of sheer aggression or the misplaced belief that we were culpable for their friend's death. Eventually, as the sun started to set and the boat drifted aimlessly along the coast, I heard the door creak open behind me. A drowsy Becky stumbled out, asking where the captain and Kevin had gone. I began to blubber inconsolably, unable to explain a thing to her, and she phoned the police from the boat. Mom came around shortly afterwards, and the Coast Guard came to rescue us within half an hour. Even after explaining everything to my distraught mother and sister, it doesn't feel real. Even after the police investigation found the mutilated, savaged corpses of Kevin and David on a beach 300 yards away, it didn't feel real. I didn't tell them what Kevin told me about Dad, that he killed him. That's my burden to bear. The rest of the horror is too much for them already. Kevin was right, though. Whether one looks at human beings or bottlenose dolphins, the fact remains the same. Nature is a beautiful thing. Beautiful and terrible.
The world was supposed to end 2 weeks ago. Luckily, my friends and I saved you. An asteroid was supposed to hit Earth on Friday, March 7th, 2025, at 12:27 a.m. Eastern Time. I don't know much about the people in power or why they decide to keep events like this hidden from the public. I am here to tell you about the boy who stopped it. His name was Noah. I never knew his last name. He, like me, was 18 years old. Noah's favorite TV show was The Walking Dead. He was obsessed with BioShock and excited for The Last of Us Season 2. Inside clinical white walls, I grew up with him in a facility for teenage superheroes. It's perfectly normal for a 10-year-old to think he has superpowers. When I was 10, I was eating spaghetti when a suited man stepped inside my house and shot my mother dead. The man had an excuse. Apparently, I was already doing irreparable harm to her with my radioactive energy, and she was 3 weeks from suffering an aneurysm. He held out his hand, wore a wide smile, and said, "Did you know you have superpowers, kid?" I did not know I had superpowers, but he explained it in ways I both did and didn't understand. He told me babies born in 2007 had a certain genetic mutation inside them, an evolutionary gene which caused psychic phenomena. I asked how that related to radioactive energy, and he just grinned and told me I was a funny kid. I was taken to a top-secret facility where I would learn to harness my awakening abilities. The facility had been built specifically for us, to build a group of people with psychic phenomena to save the planet from threats. I had grown up loving superheroes, so this was a dream come true. I didn't even realize I was slowly killing my mother. The facility would be a new start for me, and like all of my favorite teen superheroes, I could grow up just like them and save the world. Now that is what I thought. Because I was 10 years old, I could barely even register my mother being shot dead. The facility wasn't exactly a 5-star experience, but for a newly orphaned kid who was definitely fucking traumatized, I didn't complain. It's not like we were completely cut off from the rest of the world. We could watch TV, and there was a games console in the rec room. There were exactly 20 of us, and all of us had had the exact same experience. A man had walked into our home, murdered our parents, and told us we had superpowers. I thought I could tolerate the daily tests. Every day after lunch, we would be individually taken inside a room. They weren't so bad at first. I was asked questions and I had to answer them. They quickly moved to physical tests, telling me to run on an exercise bike or complete a math test. I expected something more akin to actually testing my superpowers. I still didn't know what my power was. The man wearing the white lab coat told me I was a level 5 for psychic phenomena, but I still felt the same. I tried to move things with my mind and tune into other people's minds, but I felt nothing. Yes, the people at the facility assured me I was coming into my powers, but I felt like an idiot. One test in particular twisted my body into knots, and I couldn't stop the scream ripping from my mouth, my body jerking, forming an arch and slamming back down. But I was excited. This was the first test that felt real. My nose was bleeding, and my body was aching, but for the first time since I arrived, I could finally feel it. My ability running through my veins, blooming inside me. I still laughed, forcing my chest to breathe, my lungs to inhale oxygen, despite my screams. Gloved hands gently held me down, but I was shaking with excitement. I was a superhero. I was going to save the world. 8 years later, we got the first call. I was violently pulled out of my bed and dragged downstairs where we were told to stand in a line, a man with a gun marching up and down. His name was Callan, and sometimes he offered me sour candies. Callan wasn't nearly as cold as he tried to make out. When we were kids, he would pull faces at us to make us laugh. As teens, he called us little brats. That morning, however, Callan was significantly pale in the cheeks. I wasn't supposed to eavesdrop on adult conversation, but these soldiers were loud. Earthquake and tsunami. Nankai trough. It's predicted to be over a 10-inch, one soldier muttered to another. I think that's what he said, at least. Something slimy crept up my throat when even the hard-faced soldier started cursing. Noah, who was standing next to me, nudged me, his lips curled into a smirk. I had known him since my first day, when I broke down in front of him, and he was kind enough to offer me a snuggled candy bar. "This is what we're here for, right?" he whispered. "You." The soldier barking orders at us stopped in front of a small girl, Elizabeth. I heard her power was super strength. Elizabeth had never actually shown us. Using our abilities was a strict no-no outside the testing rooms. Elizabeth was a bitch. I don't mean that in a shitty way. I mean, she was the facility's answer to a mean girl. As a child, Elizabeth bragged that she was the most powerful and also pushed me into the girls' shower rooms. For zero reason other than gathering her clique of equally annoying friends and laughing at me. As a teenager, she was somehow worse, extremely loud, and actively picked on newbies. Noah shot me a look, rolling his eyes. I can't say I was happy that Elizabeth had the fate of the world on her shoulders. I was super salty as she turned to the rest of us and mockingly saluted before being pulled away. The last thing I saw was her bobbing orange ponytail. She was already demanding to sit in the front seat of an awaiting Hummer. As you all know, or don't know since all of this is away from the public eye, Elizabeth saved you. She stopped the earthquake. I wasn't sure how, but I had an idea, and Noah had a fun imagination. When I got back to our room, he was loudly reenacting the moment Elizabeth stopped the earthquake from happening, balanced on his bed, his arms spread out, pretending his blankets and sheets were the quivering earth beneath her feet. "Aha!" he mocked her voice, laughing. "I've stopped you now." His audience were rolling their eyes but smiling. Noah did a great impression of her, which was funny because Elizabeth regularly mimicked his lisp to make everyone laugh. We all waited in anticipation for the Queen Bee to return. I was secretly dreading it. I had a feeling she was going to keep us all up all night, sneaking into the boys' dorm with the girls and going on and on and on and on and until I threw a pillow at her head. Still, though, I was excited to hear about her very first mission to save the world. But Elizabeth never came back. Apparently, she had joined a senior team consisting of older high school kids. I thought, Good for her, I guess. But I did get a little emotional waking past her room. As frustrating as she was, Elizabeth was part of our group. I didn't like that she had left her stuffed teddy on her bed. She had been clutching it the day she was dragged into the facility at 10 years old, her eyes raw from crying, almost hollow. I remember she was staring forward like she wasn't sure where she was going. When she opened up to the rest of us, Elizabeth told us her dad had been shot in the head, and she was taken away. Then she was separated from her little brother, who was put into a van. Elizabeth wore a brave face. "I know it's for my own good," she said with a wide smile. But her lips were always curved a little too much, like she was planning to one day use her powers against the ones who took her. My roommate, however, was glad, and maybe a little jealous, Elizabeth was gone. "She's a big shot now," Noah rolled his eyes, nudging me in the cafeteria line at breakfast. I was trying to choose between oatmeal or toast. Noah picked for me, grabbing me a bowl of oatmeal and dumping it on my plate. I had a feeling his ability was mind-reading, because he knew exactly what I was thinking about. "Of course she's not coming back," he scoffed through a mouthful of unidentified meat. Noah's hair was growing over his eyes. I told him to cut it, but he said it made him look cool. I, however, thought it looked like one of my mom's photos as a teenager. "Lizzie's probably joined some super secretive superhero team." He took the opportunity to once again mimic her voice. He was right, I was overthinking. The following week, we got another call. Growing up, I had come to realize when the bright yellow rotary telephone started to ring, it wasn't a good thing. This time, the woman answering it puked everywhere. "Asteroid." That's all I heard when usually empty hallways began to fill with soldiers. The information from the call spread quickly, and I had never seen grown soldiers cry before. The woman who answered the phone was still sitting on clinical white tiles, her head in her hands. Throughout my time at the facility, our guards maintained a cold, authoritative tone, but I could see it cracking. Some turned on each other, others found comfort in each other. But they were all screaming the same thing. A space rock, twice the size of Chicxulub, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs, is going to strike the Indian Ocean on March 7th at exactly 12:27 a.m., an extinction-level event. Again, none of this information was shared outside the facility, not even world leaders, scientists. Per protocol, the first people who heard about potential world-ending disasters were us. At the time, I guess they were using psychic phenomena to predict these events. As usual, 19 of us marched into the briefing room and stood in a line. This time, Noah was pulled from the line, his hand slipping from mine. I didn't even realize he was holding my hand until his clammy fingers were being yanked away. Noah looked scared, but I think he was excited. He shot me a sickly smile. "I'm going to send it flying back into space." He tapped his temple with a grin. "With my telekinesis." I figured in the testing rooms my roommate really had mastered his superpowers. It's not like he told me about his ability, which twisted my gut. Telekinesis was huge, but I also understood his preference to keep his superpower from the rest of us. I watched my Noah jump into an awaiting car, shooting me one last grin. "See you on the other side," he yelled. I didn't realize until he was gone that I didn't want Noah to join some top-secret organization filled with powerful older kids. I went to bed feeling sick. I was yet to fully come into my ability. I didn't even know what it was. I kept wondering if I was a mistake. Maybe my recruitment was an error. Yes, I admit I was jealous of my roommate, but Noah would be jealous of me too. The man who murdered my mother told me I was extraordinary, and I would be fulfilling a purpose. But I still felt like a regular, ordinary teenager. I was aware of several kids waiting for the asteroid to pass, but I was too tired. I woke the next morning to the adults cheering. He did it. Noah saved us. I could already imagine how fucking excited he'd be. I was excited for him. I completely forgot the number one rule: do not leave your room until after 9. I jumped out of bed, excited to share my exhilaration with the other kids. Noah had saved us. 2 of the girls, Serena and Beth, were definitely awake. I could hear them excitedly chatting to each other. I pushed open my door, stepping into what we had called the lonely hallway since we were kids, because it had a dead end. Noah, of course, used it as his prime hiding place during hide and seek. There were so many storage rooms to explore. It was a hide-and-seek paradise. Something stopped me in my tracks, though, when I left the comfort of my room. It was the sudden stink of iron that caught me off guard. I was so used to the hallways smelling like bleach mixed with oatmeal drifting from the cafeteria, but this was stronger, biting into my nose and throat. I didn't realize I was still barefoot until I was standing in something thick and warm, trickling under my feet. Something slimy crept up my throat, my nerve endings on fire. Blood. A red streak trailed across clinical white tiles. The lonely hallway stretched all the way to the other side of the facility, and I found myself following the long, bloody smear winding through the sterile white. I started to run, my heart in my throat, when I heard slapping sounds. The smears of red became thicker, darker, until I was following a flowing red river down white. When the slapping noises stopped, I looked up. Noah was slumped on the floor, his throat opened up, eyes still wide, lips frozen in a grin. That's what the slapping noises were. The sound of his body being used, like a fucking mop, smearing blood. The man carrying him held him like a trophy, fingers entwined in my roommate's bad haircut. The smear of blood wasn't accidental. It was purposeful. Noah's blood was supposed to run, to trickle all the way down the lonely hallway. The soldier dragging him looked gleeful, almost drunk. When he dropped to his knees, giggling into the floor, muttering about offerings and how grateful he was, how much he respected them, I turned around and walked back to my room, half aware of Noah's blood still slick between my toes. It truly hit me when I climbed into bed and let myself scream. I was so fucking scared. Noah wasn't a superhero. He was an offering. We don't have abilities. We're not genetically mutated children with psychic phenomena. We are sacrifices, offered to stop potential world-ending disasters, just like Elizabeth, whose body I found in a waste chute, her body twisted like a pretzel, only recognizable from her hair. I was dragged from my room that same night. They strapped me down under intense white light, held a scalpel to my throat, and forced me to say it was a dream, that I imagined it. If not, I would be the next sacrifice. So I did. I played along. I told them I imagined it. We got another call a week later, March 14th. The phone kept ringing and ringing and ringing until someone answered it. The soldier was Callan. He was calm, nodding, saying, "I'll let them know." Then he dropped the receiver, pulled out his knife, and slit his throat. I don't know what it is this time, but it was bad enough for one soldier to tear out his eyes. The people who kidnapped me as a child and turned me into a sacrifice started to go insane, quitting their jobs, screaming, running around, trying to force their way out of the steel doors locking us inside. I used the opportunity to gather the others and get the fuck out of there. The security guards usually standing in front of our rooms were gone. I saw one of them trying to stick the barrel of his gun down his throat. The thing about the facility is that the people running it always use the same threat against us. If you go outside, you'll hurt people, and it will be your fault. But now we know the truth. We're nothing more than glorified sacrifices, offered up to satisfy something far greater than us. If you tell a group of traumatized children they're superheroes enough times, they'll believe it. We escaped several days ago. Whatever was said on that call shook them enough to quit their jobs and call their families. The usually padlocked doors leading to the outside world were open. So, we took the opportunity and ran. I had never seen the complete breakdown of a person before, and now I was seeing it on a massive scale. These people were crying, screaming, and begging each other for inside information. I found it hard to believe they had the audacity to want to live, to survive whatever is coming, when they had brutally sacrificed my friends with not an ounce of empathy. I hope they all rot. Currently, we are in hiding, and I'm terrified these people are desperate enough to hunt us down. Will they kidnap more kids, or come after us? I don't know what's coming, and I wish you luck in surviving whatever was on that phone call. Whether that's today, tomorrow, or sometime in the future. Noah and Elizabeth saved you once, and then twice. I'm sorry, but we can't save you this time. My roommate has been narrating everything he does. When you live with someone long enough, you get used to the little annoying things. like the way they leave dirty socks on the couch or their penchant for eating cereal at 2 a.m. But there's something different about my roommate, Luke. It's not that he's strange in the way that most roommates are. No, it's something else entirely. It all began on a lazy Saturday morning. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, trying to decide what to do on my day off. My eyes flicked to the kitchen, where Luke was preparing breakfast. He had his usual routine: crack an egg, scramble it, throw in a slice of bread, and make a weird mashed-up sandwich. He always did this in a way that made it seem as though he was performing some culinary masterpiece. But then, something unusual happened. "Luke is walking in the kitchen," he muttered, as if someone else were in the room narrating the scene. He didn't even seem to notice. He's stepping lightly, trying not to make noise on the creaky floorboards. The smell of coffee wafts through the air as he opens the cabinet. I blinked, not sure if I had heard him correctly. I glanced over at him. He was still moving around, completely absorbed in what he was doing. His voice continued, almost casually. The cereal box is knocked over by his elbow as he reaches for the mug. He's beginning to wonder if he should put the cereal back in the pantry or leave it out for later. "Luke," I said, my voice breaking through the strange moment, "are you, talking to yourself?" He stopped mid-motion, glancing at me with wide eyes, as if I had just spoken a foreign language. "What? No, I'm not. Wait, what do you mean?" He paused and shook his head. I stared at him for a second, trying to process what just happened. Was he narrating himself? Was that a thing he did? He seemed confused, but it wasn't like he had noticed anything off. I decided to brush it off. Maybe he was just in a weird mood, or maybe he was messing with me. We all have our moments. I turned back to my phone and ignored him. After a few minutes, the narration started again. This time it was about a completely random event. "He's sitting down now. The chair's a bit too squeaky, but it's nothing new." Luke's voice drifted through the air again. "He's reaching for the remote, and his hand hovers just over the surface of the table. Watch it, Luke. Don't spill your drink." I didn't know what to do. It was like he was acting out a scene in a movie, but the odd thing was that he had no idea he was doing it. He wasn't narrating for me or anyone, just himself. That was the first time I noticed it, but it wasn't the last. The following day, I was sitting on the couch, trying to get some work done on my computer. Luke had his headphones on, blasting music as he usually did. He was working on the online degree he had been pursuing for 5 years now. But today, he wasn't just listening to music. He was narrating every single movement as if it were the most important thing happening. "He's sitting at his desk now, feeling the weight of his eyes on the screen," Luke murmured. "He's wondering if he's doing it right. His fingers hover over the keyboard, and the click of each key makes him feel like he's not achieving enough." It was getting harder to ignore. I shifted in my chair, uncomfortable. I tried to focus on my work, but Luke's voice, low and rhythmic, kept breaking through my thoughts. He's squinting at the screen now. His eyelids are heavy, his concentration faltering. He's been at this for an hour, and he's beginning to regret his decision to start so late. "Luke," I finally said, "are you, okay, buddy?" His head jerked toward me in surprise. He took out his headphones, blinking at me like I was speaking in riddles. "What? What do you mean?" "You're still narrating everything you're doing," I said, unable to stop the slight frustration in my voice. Luke blinked a few times, processing the words. "What are you talking about? I'm not doing that." He shook his head. "You're starting to worry me, dude," he said. I didn't know what to say. He seemed genuinely confused. I just nodded, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Days went on. At first it was small things, the way he narrated getting a glass of water. Luke reaches for the cold glass, his fingers brushing the condensation on the outside. He brings it to his lips, feeling the cool liquid slide down his throat. And the random moments where he'd walk around the apartment, his voice narrating everything from the sound of his footsteps on the hardwood floor to the way the air felt when he opened the window. It was starting to get unsettling. Each day, the narrations grew more specific, more detailed. Luke would describe not only what he was doing, but how he was feeling. He's feeling a bit annoyed now. It's that same nagging irritation that's been creeping up on him for days, I heard him mutter one evening as he walked into the bathroom. The faucet is running a bit too loud and it's making him anxious. He can't shake it. It was odd. At first I figured it was just a weird quirk, but soon it felt more like something was seriously wrong. I tried to confront him a few more times, but each time he had no memory of saying anything out loud. "I'm not doing that," he'd insist. "I don't even know what you mean." One day, I had enough. He was standing in the kitchen, the smell of burnt toast filling the apartment as he was narrating his breakfast like it was an epic tale. "He's making toast now, but wait, something's wrong," Luke said. "The bread is burning, but he's too slow to stop it. He's getting frustrated, but he won't admit it. The charred smell fills the air, but he's ignoring it. He always does that." I snapped, my voice louder than I intended. "Luke, what the hell are you doing?" Luke stopped mid-bite, looking at me with confusion, the crumbs of burnt toast falling from his lips. "What? Why are you still fucking narrating everything you do?" I asked, my hands gripping the edge of the counter. "Why are you doing that?" He looked even more bewildered than usual. "I'm not narrating anything. You're crazy." And that's when I started to get a little nervous. I watched him with a growing sense of dread, unsure of what was happening. The next day, I was in my room when I heard something, muffled, like he was talking to himself again. I leaned in, trying to catch the words. I could barely make it out. "He's becoming too much. I can't stand it anymore. It's driving me crazy. I'll have to do something soon." The words sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't tell if he was still narrating his own actions, or if something darker was creeping into his thoughts. Things went downhill after that. The narrations became more sinister. Luke would say things when I walked by, like, "Look at him, so smug. He doesn't even know what I'm planning." I could hear him whispering to himself at night, his voice low and unsettling. "The time is coming. He won't see it coming." For the next few days, everything seemed oddly normal. Luke continued narrating every little detail of his life, but the darker tone seemed to fade, replaced by the mundane once again. It was as if everything had returned to a comfortable, albeit strange, routine. The narrations didn't have that ominous edge anymore. He was back to describing simple things like the weather, his meals, or the way he brushed his teeth. Luke picks up his toothbrush, the bristles soft against his gums, he muttered one morning as he prepared for work. He wonders if he's brushing long enough, but decides it doesn't really matter. It's just another part of the morning routine. It was strange, but there was something almost comforting about it. No more veiled threats, no more murmurs about his plans for me. It felt like things were going back to normal. For a moment, I allowed myself to breathe a little easier, but something didn't sit right with me. The idea that Luke had no idea he was narrating his own life, no awareness of it at all, made me worried for his health. Something was obviously off, so I decided it was time for a talk. I had to get through to him. He needed help. He needed to realize what was happening. This had gone on long enough. I couldn't just pretend like everything was okay when clearly something wasn't. It was all too bizarre to just keep ignoring. I waited for a quiet evening. When Luke came into the living room and sat down on the couch, I knew it was the right time. I could tell by the distant look in his eyes that something was still off. "Luke, we need to talk," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. My hands were trembling slightly, but I couldn't let him see that. This had to be a conversation about the future, not about fear. He looked at me, his face unreadable, but then he did that thing again. That thing where he started speaking in that low, almost absent tone, as though narrating his own internal thoughts in real time. Luke sits down on the couch, his body relaxed but his mind already elsewhere. He feels the weight of his roommate's words coming, the tension building in the air between them. I froze for a second, feeling a cold chill crawl down my spine. He was narrating this right now while I was speaking to him. My pulse quickened, and I swallowed hard, forcing myself to continue. "Luke," I said, taking a deep breath. "You've been narrating everything you do, everything you feel. I don't think you realize it, but it's starting to become really concerning. You need to get help, Luke. This isn't normal." He tilted his head slightly, blinking at me as though he were confused by my words, but at the same time, he didn't stop narrating. Luke listens to his roommate, trying to focus, but something about the way he's talking is starting to make him angry. It's the same thing over and over, like Luke's life is a problem to be fixed. But Luke knows better. He knows that his roommate doesn't understand. He never has. He never will. The cold feeling in my stomach grew. I didn't know how to react to him saying these things in front of me out loud, as if he were having a conversation with himself. Luke doesn't understand why he's so angry. His roommate is just trying to help. It should be easy, right? Just listen, agree, and everything will be fine. But it's not that simple. It never was. Luke's thoughts race faster now, but he knows he must keep it together. For now. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out at first. "You're still narrating everything, Luke. Like literally, right now," I pressed. "You've been doing it for weeks now, and it's not just harmless commentary. It's getting..." I searched for the right words. "It's getting dangerous. It's not healthy. I'm worried about you." Luke is hearing the words, but they're slipping past him. He can't stop thinking about how this conversation feels. Why is his roommate acting like this? Why is he making him feel like this? Doesn't he get it? Luke doesn't need help. Luke doesn't need to change. He's not the problem. I felt my chest tighten. "Luke, please, listen to me. You're not okay. This isn't normal. I'm not trying to attack you. I want you to get help. I want you to be okay." Luke watches his roommate, sees the frustration, the concern etched on his face. It's almost laughable. Doesn't he see? Doesn't he get it? He is the problem. Luke is done with his opinions. It's time to act, time to fix this once and for all. I could hear the agitation in his voice. His tone had changed, gone darker. His words were louder now, more insistent. Luke feels his anger bubbling to the surface. He just keeps repeating the same thing over and over, but it's getting under his skin. He can feel it, the irritation, like a tickle in the back of his throat. But then it grows, it swells, he wants to scream. "Luke," I started again, my voice trembling now. "This isn't you. I know you're upset, but..." Luke can't take it anymore. The words are too much, the pestering is too much. Maybe if he makes it stop, it'll be over. If he gets rid of the problem, everything will be okay. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my chest. "Luke, stop. I'm begging you to listen to me." But Luke didn't hear me. He was too far gone, lost in the voice inside his head that was narrating, controlling him. Luke's body tenses. He feels his hands shaking, the nervous energy building. The anger is making him feel stronger. He doesn't need anyone's help. He doesn't need anyone. I couldn't breathe. The fear gripped me. It was like I was watching a different version of Luke, one that was shifting in front of me, changing into someone I didn't recognize. He looked like a madman. I took a step back. I knew I needed to get out of there. My mind was racing and everything seemed to blur together. Luke's roommate is weak. That's what he's been thinking this whole time. He's weak. Luke stopped narrating suddenly, his eyes snapping up to meet mine. There was no fear, no recognition, just cold, calculated anger. "I'm not the one who needs help, you know," he muttered, his voice thick with resentment. I began to back away, my mouth opening to speak. Luke stood up abruptly, cutting me off mid-sentence. I blinked, startled by his sudden movement. There was no warning, just that eerie silence in the room after his last chilling words. He began to slowly walk backwards into the kitchen, eyes still locked on mine. Luke stands, his body stiff, but his mind already elsewhere, consumed with thoughts he can't stop, thoughts that are louder than his roommate's voice. He moves toward the kitchen, feeling the coldness of the floor beneath his bare feet. He wonders if his roommate is still talking, still trying to convince him of something that doesn't matter. I froze, hearing the words echo in my head. Luke wasn't even acknowledging me now, just moving in a trance-like state as his voice narrated his own every move. I was paralyzed. I watched him step into the kitchen, his footsteps barely audible in the silence of the apartment. His actions were precise, measured, like he was following a script only he could hear. Luke opens the fridge, the cold air hitting his face. He grabs a carton of milk, not because he's thirsty, but because it's an action to fill the void, a distraction. He wonders if the milk will be sour, but shrugs. He'll deal with that later. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I was paralyzed by the strangeness of what was happening. What was he doing? Luke places the milk back in the fridge. His movements were so ordinary, so mundane. It wasn't just the narration that unnerved me. It was the quiet way he was moving, the deliberate, slow pace. Luke turns his attention to the knife block on the counter. He looks at the knives, fingers brushing lightly over the cool metal, contemplating. He feels something stir inside him, something dark, a sense of power, of control. He doesn't feel scared anymore. He doesn't feel lost. He feels focused, determined. I could hear the distinct sound of metal scraping against wood as Luke slowly slid the largest knife from the block. My blood ran cold. Luke grips the knife tightly, the cool handle pressing against his palm. The weight of it is comforting. He looks at the blade, not with fear, but with a sense of purpose. My legs felt frozen in place, but my eyes were looking toward the front door. I wanted to leave, but fear had me planted there, panic rising in my throat. "Luke," I called, my voice shaking. What are you doing?" But Luke didn't respond. Instead, he continued with his narration, like I wasn't even there. Luke walks back into the living room, holding the knife in his hand. His thoughts swirl around him, chaotic and sharp, like the blade in his grasp. He wonders if his roommate knows what's coming, if he's figured it out yet. But he's not sure it matters. It's too late now. His words made it worse, made everything feel so deliberate, like he was living out some twisted script. His voice was so cold, detached. Luke stops in front of his roommate, the knife heavy in his hand, but there's no fear in his heart. He's calm, collected. He's at peace with the anger. It's been building for so long. This is the only way to make it all stop. "Luke, no," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "Please, put the knife down." He didn't respond, just stood there, his gaze cold and distant. His voice continued, narrating his thoughts as if we were in two different realities. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, trying to think. This wasn't the Luke I knew. This wasn't the guy who would have ever even considered doing something like this. Something had changed. Something inside him was breaking apart, unraveling in front of me. I couldn't just stand there. I couldn't let him do whatever he was planning. The air between us felt thick, heavy with tension. My mind raced, looking for a way out, a way to make sense of this, but I couldn't think straight. I needed to get the knife away from him somehow. I took a cautious step forward. "Luke, you don't need to do this," I pleaded, my voice hoarse. Just talk to me. Let's work this out. We can figure this out." Luke isn't listening. He feels something snap inside him. He's done with words, done with this. It's time to end it, to silence him once and for all. Luke lunged forward before I could move. I tried grabbing his wrist, trying to pull the knife from his hand. His grip was strong, unyielding. There was something dark in his eyes, something that didn't belong. The world around me seemed to blur into a tunnel as my heart hammered in my chest, adrenaline flooding my system. I kept pulling, my breath shallow and frantic, and then, in one sudden motion, I snapped out of it, every instinct screaming at me to run. I broke free from the struggle and bolted for the door. Luke watches as his roommate turns and runs, a sense of satisfaction creeping up his spine. His steps are slow but deliberate, knowing that it's too late to escape. I could hear Luke behind me, his footsteps barely audible at first, but they were there, following me, echoing in the quiet apartment. I didn't dare look back, just kept pushing forward, my hands frantically grabbing for the door handle. The cool metal of the knob was slick with sweat as I wrenched the door open, stumbling out into the hallway. Snap. The pain hit me hard, sharp and searing, as if someone had shoved a hot iron into my back. My breath left me in a violent gasp. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I was halfway down the stairs when I heard Luke's voice, quiet and detached, like he wasn't even speaking to me anymore. Luke doesn't need to chase anymore. He's already won. The words echoed in my ears, fueling my panic. I could hear him behind me. I could feel him gaining on me. The cold wind whipped against my skin, but it wasn't enough to clear the fog of fear clouding my mind. I had to get away, had to keep running. I burst out into the street, the night air cold against my back, now pouring with blood. The bright streetlights flickered overhead. The distant hum of cars, the occasional shout of a pedestrian. It was all a blur as I sprinted down the block. My legs ached, my heart hammering in my chest like a drum. Every step felt like it might be my last. But I didn't dare look back. I kept running, my feet pounding against the pavement, the knife wound throbbing with each step, the blood soaking through my clothes. The pain was unbearable, but it didn't matter. I just needed to get away. The corner store came into view, a neon light glowing faintly in the distance. I pushed myself harder, the door to the convenience store just within reach. My hands were slick, shaking as I grabbed the door handle and yanked it open. The bell above the door rang loudly, a harsh contrast to the silence of the night. I didn't pause to explain myself. I rushed past the counter, my back to the clerk who stood frozen, eyes wide in confusion. "Call the police," I gasped, my voice barely audible over the pounding in my ears. "Please, call the police." The clerk's mouth moved, but the words didn't register. I couldn't focus on anything except the pain, the fear, and the knowledge that Luke was still out there. The next few minutes were a blur of movement, the store clerk picking up the phone, the sirens in the distance growing louder. I collapsed to the ground, coming in and out of consciousness. The blood oozed through my clothes, getting on everything around me. The world slipped away as I heard the faint sound of police cars approaching. When the police went back to the apartment, Luke was gone. The doctors say I will make a mostly full recovery, but I'm not sure I'll ever really be the same. This morning, I woke up to the steady beep of a heart monitor and the antiseptic sting of a hospital room. My back aches like hell. For a moment, everything was a blur, but then it all came rushing back. Luke. I try to sit up, but pain lances through my back, forcing me back down. A nurse notices and rushes over, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Easy now," she said with a soft smile. "You've been through a lot." My throat was dry. "Luke?" I croak out. "Did they find Luke yet?" The nurse's smile falters just a bit, but she covers it quickly. "You should rest. I'm sure the police will come by later to talk." She adjusts my IV, humming softly under her breath, and just as she's about to leave, she pauses at the door. "You know, you've been doing this funny thing," she says, her voice light, casual. "You've been sitting up in bed and talking, having whole conversations, but when we come in, you stop." My skin prickles. "What do I say?" I whisper. She shrugs. "Hard to tell. Mostly just one side of a conversation. It's almost like you're narrating a movie or something." A cold weight settles in my stomach. I don't remember doing that. Before I can respond, she gives me one last polite smile and walks out, leaving me alone with the rhythmic beep of the monitor and a million questions.